Chapter 1659. Yi Zifeng had once followed Pan Huang for a period of time. He had heard Pan Huang mention the Saber Sovereign Medallion before. Hence, the moment he saw the Saber Sovereign Medallion, he immediately guessed Xiao Chen's identity. Given Pan Huang's means, no one could obtain the Saber Sovereign Medallion through trickery. Only a true bladesman could obtain his recognition. Xiao Chen put away the Saber Sovereign Medallion and performed a cupped fist salute. Big Brother Yi is too serious. This humble one is not worthy of this title. Yi Zifeng smiled faintly and carefully sized up Xiao Chen. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What a guy! He actually comprehended the Saber Dao Great Dao power. After glancing at the red-clad administrator and Elder Lu, Xiao Chen turned around and said, "My junior brother is here to look for me. I will personally speak to the sect master about his matter. You too. Don't leak anything. Don't leak anything." "Yes, Martial Granduncle." Before Yi Zifeng's gaze, the red-clad administrator and Elder Lu felt a mountain of pressure. Sweat trickled down their foreheads as they replied in fear and trepidation. Yi Zifeng revealed a satisfied smile and stretched out his hand. A saber light wrapped around Xiao Chen and soared into the clouds. A long time after Yi Zifeng left, the red-clad administrator and Elder Lu felt the pressure on them vanish, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Martial Grand Uncle has been in closed-door cultivation for so many years. It turns out that he already broke through to Star Venerate long ago. The red-clad administrator looked in the direction that Yi Zifeng disappeared in, revealing an expression of admiration. Elder Lu wiped the sweat off his forehead and said weakly, "Deacon He, I'm sorry. I nearly brought you trouble. This time, I made a mistake and nearly caused trouble." The red-clothed deacon smiled and said, "There's no need to apologize. Elder Lu, you escorted Martial Granduncle's junior brother to our sect, so it's obviously a great merit. Stay here for a day or two, and Martial Granduncle's reward will definitely come." When Elder Lu heard this, he rolled his eyes and smiled in realization. "Haha, that's right. Why didn't I think of this? I was almost confused." However, Martial Granduncle's junior brother, no matter how one listened to it, it sounded a little awkward. But if he didn't call him that, he couldn't think of a better way to address Xiao Chen. Yi Zifeng was the sect's Grand Elder, and his seniority was even higher than the sect leaders. However, Xiao Chen was his junior brother. This meant that Xiao Chen's seniority had suddenly become even higher than the sect leaders. It was a complete mess. "However, Martial Granduncle, since you said that you cannot leak this matter, there must be a reason for it. You must not leak this information," the red-clothed administrator said as he took a glance at Old Lu. Elder Lu smiled and said, "Relax, I've lived for so many years, how can I not know this logic? Come on, long time no see. Let's go for a drink." Yang Qing probably would not have expected that Xiao Chen, whom she was worried about not being able to enter the inner sect, would be picked up by the Purple Flame sect's legend, Yi Zifeng. At the summit of the main peak, a rainbow glow spread out. The dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth gave off a vast pressure. Even with Xiao Chen's physique, which rivaled that of a major primal core cultivator, he still found it somewhat hard to endure and needed some time to adapt. As Xiao Chen sized up the surroundings, he felt startled in his heart. It felt like spiritual energy was gushing out at every moment. The multicolored fog in the surroundings looked like a 7-colored waterfall. Could this be a natural spirit spring? The summit of the main peak happened to be the source of the spring. When Yi Zifeng saw Xiao Chen sizing up the place out of curiosity, he said softly, "The entire blessed land is a natural spirit spring. At every moment, it spews out surging spiritual energy. The summit of the 2 main peaks is the source of the spring. In the entire Grave Sea, most of the spiritual energy comes from the 3 blessed lands. In the past few years, I have been in closed-door cultivation here and rarely come out." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly startled. This was because of Yi Zifeng's aura, which drifted in the world, seemed to exist yet not exist at the same time. Yi Zifeng was clearly one cultivation realm higher than the star venerates that Xiao Chen had met before. Xiao Chen wondered why Yi Zifeng was still in closed-door cultivation. "Big Brother Yi does not seem to be a star venerate anymore. I was no longer one 5 years ago. In that case, why are you still in closed-door cultivation?" Since Yi Zifeng already broke through, what was the point of remaining in closed-door cultivation? He should be traveling the world. He should be exchanging moves with people of the same cultivation realm, verifying his gains from closed-door cultivation, and comprehending them again. Yi Zifeng smiled faintly and did not answer. It seemed like there was more to this. Then, he changed the topic and asked, "Junior brother, are you avoiding trouble?" This question startled Xiao Chen. He looked at Yi Zifeng with some surprise. Before he said anything, Yi Zifeng already knew. Foresight? Don't find it strange. I know your origins. You should be from the same place as Master, both from the Kunlun realm. As a fellow bladesman, I can tell your talent and strength. If you want to enter a sect, this purple flame sect will not be able to accommodate you. Instead, it will hold you back. Yi Zifeng gave his analysis, speaking in an unhurried manner. Most bladesmen are proud. Unless there is something difficult to deal with, you would not place your hopes on me, a senior brother that you have never met before. The other party's tone was calm, and his expression was calm. His eyes, which were not particularly bright, looked like they could see through everything in the world. Xiao Chen felt startled in his heart. After thinking for a long time, he finally thought of a word to describe this cheap senior brother of his. Down to earth. That's right, down to earth. Yi Zifeng did not put on the airs of a senior expert, pretending to be profound. He was also not overly enthusiastic, making others feel that he was hypocritical. Yi Zifeng's tone was calm, and his attitude was gentle. He spoke in an unhurried manner, but it made others feel convinced. For some reason, Xiao Chen had a favorable impression of Yi Zifeng. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Big brother Yi, your analysis is right. Xiao Chen is indeed here to avoid trouble." In the end, Xiao Chen was still too shy to address Yi Zifeng as senior brother, so he could only address Yi Zifeng as big brother. Without hiding anything, Xiao Chen told Yi Zifeng about how he met the Jiao snake and how the Black Lotus Church strangely hunted him down. Yi Zifeng listened calmly. When Xiao Chen finished, he did not rush to answer, revealing a contemplative expression. For a holy venerate to show such an expression, the Black Lotus Church's matter was not simple. Xiao Chen could not help feeling nervous. Actually, he had heard about it long ago. The Black Lotus Church was an extremely special faction in the Grave Sea Cluster. This was especially so for the Black Lotus Church's churchmaster, who was exceptionally mysterious. The Black Lotus Church is somewhat difficult to deal with. I'll do my best. Yi Zifeng did not say anything definite. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "There's no need to rush. I can tell from your aura that you are about to break through. During this period of time, just stay at my place and cultivate properly. If you need anything, you can mention it to your martial nephew. I'll introduce you to him first." Martial nephew? That should be the disciple that the red-clad administrator mentioned, the one that Yi Zifeng reluctantly accepted. Yi Zifeng's lips moved slightly, and an invisible fluctuation spread out in the air. After a while, a sharp aura came from the middle of the mountain. A nimble figure leaped up the steep mountain path. Xiao Chen muttered in his heart, entering deep thought. Why does this aura feel somewhat familiar? When that person landed excitedly on the mountain and rushed over to Yi Zifeng, Xiao Chen's expression froze slightly. Xiao Chen was slightly startled, and he tried hard not to laugh. He looked calm and unfathomable. The newcomer was quite young, and there was an unconcealable arrogance between his brows. His sharpness was unbridled. At such a young age, Xiao Chen already broke through peak minor primal core and reached early stage major primal core. There was also an indistinct great desolate Aeon aura from his body, giving off an ancient aura. It was none other than Ling Yu, whom Xiao Chen had met a few times before. This was the Ling Yu who had won more than 30 matches in a row in the Pirate Hall and arranged a duel with the elegant youth of the heavenly shaking mountain, Jiang Xian. Ling Yu had also noticed Xiao Chen. He showed a stunned expression, but before he could ask any questions, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Zifeng said calmly, "Ling Yu, greet your martial uncle Xiao Chen." Ah! Ling Yu was immediately flabbergasted, a very interesting expression on his face. He was sure that he hadn't heard wrongly. He knew the meaning of every single word his master had said, but after putting them together, he was really confused about what they meant. Ling Yu looked at Xiao Chen, then at Yi Zifeng. "Master, are you messing with me? You must be messing with me. Messing with me. Messing with me." However, when Ling Yu saw Yi Zifeng's certain expression, he turned completely flustered. He revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. Ling Yu greets martial uncle Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen laughed loudly in his heart. He felt that it was really worth it to acknowledge this senior brother. Back then, this Ling Yu felt that he was superior and thought that Xiao Chen wanted to befriend him, so he coldly and nobly rejected Xiao Chen. Although Xiao Chen was broad-minded and did not mind, he was not a saint, so he could not help feeling displeased. Seeing the other party's expression now, Xiao Chen felt incomparably delighted. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Martial nephew is too polite. In the future, I will have to ask martial nephew to take care of me." Yi Zifeng nodded seriously and said, "Your martial uncle will be staying here for a period. If there are any trivial matters, I will leave them to you." Your martial uncle. These were 3 very ordinary words. However, when Ling Yu heard them, they sounded like cursing, even more unpleasant to the ear than your grandfather. Chapter 1660. Naturally, a disciple did not dare to disobey his master's orders. Ling Yu smiled with a crying face. This disciple will definitely obey master's orders. Yi Zifeng smiled in satisfaction. Although the sect master had forced this disciple on him, he was pretty good in all aspects. Be it talent, toughness, or bloodline power, Ling Yu was not cut out for the saber. However, back then, he could not resist the sect master's request to take Ling Yu in as a disciple. Although Yi Zifeng was not very good at fist techniques, he had no problem giving pointers and teaching Ling Yu. More importantly, Yi Zifeng was very knowledgeable and had a high cultivation. The other elders of the sect could not compare to him in terms of experience. Even if Ling Yu was not a grandmaster in fist techniques, he would be much better off cultivating under him than under the other elders. To Ling Yu, this was an exceptionally precious opportunity to become Yi Zifeng's disciple. Normally, Ling Yu studied diligently and improved rapidly, not disappointing Yi Zifeng. The relationship between master and disciple was pretty good. "I'm going to meet the sect master. I'll leave your martial uncle to you first. Don't neglect him. Do your best to fulfill any requests he has." "Yes." Yi Zifeng's figure flashed, vanishing from the summit. Clearly, he needed to personally explain the matter with Xiao Chen to the sect master. After his master left, Ling Yu's expression changed. He looked at Xiao Chen with a smile that did not seem like a smile. "Young Master Xiao, you are really something. It has only been a short 1 or 2 months, and you have already become my martial uncle. I really misjudged you back then." Xiao Chen did not care. He smiled softly and said, "Martial nephew, don't forget what my senior brother said. Lead the way." When Ling Yu thought of this, he immediately felt depressed. He said dejectedly, "Come with me. I'll find a place for you to stay first. I don't know how master will arrange for you, either. You can stay in my courtyard first." As they descended the mountain, Xiao Chen finally got a taste of the purple flame sect's grandeur. All sorts of rare fruits could be seen here, adorning both sides of the road and growing casually among the weeds. No one paid any attention to them. It was like they were used to it, like they were really weeds. With just a glance, one would discover that there was an ancient palace behind a certain forest. It was unknown how long it had existed. This palace gave off an ancient aura, and an expert guarded it. With a quick check, one discovered that it was actually a cloud sea star venerate. With a single glare, everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to look at him anymore. Occasionally, disciples who passed by would respectfully greet Ling Yu as martial uncle when they saw him. Xiao Chen felt enlightened. Senior Yi Zifeng is the sect master's martial uncle. Ling Yu might be young, but he is of the same generation as the sect master in the Purple Flame sect. Usually, it was others who called him senior uncle. Today, the tables had turned, and it was finally his turn. Moreover, it was the person he had once coldly rejected. It was to be expected that his expression would turn ugly. In the past, when others called him martial uncle, Ling Yu would feel pleased. The way he was addressed as martial uncle sounded extremely awkward to him. It felt like he was being scolded. He kept a straight face, feeling depressed and unhappy. "Here, this is the courtyard where I usually cultivate. There are also a few side rooms. You can choose any one." Ling Yu stopped in front of a courtyard filled with spiritual energy halfway up the mountain. The Purple Flame sect had a strict hierarchy. Outer sect disciples usually lived and cultivated at the foot of the mountain where the spirit chi was the weakest. Only inner sect disciples could advance further up the mountain. The middle of the mountain was for core disciples like Ling Yu. Further up was the elite disciples and elders of the sect. As for the peak of the mountain with dense spirit energy that was like a seven-colored mist, it was the privilege of an extremely small number of people. Xiao Chen sized up the courtyard and praised, "Good place. The location of this courtyard at the middle of the mountain is the best. The spiritual energy here is the densest, and the environment is elegant. There is even a mountain spring and a waterfall in the backyard." Ling Yu revealed a cocky expression. "Of course. Take a look at whose courtyard this is. Although I am not a true inheritor yet, I am still young and have the bloodline of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. The sect master even arranged for me to be under master. It's just a fine residence. What's the big deal?" Xiao Chen nodded. "You have a future. However, can Martial Uncle be an ordinary guest? There is no reason for you to stay in a side room. Little Martial nephew, don't you agree?" "What do you mean? You want me to stay in a side room? This is my courtyard." Xiao Chen said straightforwardly, "That makes sense. In that case, I'll stay at senior brother's place. The spiritual energy is dense, and the air is pretty good." After saying that, Xiao Chen turned and left. Ling Yu immediately felt incredibly angry. However, he remembered his master's instructions. After all, if he chased Xiao Chen out, that would be terrible. Putting on a smile, Ling Yu stepped forward and pulled Xiao Chen back. "Martial Uncle, don't be angry. Can I sleep in a side room? However, I never like to force others." "Haha. It's fine, it's fine. Sleeping in a side room occasionally is actually not bad. I will stay here for at least half a year," Xiao Chen said emotionlessly. Ling Yu's expression froze. Then he smiled stiffly and said, "Is that so? That's good. I want to get to know Martial Uncle better." Ling Yu's half-pulling and half-inviting finally got Xiao Chen to change his mind. Then he said weakly, "Let's do this then. Martial Uncle, if you need anything, just call me at any time." Xiao Chen nodded and sat in the main seat of the main room. Then he said casually, "Bring me a cup of tea first." "Are you sure?" Ling Yu felt somewhat angry. Xiao Chen really treated him like a servant. Xiao Chen smiled leisurely and said, "After traveling so hard, I finally managed to sit down and brew a cup of tea for Martial Uncle." "I can't even do that? Is this considered taking care of me? Martial nephew, is this how you normally treat your seniors?" "Good, good, good." After saying "good" 3 times, Ling Yu, who had never brewed tea before, took out a tea set and started to prepare the tea leaves and spring water, getting busy. On the other side, when Yi Zifeng saw the Purple Flame sect master, he quickly explained the matter of Xiao Chen in a few words. The Purple Flame sect master said sullenly, "Martial Uncle, you must take care of this matter." Yi Zifeng replied calmly, "Naturally. I owe Master a great debt of gratitude. There is no reason not to take care of his descendant." "All right. What help do you need?" Martial Uncle can use all the resources of the Purple Flame sect. After testing Yi Zifeng's attitude, the Purple Flame sect master quickly made a decision. Xiao Chen was just a minor character. However, Yi Zifeng was the anchor of the Purple Flame sect. Since Yi Zifeng expressed his stance, the Black Lotus Church could only brace themselves and offend him. "There's no need. This is a private matter of Pan Huang's line. It has nothing to do with the Purple Flame sect. I only need the sect's starry sky teleportation formation to teleport me to the nearest place to the Black Lotus world. The Grave Sea Cluster had countless great realms. Even a holy venerate would not be able to reach some places within a short time. Only with the help of a starry sky teleportation formation would one be able to travel from one great realm to another in an instant." The sect leader was taken aback. "We're leaving now? We'll do our best. Naturally, the earlier we leave, the better. I'll make up for the resources needed to activate the Starry Sky teleportation formation." Right after Yi Zifeng spoke, he walked out of the Great Hall of the sect. His footsteps seemed slow but were actually urgent. He returned to the saber rack in the room and took out a saber. Then, he turned around and stepped into the Starry Sky transportation formation. Light flickered. In the next moment, he appeared in a transmission array that was countless great worlds away. The people at the transportation formation only heard the hum of a saber. They did not see anyone teleporting over. This was because Yi Zifeng had already turned into a saber-light and arrived at the foot of the Black Lotus Church's holy mountain. Along the mountain path, he walked step by step. The surrounding formation, the guards and the monks did not notice this living person, be it in the open or in the dark. On the Black Lotus throne in the Holy Palace, the Black Lotus sect venerate suddenly opened his eyes. At some point in time, Yi Zifeng had arrived in the Great Hall. What wind blew the strongest bladesman of the Grave Sea from the Purple Flame sect to me? The Black Lotus sect venerate asked indifferently with a grave expression, not showing any joy or anger. Xiao Chen was someone who had faced a sovereign personage before. He had seen all sorts of situations and would not be frightened by a bladesman. Yi Zifeng remained expressionless. With just one look, he knew that he was not a match for this Black Lotus sect venerate. At the very least, he wouldn't be a match for the other party in the Sacred Mountain. However, it did not matter. He had never thought of actually killing the other party. If he could kill the other party, he wouldn't feel that this matter was too difficult to deal with. All he needed to do was draw his saber. Just one draw would suffice. In the next moment, a shocking Buddhist voice came from the Holy Palace. A saber light shot out of the Holy Palace, and the tall Buddha statue in the mountain collapsed. Yi Zifeng knelt on one knee outside the gates. The saber in his right hand stabbed 1 centimeter into the ground. Yi Zifeng coughed, and a large mouthful of blood fell to the ground. Then, he suddenly looked up and discovered a white snow lotus blooming not far away. Yi Zifeng revealed a smile and reached out to pluck the snow lotus. His figure drifted gently like the wind, returning to the transportation formation of the nearby Great Realm. A light flickered, and Yi Zifeng took a step forward, appearing outside Ling Yu's courtyard. At this moment, Ling Yu's tea was halfway brewed, and its fragrance was at its strongest. Ling Yu suddenly looked up and happened to see Yi Zifeng. He smiled and said, "Master, I'm brewing tea for Martial Uncle. You should try it as well." Yi Zifeng smiled warmly and said, "Not bad." As Yi Zifeng passed by, he plucked a few snow lotus petals and gently placed them in the water. Yi Zifeng casually sat down beside Xiao Chen and handed the snow lotus to Xiao Chen. "In the past, I heard Master say that the snow lotus that grows in darkness and filth is the most beautiful. Today, I finally got to see it for myself. This is a greeting gift for you." Xiao Chen received the snow lotus with a somewhat strange expression. Yi Zifeng had brought a saber in. Furthermore, it was a saber that had just been stained with blood. Chapter 1661. Soon, Ling Yu brought over 2 cups of tea and handed one to Xiao Chen and one to Yi Zifeng. "Master, Martial Uncle, please have some tea." Yi Zifeng nodded and gestured for Ling Yu to leave first. Xiao Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. Naturally, he did not know how Ling Yu brewed tea. However, after adding a few snow lotus petals, the tea had a different taste. It had a slightly bitter taste that made one reminisce. After putting down the teacup, Xiao Chen said softly, "Senior brother, you brought your saber out." Yi Zifeng nodded. "I made a trip to the Black Lotus Church's holy mountain and helped you resolve some of your problems for now." This revelation startled Xiao Chen. He had not expected Yi Zifeng to make a trip to the Black Lotus Church without saying anything. Although the Black Lotus Church was also in the Grave Sea cluster, the distance was more than hundreds of millions of kilometers. This was truly unexpected. Xiao Chen retrieved his saber and went to the Black Lotus Church, resolving the matter. After leaving and returning, Ling Yu's tea had not even heated up yet. The shock in Xiao Chen's heart was indescribable, completely stupefied. Senior brother fought with the Black Lotus Church's sect venerate? Yi Zifeng put down the teacup and said, "I used 1 saber strike, and he used 3 palm strikes. The Black Lotus Church's sect venerate will not be able to personally make a move against you for 10 years. Without a miracle, I will not be able to recover my cultivation to that of a holy venerate within 5 years." When Xiao Chen heard that, he was startled again. Yi Zifeng spoke so casually and calmly. However, Xiao Chen could imagine how dangerous that exchange was. The Black Lotus Church's sect venerate strength also surpassed Xiao Chen's imagination. With 3 palm strikes, he managed to force Yi Zifeng's cultivation to drop by 1 cultivation grade. Yi Zifeng would not be able to recover within 5 years. However, Yi Zifeng's strength was also startling. With just 1 saber strike, the Black Lotus Church's sect venerate would not be able to recover within 10 years. This indeed helped Xiao Chen relieve a lot of pressure, rendering Xiao Chen somewhat speechless. He did not know how to thank this senior brother whom he had just met. Yi Zifeng said softly, "The Black Lotus sect venerate is a sovereign personage in the first place. In the past few years, he has been recovering his strength. This attack of mine worsened his injuries, preventing him from worrying about you." Xiao Chen said, "But, senior brother, you?" Yi Zifeng smiled faintly and waved his hand, saying, "It's fine. It's just 5 years. To me, it's very short. Once I digest the energy of these 3 palm strikes, I might be able to advance to the next level." It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. Seeing Yi Zifeng's attitude, Xiao Chen was filled with admiration. There were very few people that he truly respected in his life. No matter what, Yi Zifeng was one of them. What about this snow lotus? When mentioning the snow lotus, Yi Zifeng revealed a gentle smile. "I was lucky. When he sent me flying, I happened to bump into this snow lotus when I landed. If you consume all of this snow lotus, you will be able to weaken the black lotus seal in your body to the minimum. At that time, I will use some external force to help you clear it completely." Given this, the Black Lotus Church's pressure on Xiao Chen practically vanished. The Black Lotus sect venerate could not personally make a move. Once the Black Lotus seal was removed, his subordinates would not be able to find him, either. 10 more years. After 10 years, everything would be possible. Perhaps it would not be the Black Lotus sect venerate coming to find Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen personally charging over. "Junior brother, cultivate properly. If you have any problems with the saber, you can seek guidance from me at any time," Yi Zifeng said in unison. Yi Zifeng said in unison. Holding his saber, he stepped forward, moving like the wind as he headed for the summit. As Xiao Chen watched Yi Zifeng leave, he felt deeply moved. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Xiao Chen dealt with the great worry that he had for a long time just like that. Yi Zifeng came and went in a hurry like Yi Suifeng, dealing with it with one saber strike. Xiao Chen felt like a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, this senior brother's concern also made him feel a heavy warmth. Honestly speaking, before coming, Xiao Chen did not hold out much hope. No matter what, his relationship with Yi Zifeng was somewhat strained. Xiao Chen had only obtained Pan Huang's inheritance in the Kunlun realm and had not even met Pan Huang. However, this Yi Zifeng did not hesitate to acknowledge him as his junior brother. No matter what, Xiao Chen had to repay this favor in the future. Although his senior brother always showed a warm smile, Xiao Chen could sense that Yi Zifeng, who had been guarding the summit for 10 years, had to be hiding something. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps rang out, and Lingyu walked in from outside. He stared at the 10,000-year-old snow lotus beside Xiao Chen with a fervent gaze. His master never gave gifts easily. However, once he did, it would surpass one's imagination. After receiving Yi Zifeng's greeting gift, Lingyu felt deeply moved as he walked over. With one glance, he could tell that this snow lotus was something good, even better than the one Yi Zifeng gave him. Lingyu felt envious. Lingyu poked his nose twice and smiled in a fawning manner. "Martial uncle, what good thing did master give me? Let me take a look." Seeing Lingyu's appearance, Xiao Chen could not help giggling. In the end, Lingyu was still young. He could not hide his thoughts on his face. Xiao Chen said casually, 10,000-year-old snow lotus. I heard that it was found in the darkest and dirtiest places. I just drank a cup of snow lotus tea and felt my mind clear up. A natural treasure that increases comprehension ability. Lingyu exclaimed with certainty, his eyes lighting up. Then, he looked and saw that Yi Zifeng had not finished the tea in his cup yet. He picked it up and gulped it down in one breath. This action startled Xiao Chen. How could one drink tea like that? Furthermore, it was still scalding hot. Puh! So bitter. It scalded me. Lingyu spat out all the tea in one breath. Then, he opened his mouth and exhaled. His face looked as unsightly as if he had eaten a yellow lotus. However, when Lingyu saw the tea on the ground, he smacked his forehead, feeling an incredible heartache. Heavenly treasures that could increase one's perception were spat out by him just like that. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "This is the Buddhist sect's snow lotus. It can calm the heart and ward off evil. The one that increases comprehension ability is the Bodhi tea. Martial nephew, you should read more books." Lingyu retorted angrily, You actually lied to me and made a fool of me. Xiao Chen smiled and said, You did not know the severity of the tea, which is why it was so hot. As for increasing comprehension ability, it was your own assumption. I did not even have time to remind you. Ling Yu felt stifled when he heard that. He pointed at Xiao Chen, not knowing how to rebut. Xiao Chen plucked a few snow lotus leaves and handed them to Ling Yu. Then he put them away and said, If you run into berserking qi deviation or feel restless, there is no need to drink tea. Just keep one in your mouth. The effects are pretty good. Ling Yu did not know how important the snow lotus was to Xiao Chen, so he accepted it without thanking him. Feeling depressed, Ling Yu turned to leave. Xiao Chen took out a jade bottle and called out, I don't have any natural treasures that increase comprehension ability. However, do you need natural treasures that strengthen the physique and aid in breaking through bottlenecks? Ling Yu quickly turned around and smiled. Martial uncle, if you want to give your martial nephew a greeting gift, there is no need to be so polite. It is only right for your martial nephew to serve you. Even though Ling Yu said those words, he still directly grabbed the jade bottle in his hand. It is not really a greeting gift. I am very interested in how you activate the great desolate Aeon bloodline in your body, Xiao Chen said softly. Upon hearing that, Ling Yu looked around. Then he asked, Why do you want to know about this? Is there no way to activate your bloodline? That makes sense. I have never seen or heard of this bloodline before. It is probably inherited through a generation. However, you want to use a small bottle of natural treasures that increase the physique to exchange for this secret? Martial uncle, your thinking is too simple. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Open it and take a look first. It will not be too late to say that after that. Ling Yu opened the bottle cap suspiciously. The instant the bottle opened, an ancient and dense aura of life spread out. A spot of golden light flickered in the bottle. Ling Yu exclaimed excitedly, Life juice source. Furthermore, it is of the highest quality. This is of a higher grade than what the sect keeps. After saying that, Ling Yu did not hesitate to pick up the jade bottle and pour it into his mouth. Hee hee. Who cares? I'll drink it first before talking. After I drink it, I'll toy with you again. I just won't tell you the secret of activating the great desolate Aeon bloodline. Ling Yu revealed a malicious smile as he opened his mouth wide, his tongue hanging out. However, even after waiting for a long time, he did not see the life juice source pour out. Feeling it strange, Ling Yu looked at the bottle's mouth. He saw a small drop of golden life juice source trickling out of the bottle cap with much difficulty. The life juice source gave off a golden light, clearly visible. However, there was only one drop, so it could not be poured out. Xiao Chen took out another jade bottle and gently shook it in his hand, giving off the sound of liquid sloshing. Ling Yu put down the jade bottle and said angrily, You're messing with me again. Xiao Chen smiled warmly and said, Not really. I did not say that there would definitely be the golden life juice source in there. Furthermore, martial nephew, you are very impatient. I have to be on guard. Ling Yu thought of the matter of drinking tea earlier, and he blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, in the blink of an eye, Ling Yu chuckled and said, Martial uncle, I've been worrying about your identity. I forgot that you are only a half-step primal core cultivator. Xiao Chen asked calmly, What are you trying to do? Haha. Ling Yu laughed loudly. Martial uncle, you have traveled the world. Have you ever heard of killing people to snatch their treasures? Today, watch as I, Ling Yu, beat someone up and snatch their treasures. Who cares? I'll beat you up first. If you don't hand it over, I'll keep beating you up. Xiao Chen revealed a strange smile. Are you sure? Why would I be sure? I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Chapter 1662. Ling Yu threw caution to the wind. He had been dissatisfied with Xiao Chen in the first place, looking down on him all this while. Now, Ling Yu became his martial uncle in the blink of an eye, needing him to take care of him. Originally, it would have been fine if Ling Yu tolerated it. However, Ling Yu tricked him twice, and there was the temptation of the golden life juice source. Of course, Ling Yu would not really do anything to Xiao Chen. He would just beat him up and snatch the life juice source. At that time, when Ling Yu's master blamed him, he could just say that he was discussing the martial Tao with his martial uncle. In any case, Ling Yu would not really do anything to Ling Yu. Right after Ling Yu spoke, he chuckled and launched himself at Xiao Chen. A strong aura spread out from his body, firmly suppressing Xiao Chen. After firmly suppressing Xiao Chen, he punched at Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he sat on the chair. 3 cauldron force gathered in his body and punched as well. Boom! The 2 fists clashed, and a loud sound rang out. Ling Yu, who had used less than half his strength, was caught off guard. He was sent flying, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Ling Yu stumbled a few steps before he managed to stabilize himself. He simply could not tell how strong Xiao Chen's vital qi was. That was natural. Unless one was at Yi Zifeng's level, no one could tell that Xiao Chen's physical body already rivaled that of an early-stage major primal core venerate. A casual punch already contained 3 cauldron force. There was no need for him to gather it. I underestimated martial uncle. To think that you even cultivated vital qi. However, it is futile. Ling Yu did not care. After all, he had only used 20% of his strength in the earlier punch. He had not been serious at all. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and suddenly stood up. At this moment, he burst forth with a startling speed. He executed the new fish dragon art, and his veritable essence energy protected his body. As his body rubbed against the air, his veritable essence energy burned into a purple flame. Xiao Chen turned into a flaming phantom and punched without hesitation. For the sake of bringing out his speed to its limits, this punch's might was actually limited. However, at this speed, Ling Yu, who was still speaking, could not see it clearly at such a close distance. Pa! A dark circle immediately appeared in Ling Yu's right eye, turning red and swollen. It was so painful that Ling Yu cried out and retreated. Martial uncle, you're really fast. Ling Yu's right eye hurt. He felt his vision distort and blur, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. In response to him, Xiao Chen threw another punch, and a black eye ring appeared on his left eye. Xiao Chen shook his head inwardly. He said that he wanted to beat him up, but he was not serious at all. He looked down on him and was full of flaws. His combat experience was pitifully little. His stance and his gestures were not perfect at all. Forget it. I'll give you a good beating. Martial uncle, I'm really angry. After being struck twice, Ling Yu was thoroughly enraged. He no longer held back, and his aura burst forth. Xiao Chen circulated his veritable essence energy, and brought out his early-stage minor primal core cultivation. It had to be said that when Ling Yu used his full power, his aura was much stronger than that of the early-stage major primal core venerates that Xiao Chen had seen before. His true qi was condensed and heavy, incomparably vigorous. With a single glance, one could tell that his true element boundaries foundation was very solid. He had also put in a lot of effort in his daily cultivation. However, he was still lacking that little bit of maturity. His killing qi was insufficient. If Ling Yu faced an experienced person like Elder Tang, he would lose in 10 moves without activating his bloodline. Ling Yu, who used his full power, was filled with confidence this time. He no longer used an ordinary punch. Instead, he used his best martial technique, the cloud-shattering heavenly star fist. When Ling Yu punched, it was like a star falling, tearing through the clouds. In that instant, it scattered the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. This fist drew out boundless resplendent starlight without any obstruction. This was the state that Ling Yu used for this punch. This Ling Yu was indeed a genius. At such a young age, he already comprehended the true meaning of the fist technique. No wonder Ling Yu could win 20-odd consecutive victories in the Pirate Hall back then, shining with unparalleled sharpness and attracting everyone's attention. Unfortunately, Ling Yu ran into Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was a demonic genius with even more horrifying talent than Ling Yu, more experience than Ling Yu's master, more combat experience than the elders of the sect, and a mental state equal to the Purple Flame Sect's sect master. Whoosh! The Taiji diagram in Xiao Chen's dantian that looked like an ink painting slowly spun. Immediately, light flickered in Xiao Chen's surroundings. The light of the Taiji diagram was like ripples on water, reflecting on the ground and walls as it moved slowly. When Ling Yu executed the flawless saber dao at this moment, it appeared incredibly heavy. Ling Yu's clothes fluttered like a saber falling to the ground, shocking a city. His fine black hair fluttered in the wind, looking like thousands of sabers stained with blood qi being drawn at the same time. Amid the clanging sounds, a heavy killing qi soared into the clouds and shook the surroundings. Xiao Chen used his palm as a saber and executed the flawless saber technique's falling moon stance. A saber light flashed, and a figure soared into the air, descending the moon. Boom! The falling moon was accompanied by a saber light as it clashed with Ling Yu's berserk punch, which was like a star breaking through the clouds. The entire courtyard trembled. Xiao Chen shattered Ling Yu's punch that turned into a star with one saber strike. The starlight scattered, and Ling Yu went flying back again. Ling Yu revealed an extremely incredulous expression, not daring to believe that Xiao Chen, a half-step primal core cultivator, actually surpassed him in strength. Little martial nephew, it is very dangerous to let your thoughts run wild during a huge battle. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. At this moment, the killing qi all over his body turned into a cold intense spreading out. Ling Yu's body immediately stiffened, and his heart sank. He felt an intense chill spread from his heart to his entire body. Before Ling Yu could disperse the chill, Xiao Chen struck him with a palm strike and knocked him down from the air. Ling Yu landed heavily, and intense pain immediately filled his entire body. Ling Yu could not help cursing in his heart. This martial uncle is really ruthless in his attacks. Just as Ling Yu was about to get up, he discovered that a scabbard had pressed against his chest at some point in time. That scabbard was like a tall mountain pressing down on him. It blocked all of Ling Yu's qi. If Ling Yu tried to force his way through, he might instantly pierce through his chest. With this thought, Ling Yu could not help revealing some fear in his heart. This was especially so when he looked at Xiao Chen's cold face, which gave him a strange chill. If Ling Yu really tried to force his way through, this martial uncle would definitely pierce through his chest without hesitation. Ling Yu's complexion immediately paled. "Martial uncle, you aren't here for real, right?" Ling Yu said, forcing a smile. However, the killing qi coming from Xiao Chen intensified, making Ling Yu's breathing heavier. He said, "Killing people for their treasures? With your level, you want to kill people for their treasures? That's impossible." This Ling Yu was really stupid. Before him, Xiao Chen could be considered the ancestor of killing people for their treasures. When Ling Yu killed people for their treasures, he was probably still wet behind the ears. Suddenly, Xiao Chen saw Ling Yu's eyes tightly shut, his hands clenched tightly, trembling. Ling Yu's tightly shut eyes seemed somewhat moist. Xiao Chen burst out in laughter. This child is about to cry from fright. This is really a sin. How am I going to explain this to my senior brother? Then, Xiao Chen removed the scabbard and smiled. "Get up. Martial uncle, I'm not trying to kill you." "Really not?" Ling Yu did not dare to open his eyes. He just lay there without moving. "I don't believe it. Even if he does not kill me, he will definitely beat me up." For safety's sake, Ling Yu made up his mind not to get up. This martial uncle had too many tricks up his sleeves. However, Ling Yu could not defeat him. This was simply too dangerous. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. "Get up, then. It's just life juice source. I'll give it to you." "Really?" Ling Yu said with a smile as he swiftly stood up with two panda eyes. "Really?" Xiao Chen shook his head. Then, he walked over and sat down again. Then he said seriously, "However, you can't play any tricks on me. You have to tell me in detail how to activate the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline." How could Ling Yu dare to play any tricks? A crafty light flashed in his eyes as he smiled. "However, martial uncle, you have to tell me how to temper my killing qi. Right, and how to release and withdraw it as I please. You have to tell me as well." When Xiao Chen saw the crafty light in Ling Yu's panda eyes, he could not help smiling. If Ling Yu was not greedy, he would not be Ling Yu. However, it was fortunate that Ling Yu knew the severity of the situation. At the last moment, he did not activate his bloodline to fight with Xiao Chen. If Ling Yu had activated his bloodline, it would not have been as simple as two panda eyes. Xiao Chen would have unleashed his great Tao energy as well. At that time, Ling Yu would not know the severity of the situation. Deal. Given Xiao Chen's magnanimity, he naturally would not take such a loss, so he agreed straightforwardly. Ling Yu chuckled. He felt that although he got beaten up, he still profited. Ling Yu had forgotten that his original intention was to beat the other party up. Chapter 1663. After reaching a consensus, Xiao Chen straightforwardly gave Ling Yu a bottle of golden life juice source, 5 kilograms. Ling Yu was truly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so generous. This simply surpassed his imagination. As Ling Yu touched the bottle, he rejoiced, nearly dancing with joy. When Xiao Chen saw Ling Yu's excited appearance, he smiled and said, "You are, after all, the top core disciple of a rank 4 sect. How could the sect lack resources for you? Is there a need to be so exaggerated?" Ling Yu sighed bitterly and said, "Martial uncle, you don't know this. Good things like raising the physique have always been rare. There is no market for them. The sect does not have much in store, either. Every time, it is given to the true inheritors first before the core disciples. Unless I complete some sect missions, I will be rewarded with several taels of silver life juice source every time. This is completely incomparable to martial uncles." Xiao Chen understood. Suddenly, he saw that Ling Yu was about to pour the life juice source into his mouth, so he quickly said, "Stop." "What's wrong?" Xiao Chen said helplessly, "This thing is best used for bathing. It is best to supplement it with some other herbs to make it easier to absorb." Ling Yu slapped himself on the forehead and said, "I forgot about that. I nearly wasted a heavenly treasure. The main thing is that there was no way to bathe in it with the previous amount. Martial uncle, thank you for the reminder." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to remind me. It is time to fulfill your promise." Ling Yu put away the life juice source seriously and smiled. "That's easy. Although the great desolate Aeon bloodlines of the various clans are different, the activation methods are mostly the same. All you need to do is awaken the ancient spirit hidden in the bloodline. In the future, if you want to activate it, all you need to do is think about it." Ancient spirit. That's right. No matter how many generations a great desolate Aeon bloodline passes down, there will always be some remnant soul in it. For example, my astral rock bloodline contains the remnant soul of an astral rock. After I awaken the remnant soul and merge it with my soul, I can activate it as I please. However, after activating a great desolate Aeon bloodline, there will be some corresponding restrictions. The stronger the physical body, the longer the bloodline will last after it is activated. Otherwise, if you exceed the limit, your physical body will suffer some repercussions. After all, your body is made of flesh and blood. It cannot be compared to the 10,000 races of the untainted land. Xiao Chen nodded thoughtfully and said, "How to activate the remnant soul in the bloodline? I have a remnant blood soul summoning art here. Most people with great desolate Aeon bloodlines know a similar soul summoning art." After receiving the remnant blood soul summoning art, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he suddenly looked at Ling Yu and discovered that Ling Yu was trying hard to hold back a smile. He immediately understood and said, "This remnant blood soul summoning technique sounds scary, but it's actually a common technique, right?" Ling Yu was startled. Then he could not help guffawing. "Martial uncle is really smart. The sect will give a copy to any disciple with a special bloodline for free. The price outside is only a few hundred medial grade spirit jades." Xiao Chen was suddenly enlightened. No wonder this guy laughed so hard that he almost jumped up. It turned out that Xiao Chen had used only 300 spirit jades to exchange for a bottle of golden life juice source. Anyone would be overjoyed. "Martial uncle, are you angry?" Ling Yu asked somewhat nervously when he saw Xiao Chen's expression. Xiao Chen flipped through the remnant blood soul summoning art and smiled softly. "You're overthinking. This thing was originally a greeting gift for you. I still have 1 or 2 tons of it on hand. Originally, I was planning to let you cleanse your bones a few times. After hearing what you said about the sex treatment, I feel that there is no need. I feel that this is already good enough." When Ling Yu heard that, the smile on his face vanished. He showed a dispirited expression as he said, "Martial uncle, don't." "I was wrong," Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "It depends on your performance then." Ling Yu felt regret in his heart. Why did I have to play that little trick? This is great. My losses are too great. Ling Yu felt a pang of heartache. The joy of obtaining 5 tons of golden life juice source vanished, leaving him as depressed as he could be. Never mind. Let's not talk about this. I would like to ask Martial Uncle how to temper my killing chi, to allow me to release and withdraw it as I please. Just like Martial Uncle, your killing chi is as heavy as a mountain, making it hard for others to breathe. Upon hearing that, Xiao Chen closed the remnant blood soul summoning art. Then he revealed a complicated expression as he looked at Ling Yu and asked, "How old are you this year?" In reply to Martial Uncle, Ling Yu just turned 20 this year. I entered the main sect at the age of 15 and have been cultivating for 5 years already. What was he doing when he was 20? The geniuses of the Great Thousand Realms were truly blessed. Xiao Chen felt somewhat melancholic. Then he suddenly smiled and said, I'm 30-odd this year. Ling Yu did not hear the vicissitudes in Xiao Chen's words. Finding it strange, he asked, what's wrong with 30-odd? In this Great Thousand Realms, everyone has a long lifespan. 50 is still considered young. Could it be that it has something to do with age? Ling Yu tilted his head, revealing a confused expression. That's not right either. The true inheritors of our main sect are all much older than Martial Uncle. However, I have never seen such a terrifying killing chi before, making one's breathing feel somewhat rushed. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and said softly, killing chi needs to be slowly accumulated before it can go from quantitative to qualitative. There are no shortcuts. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu could not help feeling disappointed. This was different from what he had imagined. Where did Xiao Chen's killing chi come from? In the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm, he had experienced too many massacres. There were countless battles of various sizes. While there were not tens of thousands, there were at least thousands. Ling Yu could not compare to Xiao Chen. He was simply too young, just like Xiao Chen, who was 20 years old. He was as inexperienced as Ling Yu, perhaps even far inferior. If you want to take a shortcut, that is actually possible. Ling Yu's eyes lit up. What method? Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously, causing Ling Yu to tremble. Martial Uncle, don't scare me like that. 3 days from now, exchange moves with me for 4 hours every day for a month. Although your killing chi cannot grow, you can get used to the enemy's killing chi. You will not be as inexperienced as you were today. When Ling Yu heard that, he felt somewhat startled. Could it be that he had to go through the same experience every day? However, Ling Yu immediately thought of something. He nodded seriously and said, all right. I'll ask senior brother for guidance 3 days from now. After saying that, Ling Yu headed straight inside. Xiao Chen pointed outside and said, little martial nephew, your room is outside. Ling Yu smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm used to it. I'm used to it. After Ling Yu left, Xiao Chen started reading the Remnant Blood Soul Summoning Art again, entering deep thought. There were 2 urgent matters at hand. One was to break through, and the other was to activate the Blue Dragon bloodline. Regardless of which he succeeded, his strength would soar by leaps and bounds, reaching a qualitative leap. There would also be more opportunities in the Fiendish Demon battlefield 2 months from now. Based on what Ling Yu said, the Purple Flame sect had a mysterious true inheritor with a status equal to that of a sect elder. These true inheritors were much stronger than Xiao Chen. At that time, he would have to compete with these people and could not underestimate them. Of the 2 matters, Xiao Chen had to focus on one first. Only then would he be more efficient. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen made his decision. He decisively chose to awaken the Blue Dragon's remnant soul in his bloodline first. After arriving at the cultivation room that Ling Yu usually stayed in, Xiao Chen looked around and felt very satisfied. Originally, he worried that awakening the Blue Dragon's remnant soul would cause a huge commotion. However, when he saw the layout of this cultivation room, he relaxed. There were many formations laid inside that could isolate the cultivator's aura. The Purple Flame sect had also put a lot of thought into the materials used to build the walls. The Purple Flame sect probably already had such considerations. After all, everyone had some secrets. The Purple Flame sect had to give its disciples a private place. Soul summoning. According to the book, the higher the quality of the bloodline, the stronger the ancient spirit that remains. The old dragon horse said that my bloodline is rank 8, which is stronger than any one of the entire dragon race's 6 bloodlines. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation in his heart. The old dragon horse said that the highest quality of the dragon race's bloodline was rank 7. There was something strange about Xiao Chen's rank 8 bloodline, so the old dragon horse told him not to tell anyone. After spending one night reading through the Remnant Blood Soul Summoning Art, Xiao Chen pondered it for another day, completely understanding the parts that he did not understand. Only when he was 100% confident did he start to make his move. According to the book, it was possible to fail in summoning the soul. Every failure would result in significant damage to the physical body and soul. It was still necessary to be careful. With some anticipation, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and circulated his veritable essence energy to circulate the remnant blood soul summoning art. Xiao Chen's blood surged, and a terrifying aura from the great desolate Aeon came from his body. The formation responsible for isolating auras that spread throughout the cultivation room buzzed and trembled. Xiao Chen immediately cursed in his heart. He had underestimated the ancient spirit in his bloodline. This was just the beginning. When he formally summoned the spirit, his secret would definitely be exposed. At the summit, Yi Zifeng, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Many of the strong Cloud Sea Elders also opened their eyes at the same time, revealing doubtful expressions. The Cloud Sea Elders had already started cultivating soul energy, and were exceptionally sensitive to the aura of the ancient spirit. Chapter 1664. Just as Xiao Chen was caught between a rock and a hard place and was about to give up for now, the formation in the entire room suddenly stabilized. Junior brother, just awaken your bloodline spirit in peace. I'll stand guard for you. Yi Zifeng's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, calming him down. Many thanks, senior brother. The aura of the blue dragon's remnant soul vanished in a flash in the main peak of the purple flame sect. It had just attracted the attention of the Cloud Sea Elders in the sect when it vanished again, undetectable. After a while, the Cloud Sea Elders could only give up on searching, thinking that a disciple had failed to summon the blue dragon's soul. With his senior brother Yi Zifeng standing guard, Xiao Chen calmed down and started circulating the remnant blood soul summoning art again. All the blood in Xiao Chen's body surged continuously. A warmth appeared in Xiao Chen's body. Then, he felt like he was on fire. His skin turned fiery red. As the remnant blood soul summoning art continued to circulate, bits of azure light started to separate from his blood. His hot-bloodedness surged, and all the blood in his body started to separate azure light. After that, all the azure light rushed towards Xiao Chen's brain. Xiao Chen, who was already feeling very uncomfortable, felt dizzy from the heat. How can it be like this? This startled Xiao Chen. He felt his rationality slipping away bit by bit. Anxiety and irritation spread in his mind, affecting Xiao Chen's mind. Whoosh! Xiao Chen, who was seated cross-legged, spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. Immediately, heat waves surged throughout the entire cultivation room. It was like a dragon's breath, horrifying and terrifying, accompanied by roars. The cultivation chamber began to tremble once again. The formation buzzed, and cracks began to appear on the walls. On the roof, Yi Zifeng furrowed his brows. He had already cultivated soul power. He who had already cultivated soul energy could clearly see an invisible dragon soul coiled in the room, wanting to soar into the sky and shake the heavens. Yi Zifeng gently drifted down and landed on the dragon's head, ruthlessly suppressing it. Which of the 6 bloodlines of the dragon race is this? The irritable aura is similar to the red dragon bloodline. However, how could a red dragon spirit look like this? Yi Zifeng was very knowledgeable. Back in the Central Great Realm, he had interacted with many major characters with great desolate bloodlines. As far as he could remember, there was no such lineage in the dragon clan. It was even more impossible for the pseudo-dragons or other branches to exist. The aura of Xiao Chen's dragon soul was clearly stronger than that of the dragon race's 6 main bloodlines. How could it be a false dragon? His rationality told him that this matter was not simple, and he absolutely could not expose it. A gust of wind flashed past. His tall and straight body was like a sheathless blade. Strands of Saber Dao Great Dao energy emanated from Xiao Chen's body. He used the Dao might to firmly suppress the dragon soul. Outside the courtyard, Ling Yu had just finished preparing the supplementary herbs and bathed in the life juice source. Caught off guard, he was sent flying. This was a deterrence that came from the depths of his soul. It penetrated deep into his soul, causing his blood vessels to tremble. His entire body was prostrated on the ground, feeling waves of immense pressure. What happened? Blood leaked out of a corner of Ling Yu's lips, and he panicked. Suddenly, he remembered the remnant blood soul summoning art that he gave to Xiao Chen. Damn it! Nothing will happen to Martial Uncle. With this thought, Ling Yu's expression changed slightly. As he stared at that immense pressure, he walked forward step by step. Ling Yu looked towards his original cultivation room. A pair of azure-colored dragon eyes vaguely appeared, releasing a resplendent golden light. Whoosh! Ling Yu vomited another mouthful of blood as he went flying again. Ancient spirit! It is the ancient spirit in Martial Uncle's body. Lying on the ground, Ling Yu was deeply shocked. He had not expected the ancient spirit in Xiao Chen's body to be so strong, so terrifyingly strong. His astral rock bloodline could not resist at all. Originally, Ling Yu thought that the great desolate Ian bloodline in Xiao Chen's body was already extremely thin and ranked at the back, far inferior to his astral rock bloodline. However, it looked like the bloodlines of the strongest 100 races of the great desolate Ian were only so. What exactly are the origins of this martial uncle? Ling Yu thought to himself. As he thought about his experiences with Xiao Chen, he felt that Xiao Chen's background was extremely mysterious. When he thought about how he had coldly rejected the other party back then, he could not help blushing. Ling Yu, there's no need to get any closer. I'm standing guard for junior brother. Patrol the surroundings and don't let anyone near. Yi Zifeng's voice suddenly rang out in Ling Yu's mind, startling him awake. It turned out that Master was already here. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. With Master around, that martial uncle Xiao Chen would definitely be fine. In Ling Yu's heart, Yi Zifeng was like a god. As long as Yi Zifeng was around, there was nothing that could not be resolved. After Ling Yu got up, he no longer barged into the courtyard. Instead, he obeyed his master's orders and patrolled the surroundings. Xiao Chen panted softly in the cultivation room. He felt some horror and fear in his heart. He only felt too hot and uncomfortable, wanting to breathe and relax. Unexpectedly, the panting uncontrollably turned into a deep dragon roar, making him feel even more uncomfortable. As the azure light that separated from his blood continuously gathered, a faint dragon soul formed in the depths of his soul. The next step was for this ancient dragon soul to merge with Xiao Chen's soul. After the merger succeeded, Xiao Chen would be able to activate his blue dragon bloodline as he pleased. Xiao Chen desperately needed the blue dragon bloodline. After seeing Ling Yu's combat prowess soar when he activated his bloodline, Xiao Chen had always had a desire in his heart. Xiao Chen had always had a desire in his heart. If he hid such a huge treasure in his body and could not use it, it would be a waste. However, the situation now was somewhat different from what Xiao Chen imagined. He felt that this dragon soul seemed to be vaguely taking over the dominant position. Could it be that after the merger, Xiao Chen would really turn into a dragon? His original consciousness would be completely erased. This kind of worry was something that no one could have anticipated. No matter who it was, no matter how strong their bloodline was, they could not take over the dominant position. After many generations of inheritance and dilution, the ancient spirit would only be a strand of remnant soul, not very strong. However, this situation was somewhat different for Xiao Chen. He breathed heavily and uncontrollably let out dragon roars, causing the entire room to tremble endlessly. Up on the roof, Yi Zifeng's forehead was already covered in sweat from suppressing the dragon roars. He was already injured in the first place. Now, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips, no longer as relaxed as he was at the start. The situation was indeed as Yi Zifeng expected. This junior brother's bloodline power was very extraordinary. This strengthened Yi Zifeng's resolve to suppress this dragon soul and not expose its secrets. Once news of such a strange creature leaked out, it would attract the attention of the world prematurely. Who knew how many people would feel afraid? It was hard to imagine that Xiao Chen would have a chance to mature. He would definitely be killed by someone before he grew up. At this moment, Xiao Chen, who was in the cultivation room, felt conflicted, hesitating. He did not know whether to proceed to the end or not. Azure dragon scales already appeared on Xiao Chen's skin, flickering with a metallic luster. Such a situation made Xiao Chen even more worried. He became anxious and berserk, and his consciousness slowly blurred. It's over. Suddenly, Xiao Chen was horrified to discover that without his control, the savage blood soul summoning art had already started to circulate on its own. No matter what he did, he could not stop it. The blood flowing in Xiao Chen's limbs and bones continuously separated into bits of azure light and surged to the top of his head. The faint figure of the dragon soul in the depths of his mind slowly became clearer. Xiao Chen's body slowly expanded, slowly occupying his soul. A formless swelling pain came from the depths of his soul, completely unstoppable. How can it be like this? His soul pool suddenly increased by 4 or 5 times. Yi Zifeng, who had been paying attention to Xiao Chen, revealed a doubtful expression, feeling extremely confused. Logically speaking, given Xiao Chen's cultivation, A casual movement of his soul pool would scatter his soul, turning his physical body into an empty shell. Am I going to die? Xiao Chen's consciousness slowly turned blurry, and his thoughts slowly turned empty. While he did not know what was going on, a pile of dragon humps grew out from his back. They were like sharp swords, spreading out in a perfectly straight line. Xiao Chen's hands turned incredibly sharp, and his entire body started to dragon. The situation slowly progressed toward the worst-case scenario. However, just as the situation was about to become completely out of his control, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a mysterious black pearl in the depths of Xiao Chen's soul released a large expanse of immortal light. Just as the dragon soul was about to erase Xiao Chen's soul, an uncontrollable suction force appeared. This created an uncontrollable suction force that incomparably arrogant and tyrannical ancient spirit. It swallowed the incomparably arrogant and tyrannical ancient spirit without revealing anything. At this moment, Xiao Chen fainted and did not see this strange scene. Chapter 1665. When Xiao Chen woke up again, it was already daybreak. He slowly opened his eyes and discovered that he was in a pile of rubble. Sitting up with some difficulty, Xiao Chen felt as if he had just woken up. His head was heavy and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt waves of discomfort all over his body, as if his bones were broken and then reassembled. Slapping his head hard, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, finally recovering some of his energy. When he opened his eyes once more, he saw a huge face right in front of him. He could even feel the other party's breath, giving him a huge fright. Ignoring the soreness in his body, he stood up immediately. Hee, Martial Uncle. Wake up. Looks like Master was right. Don't touch you. You'll wake up after daybreak. Ling Yu said with a smile as he stood up. His complexion was red and his aura was stable. Even his true essence had become much more stable. Xiao Chen understood. The other party must have absorbed the life juice source last night. In one night, he seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Furthermore, this was his first time using this golden life juice source. He had a great desolate Aeon bloodline, and this was his first time using the golden life juice source. The effect was surprisingly good. In just one night, everyone's eyes lit up. If Xiao Chen had a few more days to completely absorb and refine the life juice source in his body, his strength would definitely improve further, and his combat prowess would increase significantly. This was what it meant to be a genius disciple. With just a little bit of luck, they would be able to bring out 10 times, 100 times more effect than ordinary disciples. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the rubble. He asked, "What happened before I fainted?" Ling Yu shook his head and said, "I don't know. I was patrolling for you. Then, I heard a loud sound, and the cultivation room was completely destroyed. A terrifying dragon roar rang out. Fortunately, Master made a move and completely suppressed this shocking phenomenon. Otherwise, everyone in the sect will be alerted. I owe my senior brother another favor." Xiao Chen felt a burst of warmth in his heart. He knew very well the terrifying consequences of exposing the blue dragon bloodline in advance. That was much scarier than the Black Lotus Church. However, Xiao Chen was also quite curious about what had happened at the last moment. He had originally thought that he was definitely going to die. After he woke up, his main consciousness would definitely be erased. However, looking at the situation, it seemed that something was wrong. He was still alive and well. His limbs had not changed, his body had not changed, his thoughts were still there. His soul seemed to have become stronger. "Martial Uncle, did you succeed?" Ling Yu asked excitedly. Xiao Chen really wanted to see what would happen after his martial uncle's great desolate Aeon bloodline was unleashed. Right, let's not worry about that for now. Let's see if the bloodline activation is successful or not. Xiao Chen sank into his thoughts. He also wanted to know the results of his efforts this time. With a thought, his black eyes instantly turned a resplendent gold. Its entire body gave off a deep azure light, and its aura was ancient and distant. It was unknown how long it had existed. A powerful desolation chi spread out from Xiao Chen's body. In the next moment, his golden eyes turned into azure dragon eyes. In the depths of his pupils, there was an extremely resplendent scarlet light. Strange, mysterious, aloof, arrogant, tyrannical, powerful. Xiao Chen was affected by an irascible emotion. His entire body was filled with power, and he felt that human lives were as worthless as grass, and he viewed the common people as ants. The world is vast, the universe is vast, but there is nothing worth pursuing. Endless loneliness and solitude lingered in my heart. I only dared to ask what in the world could make me look straight at it. Ling Yu, who was at the side, regretted it the moment Xiao Chen activated his bloodline. He was already prepared to activate his Star Rock bloodline the moment Xiao Chen activated his bloodline. However, before Xiao Chen, he still felt waves of pressure, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Even speaking was extremely difficult. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's state only lasted for a moment before it quietly dissipated. Returning to his original state, Xiao Chen felt a sense of unreality. At that moment, it was as if he had become a different person. Although his thoughts were clear and all his actions were under his control. However, many thoughts appeared in his mind uncontrollably, difficult to suppress. Was this the true portrayal of the ancient blue dragon? Although the sky was vast, the opponents that could make the blue dragon look straight at were 1 in 10,000. Xiao Chen felt some lingering fear. Such a state of mind was unacceptable. If Xiao Chen charged up and sought trouble with a Cloud Sea cultivator with such a state of mind, he would be humiliated if he got taught a lesson. "Martial uncle, your bloodline is really too horrifying," Ling Yu said with lingering fear in his heart. However, the stronger the bloodline, the greater the burden after using it. "Martial uncle, it is best that you use it sparingly." Bang! Before Ling Yu finished speaking, Xiao Chen's body fell backward without any warning. Once again, Xiao Chen fainted. "Martial uncle, I'm not done yet." Ling Yu smiled bitterly, feeling extremely helpless. This time, Xiao Chen slept for 3 days. 3 days later, he opened his eyes. All the discomfort he felt vanished. He felt refreshed, and his entire body felt incredibly comfortable. During these 3 days, Xiao Chen's body had completely adapted to the new body brought about by the dragonification of his bones. Even he had no idea that the day his body transformed into a dragon, his life force and physique had improved by another level without him realizing it. "Ao Jiao, how many days did I sleep for?" Xiao Chen asked after washing up. "No more, no less. Just 3 days," Ao Jiao answered honestly. "Oh." Xiao Chen left and went to the courtyard alone. Then he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Xiao Chen sensed the changes in his body and was surprised to discover that his vital qi had increased to 4 cauldron force. "Strange," Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then, he opened his eyes, and the various scenes of his dragonification appeared in his mind. Xiao Chen simply could not figure out what pulled him back from the gates of hell. He clearly felt that the ancient spirit had already completely occupied his physical body. If I have time, I have to ask senior brother. Yi Zifeng, who had been paying attention to the entire process, should know more than Ling Yu. However, Yi Zifeng's condition was definitely not good right now, so it was not good to disturb him. "Martial uncle Ling Yu. Things are bad. Things are bad." Just at this moment, an anxious figure came from outside the door. A figure rushed in a fluster, charging in without greeting Ling Yu. That was a young purple flame sect disciple dressed in gray. His cultivation was not low, even slightly higher than Ling Yu's. However, at this moment, he appeared flustered and anxious. The instant the gray-clad disciple entered, he saw Xiao Chen and was stunned for a moment. "Who are you? Why are you in Martial Uncle's courtyard? Why are you in such a flustered state? Speak properly." "He is my Martial Uncle." Just at this moment, Ling Yu, who walked out of the side room, spoke with a sullen expression, acting like an old man. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. At this moment, Ling Yu's expression and aura returned to when Xiao Chen first met him in the pirate hall. Ling Yu radiated sharpness, and unconcealable pride appeared on his face. His powerful aura made it so that no one dared to look down on him. Martial Uncle's Martial Uncle? How should I address him? Martial Grand Uncle? However, how could there be a half-step primal core Martial Grand Uncle in the Purple Flame sect? The situation immediately turned chaotic. "What are you waiting for? What's the matter? Quickly say it." The gray-clad disciple recovered his wits and quickly said, "Martial Uncle, the Divine Firmament sect's Little Thunder Saber Feng Yu is charging over again with their core disciples. Senior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Lan, and the others have all been defeated. Now, only Senior Sister Bai is left bitterly holding on. Damn. It's that bastard again." His 7 purple thunderstrikes must have improved again. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Seeing Ling Yu get angry, the gray-clad disciple whispered, Martial uncle instructed me to enter closed-door cultivation and not to disturb him. The senior brothers and senior sisters just want to hold on for a while. There's no need to trouble Martial uncle. Ling Yu's face sank. Indeed, he had instructed them to absorb and refine the life juice source for the past few days and not to be disturbed. Never mind. I got muddle-headed. Bring me there now. Don't go overboard with this group of bastards. Heavy worry appeared on Ling Yu's face. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to say anything, he rushed over. Xiao Chen heard everything from start to finish, finding it strange and not understanding. After hesitating for a moment, his figure flashed as he followed. Chapter 1666. Martial uncle, why are you following us? Ling Yu asked, feeling it was strange. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, after sleeping for so many days, I have to move around a bit. Furthermore, I have not properly strolled around the Purple Flame sect yet. Cut the crap and lead the way. Upon seeing this scene, the gray-clad disciple felt startled. What is the background of this white-clad person? Ling Yu's words rendered Ling Yu speechless. After all, Ling Yu was the top core disciple. Furthermore, he was very young, only in his 20s. He might very well become the youngest true inheritor in the history of the Purple Flame sect. Furthermore, Ling Yu had the sect's stabilizing pillar, Yi Zifeng, as his master. He even had a connection to the legendary Pan Huang. His future was limitless. Several of the elders in the sect did not dare to show their martial uncle any displeasure. When they met, they would address him politely as martial uncle. However, before this white-clad person, their martial uncle did not show any temper at all. This was really strange and puzzling. The 3 of them quickly traversed the mountain path. Soon, they arrived at a lonely mountain peak surrounded by clouds and mist. A simple and imposing pavilion stood beside an old tree on the peak. Several Purple Flame sect disciples gathered there. 2 Purple Flame sect disciples lay at the side, their complexions pale and in pain. A purple-haired youth sat on a long bench in front of the pavilion, leading many Divine Firmament sect core disciples. All of them had smiles on their faces. Their gazes were fixed on a ring that was floating in the air and shrouded in a celestial mist. 2 people were currently fighting intensely on the arena. A man and a woman. The man was a Divine Firmament sect core disciple, and the woman was a Purple Flame sect core disciple. She was the senior sister by that the gray-clad disciple mentioned. Greeting of Swords Edges. At the entrance, there was a stone stele with 3 ancient and vast words written on it. Xiao Chen entered deep thought and understood some of the reasons. Big Brother Lu, Big Brother Lon, what's wrong with you? When Ling Yu saw the 2 weakened people in the pavilion, his expression changed drastically. Then, his figure flashed as he charged in. Little martial uncle, didn't I tell you not to come? The 2 said sullenly with slightly angry expressions. In such a situation, as the number 1 core disciple, how could I not come? However, Ling Yu did not care. When he got up and checked the 2's injuries, his expression immediately turned sullen. Lightning entered his body and damaged his tibia. He wouldn't be able to recover within 2 months. How vicious! Feng Yu, you bastard! Do you need to be so ruthless? Ling Yu roared furiously as he stood up and looked at the purple-haired youth leading the Divine Firmament sects group. The purple-haired youth smiled and said, both our sects have set up the greeting of Swords Edges to facilitate the exchange of pointers between the disciples of both sections. Fists and kicks are emotionless, while blades and swords have no eyes. Brotherling, why are you so angry? What are you shouting for? It's a fair spar. I've already shown mercy. What more do you want? The Divine Firmament sect cultivator who injured the Purple Flame sect core disciple stood up and looked at Ling Yu in disdain, not showing any signs of remorse. In the greeting of Swords Edges, each sect had a similar location. The greeting of Swords Edges was where the face of a sect was. Not a single sect would remove the greeting of Swords Edges. Doing so was equivalent to showing weakness, a great humiliation to the sect. All the other sects would laugh at them and look down on them. Setting up this greeting of Swords Edges also served to motivate the sect's disciples. The world of cultivators followed the law of the jungle in the first place, where the strong reigned supreme and the weak were humiliated. However, in recent years, Very few Purple Flame sect disciples went to the Divine Firmament sect's greeting of swords' edges. It was the other party who came to mock them. This time, the other party came prepared. Clearly, the other party wanted to deal a blow to the Purple Flame sect core disciples, preventing them from entering the fiendish demon battlefield 2 months from now and reducing the competition. The ruthlessness of this move was unexpected. Boom! As the Divine Firmament sect disciples spoke, a bolt of electric light knocked that exquisite girl into the air. Immediately, cries rang out in the surroundings. The eyes of the Purple Flame sect disciples filled with rage and dissatisfaction. 3 consecutive defeats. Another 3 consecutive defeats. Aside from the occasional exception, the Divine Firmament sect core disciples usually suffered 3 consecutive defeats when they fought the Purple Flame sect core disciples. The reason was none other than the Divine Firmament sect's development over the past few years. Its younger generation disciples had already surpassed the Purple Flame sect. The Divine Firmament sect's momentum was ferocious. Every year, geniuses and outstanding talents were born, firmly suppressing the Purple Flame sect. Little Martial Uncle, who told you to come? Weren't you in closed-door cultivation? The exquisite girl asked with a trace of reproach in her tone as she looked at Ling Yu. However, like her 2 senior brothers, her tone was filled with concern. The Divine Firmament sect's purple-haired youth, Feng Yu, appeared very confident. He smiled faintly and said, "Stop being so wishy-washy. Stop acting pitifully. I'm already sick of watching it. Ling Yu, it is time for you to make a move. Let me think of who to send this time. Let you win 1 match and regain some face for your Purple Flame sect." Right after Feng Yu spoke, the Divine Firmament sect core disciples all laughed. It had been like this for the past few years. After 3 consecutive defeats, Ling Yu would appear and win 1 match. Then, this purple-haired youth would appear as the finale and defeat Ling Yu. Such a scene would play out practically every few months. There were no exceptions every time. In the blessed land that was the Black Cave Mountain, the little thunder saber Feng Yu was like Ling Yu's nemesis, suppressing him firmly. Hee. Senior brother, let me do it. Perhaps this time, it might not be your turn to make a move. The Divine Firmament sect disciple who injured the 2 Purple Flame sect disciples earlier did not show any fear. The little thunder saber Feng Yu maintained a faint smile on his face, always looking like he had control of the situation. He said, "Brother Ling Yu, please." Ling Yu clenched his fists tightly. He clearly knew that this was a trap. However, under such circumstances, he had no choice but to let the other party lead him by the nose. "Junior brother Feng, be careful. This Ling Yu should have had some fortuitous encounters recently. Based on his aura, his strength has improved significantly." The little thunder saber Feng Yu sent a voice projection to his junior brother. "Senior brother, don't worry. I'm not a fool. This fellow should have obtained some natural treasures. However, he has yet to completely refine them. He is definitely not a match for senior brother. I'll help senior brother scout him out first." They were all core disciples of rank 4 sections. Although the Divine Firmament sect's people were arrogant, they were not fools. Feng Yu immediately calmed down, no longer having any misgivings. He continued looking at Ling Yu and said, "Brother Ling Yu, what's wrong? My junior brother already went up. Don't tell me that you do not even have this bit of courage?" When Xiao Chen saw all this, he was about to make a move to stop Feng Yu. However, Ling Yu could no longer remain calm. He leaped up and landed on the arena. "This child," Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. He could understand this. After all, Ling Yu was still a youth. It did not look like he could truly remain indifferent to favors or humiliation. Given the current situation, Xiao Chen definitely had to endure for now. After Xiao Chen completely absorbed and refined the life juice source, he would properly temper Ling Yu. When Ling Yu's strength truly improved, he would charge his way to the Divine Firmament sect's greeting of swords' edges and slap this face back 10 times, 100 times. He would crush the other party's spirit in one go. He would not be like Ling Yu now, walking onto the arena with resentment and helplessness. Divine Firmament sect core disciple Feng Yun. "Brother Ling Yu, please give me some pointers." The Divine Firmament sect disciples on the arena performed cupped fist salutes. "Purple Flame sect's Ling Yu, please give me some pointers." When Ling Yu saw the smile on the other party's face, he could not control the rage in his heart. Right after he spoke, he threw a punch. Ling Yu's punch contained great might. A fist wind tore through the air, giving off ear-piercing howls in the surroundings. The little thunder saber Feng Yu nodded slightly. His judgment was right. This Ling Yu's strength had indeed improved significantly. However, everything was still under control. Feng Yun had learned about this in advance, so he was not too surprised at Ling Yu's great increase in strength. His figure flashed, leaving behind an electric afterimage as he dodged. The strength that Ling Yu displayed in the arena made the eyes of the Purple Flame sect disciples light up. They could not help focusing their gazes on the arena again. Although Ling Yu was furious, he did not lose his rationality. He wanted to end the battle quickly and preserve his strength. Then, he would fight the little thunder saber Feng Yu and rewrite all the humiliation he suffered. By relying on the golden life juice source that Xiao Chen gave him, Ling Yu's strength had increased significantly in the past few days. He was extremely confident of defeating Feng Yu. Xiao Chen was somewhat startled. This little martial nephew truly surpassed his expectations. While Ling Yu's fist technique looked mighty and tyrannical, in reality, he used just the right amount of force. Every time he attacked, he did not waste any excess veritable essence energy. Ling Yu's footwork was completely random, but he managed to push the Divine Firmament sect's Feng Yun into a corner. This prevented Feng Yun from executing his punches and kicks. He might not even have a chance to bring out his full power before suffering a sullen defeat. Interesting. Ling Yu's improvement is truly extraordinary. Xiao Chen thought to himself, perhaps Ling Yu might be able to create a miracle this time. Chapter 1667. Back in the arena, the Divine Firmament sect's Feng Yun, who had been filled with confidence that he could fight Ling Yu to a draw or even defeat him, suddenly stopped. His expression was extremely unsightly. 20 moves had passed, and he was completely in a passive position. The space for Xiao Chen to move around became smaller and smaller. Every time he attacked, he felt restricted. He could not bring out his aura at all. His attacks were suppressed, and his strength was being suppressed more and more. This was a friendly spar. Although the battle was quite intense, it was not a true battle to the death. Some life-saving killer moves definitely could not be used. Even if you had them, others also had them. If they used life-saving killer moves together, the consequences would be unpredictable. After returning to the sect, they would definitely be punished. This was an unwritten rule of the greeting of swords' edges. If Ling Yu could not use his trump card, he would not be able to turn the situation around. The enraged Ling Yu calmly did not give Feng Yun any chance. After another 10 moves, Feng Yun, who had been struggling for a long time, could no longer hold on. Ling Yu revealed a rather large opening, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not hesitate to attack decisively. The true intent of the cloud-shattering heavenly starfist was unleashed, causing starlight to descend on the stage, clearing away all the clouds surrounding the stage. Everyone clearly saw Ling Yu send the Divine Firmament sect's Feng Yun flying with one punch, unable to retaliate at all. All right. The Purple Flame sect disciples immediately cheered. No one expected Ling Yu to win so easily. Junior brother Ling, your strength has improved so much in just a few days. The disciple with the surname Lu, who was defeated earlier, was slightly startled, before a hint of joy appeared on his face. Ling Yu was naturally happy that Ling Yu had such strength. The petite woman with the family name Bai said, perhaps little martial uncle might not lose to that little thunder saber Feng Yu. Even if he can't win, he can still fight to a draw. Little thunder saber Feng Yu. I wonder how far his purple thunder 7 strikes has progressed. At the mention of the little thunder saber Feng Yu, the Purple Flame sect disciples all revealed dejected expressions. Ling Yu was the future star of the Purple Flame sect. Not only did he have great talent and a powerful bloodline, but he also had Yi Zifeng as his master. He was also willing to work hard, and at such a young age, he became the #1 core disciple. Many people felt that with Xiao Chen around, the Purple Flame sect would be able to suppress the Divine Firmament sect in the future. However, no one expected that Feng Yu of the Divine Firmament Gate was a nobody before he turned 18. The moment he appeared, he kicked up a strong wind in the entire Black Cave Mountain. He was like an existence born to restrain Ling Yu. Ever since he appeared, he instantly overshadowed Ling Yu's limelight in the Black Cave Mountain. Under his lead, the Divine Firmament sect's core disciples repeatedly came to the Purple Flame sect's greeting of swords' edges to mock and humiliate them. It was rumored that his master was the Thunder Blade Xiang Tian. He started practicing the saber at the age of 6 and comprehended saber intent at the age of 8. Later, he was taken in as the Thunderblade Xiang Tian's last disciple. It was only 2 years ago that he began to show his talent. He had been a nobody for 18 years. As soon as he made his debut, he showed off his abilities, displaying the domineering aura of all the outstanding talents of the Black Cave Mountain's younger generation. He obtained the title of Little Thunder Saber. Like Yi Zifeng, the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian was one of the Grave Sea's 10 great bladesmen. Like Yi Zifeng, Thunder Saber Xiang Tian was also a supreme elder of the Divine Firmament sect. Aside from his shocking talent in the Saber Dao, his comprehension of the Thunder Dao was equally shocking. Most importantly, he had also perfectly fused the two and reached the realm of controlling lightning with his saber. In the past, no matter how much Ling Yu improved, he would eventually lose to the other party. However, Ling Yu easily defeated Feng Yun this time, allowing the Purple Flame sect's core disciples to see a trace of hope. "Senior brother, I'm sorry," Feng Yun said in a low voice before the Little Thunder Saber, feeling somewhat guilty after his defeat. Feng Yu fell into deep thoughts and shook his head. "It's my fault. I underestimated his room for improvement. I shouldn't have reminded you. You've already lost in terms of aura, and you've underestimated his improvement in strength. If you didn't know anything from the start, you wouldn't have lost so miserably just because of your bravery. If I gave you another chance, you wouldn't have lost so miserably. It's not that you're weak, don't think too much about it." A glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. This Little Thunder Saber was truly extraordinary. Ling Yu showed rage on his face as he said, "Feng Yu, it's your turn. There's no rush. No matter how much you improve, you will always be surpassed by me." Feng Yu let out a long laugh. His figure flashed, and he landed on the arena. Boom! In an instant, the sky darkened. Endless thunderclouds gathered above the arena from all directions. Thunder rumbled and the sky darkened. Bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, and the weather within a radius of 100 miles changed. Will of Thunder. He actually comprehended the will of thunder. Everyone was shocked. Feng Yu was only 21 years old, and he actually comprehended the will of thunder. The moment Xiao Chen appeared, he shocked everyone. No one had expected that he had already comprehended the will of thunder. "Ling Yu, if you can receive 3 moves from me, it will be considered your win. I will personally expel the lightning from your senior brothers' and sisters' bodies." Feng Yu had a calm expression as he held his saber. 9 moves? Ling Yu's expression changed slightly. Only 9 moves? This Feng Yu is really underestimating me. After these 3 moves, I will not return to the Purple Flame sect for 3 years. Feng Yu's expression did not change as he continued. The moment Feng Yu said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. In the past few years, every time Feng Yu led a team to the greeting of swords' edges, it was torture for the Purple Flame sect disciples. Now, Feng Yu actually decided not to come again. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. This fellow was really scheming. The fiendish demon battlefield would open 2 months from now. All Xiao Chen needed to do was severely injure Ling Yu in 9 moves. If he prevented Ling Yu from entering the fiendish demon battlefield, he would miss out on a great opportunity. He would lose the chance to catch up to the Little Thunder Saber Feng Yu. That way, there would be no need to come to the Purple Flame sect every few months to deal a blow to Ling Yu. The many core disciples of the Purple Flame sect felt somewhat nervous, not knowing how Ling Yu would answer. On one hand, they wanted their martial uncle Ling Yu to agree to help them, the core disciples, gain some glory. On the other hand, they feared that Feng Yu was up to something, feeling nervous. "All right, I agree." Ling Yu's eyes flickered for a moment as he decisively made his decision. He did not believe that he could not receive 3 moves from the other party. 1 move. Clang. A saber light flashed, and Feng Yu's scabbard flew into the air, turning into a flash of purple electric light as it shot towards Ling Yu. In the sky, the heavy sound of thunder resounded. The sound of thunder shook the 4 directions. Ling Yu's face sank, but he did not choose to retreat. He raised his hand and punched. Bang! The fist light clashed with the scabbard. Ling Yu's figure trembled, and he grunted as he took a few steps back. His aura immediately weakened significantly. That scabbard actually attracted lightning in the surroundings. The energy it contained far surpassed Ling Yu's imagination. 2 moves. Right after Ling Yu spoke, He saw Feng Yu press forward, his footwork turning illusory. With every step Feng Yu took, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. As the electric light shone, Feng Yu's figure suddenly vanished, leaving only 9 saber lights flickering endlessly. Divine Firmament 9 changes. This greatly startled Ling Yu. He simply had not expected Feng Yu to have practiced a consummate technique of the Divine Firmament sect that was extremely difficult to master. All the Purple Flame sect disciples at the greeting of Sword's Edges were stunned. Oh no! Junior brother is in danger. Divine Firmament 9 changes. He actually managed to practice the Divine Firmament 9 changes. Only now did everyone startle awake. No wonder Feng Yu dared to say that he could defeat Ling Yu in 3 moves. It turned out that he had already practiced the Divine Firmament 9 changes. Feng Yu's figure vanished from the arena, and the 9 saber lights pierced towards Ling Yu from different directions. Each saber light drove countless bolts of lightning. The entire sky turned dark. This Divine Firmament 9 changes was not as simple as the saber light splitting into 9 and disappearing. The more horrifying thing was that each saber light drove lightning, materializing a boundless berserk mysterious phenomenon. What should I do? I can block 6 saber lights at most. Chapter 1668. Divine Firmament 9 changes. This was one of the Divine Firmament sect's martial techniques with the highest requirement for comprehension ability. The moment it was executed, it immediately put Ling Yu in a predicament. Everyone in the Purple Flame sect was stunned. The 9 saber lights stirred up a change in the world. The power of the world they drove was horrifying. Furthermore, it was just 2 moves. The little Thunder Saber Feng Yu still had 1 more move to make. I'll block the 6 saber lights first. Ling Yu made up his mind. After receiving the 6 saber lights, he used his physical body to block the last 3. His physique had already improved significantly. 3 saber lights would not injure him too severely. He just needed to block 1 more saber light. Cloud-shattering Heavenly Star Fist. Starlight flickered. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yu threw 6 punches with all his might. Every time Xiao Chen punched, he shattered a saber light. The shattered saber lights turned into spots of purple light floating in the air. Only 3 saber lights remained. Sweat dripped down Ling Yu's forehead. 6 punches was already his limit. He could only use his body to block the remaining 3 saber lights. He moved his feet and circulated his veritable essence energy, doing his best to avoid getting injured in his vital points. However, just at this moment, the 3 saber lights merged into 1. The thunderclouds for 50 kilometers around suddenly gathered and turned into a clump of dense black clouds. In that instant, the saber light burst forth with resplendent electric light. Wu Yun's physical body also suddenly appeared at this moment, swinging down with his saber. The electric light that the saber light triggered was like a purple flood dragon bearing its fangs and claws, looking like it was alive. Ling Yu was greatly startled. He had not expected Feng Yu's Divine Firmament 9 changes to be so exquisite. It's over. This saber strike was fast and very fast. The angle was also very tricky. The most serious thing was that it completely surpassed Ling Yu's expectations. This was not part of his plan. This turn of events put Ling Yu in an extremely disadvantageous position. 3 moves. Feng Yu revealed a confident smile. The flood dragon roared ferociously, and the saber light chopped down. At this moment, the Divine Firmament sect core disciples all slowly stood up with smiles on their faces. Anyone with eyes could tell that Ling Yu was finished. Even if he used his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, Feng Yu still had his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. At that time, Ling Yu would only be more severely injured and suffer an even more miserable defeat. The expressions of the Purple Flame sect disciples were different. After this saber strike, their martial uncle would not be able to recover within 2 months. At that time, the fortuitous encounters in the fiendish demon battlefield would not be fated with him. Hoochie! Something strange happened. The disciples of the 2 sects in the greeting of Sword's Edges only saw a gust of strong wind. It seemed like a figure dashed forward. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Ling Yu. Martial uncle? Ling Yu exclaimed in shock. Xiao Chen had actually come to this arena. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. As he looked at the saber light above his head, he entered deep thought. Then, he gently tapped with his sharp spirit finger. Hua! The terrifying lightning flood dragon entered Xiao Chen's body. Like a river entering the ocean, it was silent and unresponsive. The saber in Feng Yu's hand was sent flying. The entire world was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Xiao Chen had already comprehended the thunder domain. Furthermore, he cultivated the purple thunder divine incantation, a lightning-attributed cultivator. If this saber strike had been an energy of another attribute, Xiao Chen would not have been able to receive it so easily. However, it was lightning. That was nothing. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning, which was several times stronger than this, was hidden in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Dang! Feng Yu's saber stabbed 3 centimeters into the arena's surface. Feng Yu's expression was incredibly unsightly, filled with disbelief. He asked sullenly, "Who are you? Don't you know the rules of the greeting of swords' edges?" Xiao Chen stopped Ling Yu, who was about to speak. He said indifferently, "Naturally, I know the rules of the greeting of swords' edges. No one is allowed to interfere in a duel, including the disciples and seniors of the sect, no matter how severe the casualties are." Feng Yu stepped forward and drew his saber. Electric light flickered on the saber. He said sternly, "Since you know, you still dare to break the rules. In that case, even if I kill you now, your Purple Flame Sect seniors will not dare to say anything." Feng Yu was furious. Aside from the other party easily breaking the second transformation of the Divine Firmament 9 changes, Xiao Chen had also foiled his plan to cripple Ling Yu. It turns out that the people of the Purple Flame Sect are also ignorant of the rules. Haha! The sect is already in decline, about to fall back to a rank 3 sect at any moment. To think that they do not even follow the rules now. Where are the Purple Flame Sect elders? When I return, I will definitely get my Divine Firmament Sect elders to judge this. The Divine Firmament Sect disciples mocked Feng Yu coldly, trying to boost their senior brother's reputation. The various core disciples of the Purple Flame Sect felt confused, as they did not know Xiao Chen at all. "Indeed, I broke the rules. What do you want?" Xiao Chen did not care. After all, he was not a member of the Purple Flame Sect. Why would he need to follow so many rules? Xiao Chen was not afraid of this little thunder saber. If the other party made a move, then his hands just happened to be itching recently. Xiao Chen also cultivated the Thunder Dao. He wanted to see who had a deeper comprehension of the Thunder Dao, and who had a deeper comprehension of the Saber Dao. "Are you seeking death?" When Feng Yu saw Xiao Chen's indifferent expression, he became enraged. Seeing that the matter had blown up, Ling Yu felt somewhat apprehensive, afraid that Xiao Chen would get injured in the fight with Feng Yu. He quickly said, "Feng Yu, he is my master, Yi Zifeng's junior brother. He is not a member of our sect, so he can ignore some rules. In today's fight, consider it my loss. You don't have to honor your bet." Whoosh! Startled cries immediately rang out. No one expected Xiao Chen to have such a great background. Senior Yi Zifeng's junior brother? That can't be. How could Senior Yi Zifeng have a half-step Primal Core Realm junior brother? Could he be Pan Huang's disciple as well? However, Ling Yu would not joke about such a thing, right? All sorts of discussions rang out, all of them expressing confusion, doubt, and shock. A brilliant light flashed in Feng Yu's eyes. He said seriously, "Yi Zifeng's junior brother? Since when did Senior Yi Zifeng have a junior brother like you? Could it be that you are also Pan Huang's disciple?" What a joke. Right after Feng Yu spoke, his figure flashed, and he directly hacked at Xiao Chen with his saber. "No matter who you are, since you dare to break the rules and spoil my plans, you will have to pay the price." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, and the cycle heart silently bloomed in his sea of consciousness. The state of cycle spread throughout his entire body. Everyone's movements turned slow in his eyes. In the Great Thousand Realms, it was much harder to execute the state of cycle than in the Kunlun realm. It could be maintained for even shorter periods of time, not even an instant. However, when facing an opponent of Feng Yu's level, Xiao Chen needed to bring out the state of cycle if he wanted to win quickly after the other party drew his saber. Even if it took less than an instant, it would be sufficient. Kasie! A saber light arrived first despite being launched later. The lunar shadow saber was drawn. The gentle autumn water of the moonlight flickered on the saber, looking like ripples of water. The melodious sound of the saber being drawn sounded like spring water dripping from the mountains, pleasing and relaxing. This startled Feng Yu. He had not expected Xiao Chen's saber light to be so fast and so ruthless. The instant it appeared, it broke Feng Yu's saber technique. Whoosh! Feng Yu took 4 or 5 steps back, and his expression suddenly turned grave. You're drawing the saber. Everyone used the saber. They all knew that the seemingly simple drawing the saber contained a lot of skill. Whether a bladesman's saber Dao cultivation was high or not, one could easily tell from drawing the saber. Xiao Chen's drawing the saber had already reached a certain level. Feng Yu could sense many things that others could not. In that instant, the other party's saber technique already surpassed Feng Yu's. Furthermore, Feng Yu's cultivation was higher than Feng Yu's, and Feng Yu had made the first move. However, Feng Yu was the one who retreated. Just looking at the facts, there was no need to say anything. Z. A long saber wound appeared on Feng Yu's chest. Blood flowed out and dyed his clothes red. I still did not dodge it. How is this possible? Feng Yu's expression changed completely, greatly startled. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he could not understand. I clearly dodged it already. How could I still get injured? You don't understand? It's normal that you don't understand. Now that you understand, how can I deal a heavy blow to you? Xiao Chen retorted indifferently. You don't understand? In that case, go back and practice for a few more years. With your level, don't come back to the Purple Flame sect. You will only be humiliating yourself and embarrassing your master. It was like thunder roared in Feng Yu's mind. His eyes turned horrified. That's impossible. How could I embarrass my master? I started practicing the saber at 6 and only made my debut at 18. Chapter 1669. Xiao Chen's first use of the state of cycle in the Great Thousand Realms stunned the Divine Firmament sect's Little Thunder Saber Feng Yu. Even now, he still could not understand how he had been struck by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was overconfident, believing that he could definitely enter the top 10 of the younger generation of the Grave Sea in the Saber Dao. Even if he was not in the top 3, he was definitely within the top 10. Moreover, this was only a conservative estimate. In his heart, he even felt that he was number 1. Before Xiao Chen appeared, the truth was more or less the same. None of the bladesmen of the same generation in the 3 Blessed Lands could defeat him. Those bladesmen who could defeat Xiao Chen were undoubtedly true inheritors of the various sections. They were already of a higher generation. Xiao Chen still had time to catch up. However, Xiao Chen was only a half-step primal core cultivator. He simply could not figure it out. Fellow Taoists from the Divine Firmament chapter, aren't you going to treat your senior brother's injuries? When Xiao Chen saw that whatever little thunder saber kept muttering to itself, he felt somewhat annoyed. With a glance, he gestured for the Divine Firmament sect disciples outside the pavilion to take Feng Yu away. The few of them immediately blushed. They had come to the Purple Flame sect many times, but this was the first time they were ordered like this. Senior brother, let's go. So. A few Divine Firmament sect core disciples flew to the arena in the cloud and helped Feng Yu up. Feng Yu woke up from his stupor and looked at Xiao Chen crazily. I had dodged it. Why was I still stabbed? He could not accept this result at all. This was even more humiliating than being defeated. How could he not understand it? Who was he? He was the proud disciple of Thunder Dao Xiang Tian. He was known as the disciple most likely to inherit his master's title. If Xiao Chen could not even understand the saber techniques of his peers, that would be a huge joke. Xiao Chen recalled some things and said indifferently, go back and practice for a few more years. I have practiced the saber for many years, and you have practiced the saber for many years. There is nothing hard to accept. The other party resembled Xiao Chen when he was young. They both cultivated the Thunder Dao and had the same talent for the saber. It was just that their experiences were different and their personalities were different. Perhaps one day, he would surpass her, but not now. Brother Feng Yu, we can go now. Although Ling Yu had lost, he was extremely happy to see Feng Yu's current appearance. Who told you to keep coming to the Purple Flame sect to cause trouble? Let's see if you still dare to come in the future. The Divine Firmament sect disciples felt embarrassed. They could not stay any longer, so they quickly left with Feng Yu. After the other party left, Ling Yu immediately asked, Martial Uncle, how did you do it? I did not understand that move, either. You are not a bladesman. There is no point in asking these questions. That's true. It's not good. Ling Yu face-bombed and said, I forgot to get those Divine Firmament sect disciples to remove the electric light from my senior brother's bodies. Xiao Chen said softly. That's not a problem. Let me do it. Xiao Chen was still very confident in the Thunder Dao. So, he checked on the injured core disciples. Xiao Chen sent his veritable essence energy into the other party's body. Without any hesitation, he absorbed all the tyrannical lightning-attributed veritable essence energy from the other party's body. Xiao Chen had already cultivated the Thunder Domain, which was an entire level higher than Feng Yu's Will of Thunder. This tyrannical lightning-attributed veritable essence energy was nothing to him. That's great. The three core disciples, who had originally looked weak and worried, now revealed a hint of joy. This way, they could still enter the fiendish demon battlefield 2 months from now and seek their own fortuitous encounters. Many thanks. Are you really Senior Ye's junior brother? The rescued disciples asked out of curiosity after they expressed their thanks. Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying, You can say that. I already dealt with the electric light in your bodies. You will be fine after a few days of rest. These people were greatly startled. They had not expected Yi Zifeng to have such a young junior brother. No matter what, it is all thanks to Martial Uncle this time. Otherwise, who knows how long this Feng Yu would continue to be arrogant. In the past few years, our Purple Flame sect has been in a sorry state because of him. Furthermore, those true inheritors could not make a move, so they could not do anything to him. Martial Uncle, you really did a good deed for the Purple Flame sect. This is the first time I saw Feng Yu suffer so much, feeling so sullen. However, the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian is extremely protective of his disciples. Martial Uncle, you have to be careful after injuring his disciples. Right. That Feng Yu has another senior brother who is a true inheritor. He is already an early-stage major primal core cultivator, and his talent is no weaker than Feng Yu's. Furthermore, he has cultivated longer and is even harder to deal with. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not think too much. He did not believe that the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian would really attack him. After this matter, Xiao Chen recalled that the opening of the fiendish demon battlefield was getting closer. He really had to make more preparations. Just by looking at the fight between the core disciples of the Purple Flame sect and the Divine Firmament sect, one could see how intense the competition in the fiendish demon battlefield was. Furthermore, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Every blessed land had dozens of sections. Xiao Chen did not fear the core disciples. However, even the true inheritors of rank 3 sects were a threat to him, not to mention the true inheritors of rank 4 sections. However, the various sects did not have many true inheritors. The requirements to become a true inheritor were extremely harsh. Take the Purple Flame sect, for example. Xiao Chen seemed to know that there were only 5 or 6 true inheritors. Since he was going to the fiendish demon battlefield, he did not want to be just a passerby. Xiao Chen needed to seek guidance from Yi Zifeng. Coincidentally, he had to ask about the questions he had 3 days ago as well. After chatting with the Purple Flame sect core disciples for a while, Xiao Chen took his leave. Ling Yu's eyes darted around, and he quickly followed. Hee. Martial Uncle, when does the special training you mentioned start? Xiao Chen recalled that Ling Yu was talking about killing Qi training. Let's start tomorrow. I happen to cultivate the Saber Dao as well. After this special training, when you meet that Feng Yu in the future, your chances of victory should be much higher. There is still a bottle of life juice source here. Refine it as well. Try to break through to the late-stage minor primal core realm in 2 months. Ling Yu immediately went wild with joy. This was truly timely help. In the past few days, he had already personally experienced the benefits of the highest quality life juice source. At the summit of the mountain, where the immortal mist was the densest, was Yi Zifeng's closed-door cultivation place. This was the forbidden land of the Purple Flame sect disciples. Xiao Chen went up unobstructed and discovered that Yi Zifeng had already appeared long ago, apparently waiting for him. You should not have made a move. At the very least, you should have waited until you broke through to the primal core realm before making a move. Xiao Chen knew that he could not hide the matter of the greeting of swords' edges from Yi Zifeng. He only asked, why? When the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian was young, he lost to me once. He was not convinced and wanted to fight me. I have been avoiding him for the past few years. His disciple kept coming to seek trouble for Ling Yu. In reality, he was the one who incited it. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Senior brother, are you saying that I ruined his plan? Yes, but that is just a small matter. I have been waiting for you for a long time already. Actually, I also have some questions that I want to ask you. Senior brother, may I ask? What exactly is your bloodline? This question stunned Xiao Chen. After hesitating for a while, he answered honestly, the dragon race's blue dragon bloodline. Yi Zifeng revealed an expression of understanding. Then he muttered, no wonder your aura back then felt familiar but also hard to recall. The Azure Dragon bloodline. That makes sense. However, why are you still alive? I really cannot figure it out. Ah! This greatly startled Xiao Chen. He simply could not understand why Yi Zifeng said that. It is very strange, right? I find it strange as well. You are only a peak veritable personage, but you already opened a soul pool. If it were an ordinary person, their soul would have scattered long ago. However, you are still alive and well. Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression. Soul pool? What is that? That is the place where soul Dao cultivators store soul energy. It is the most mysterious place in the human body. It is hidden in the forehead, at the end of the sea of consciousness. Don't check it. With your cultivation, you will not be able to sense it. Xiao Chen's heart immediately thumped heavily. He immediately thought of the immortal pill that he swallowed before he transmigrated. Don't overthink. The world is vast, and there are all sorts of wonders. Even the blue dragon bloodline, which disappeared for tens of thousands of years, can reappear. What else is impossible? In any case, you will not understand. Yi Zifeng's words made Xiao Chen relax. There was indeed no need to dwell on this question. I want to enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Senior brother, please help me. It was better to return to reality and worry about things that were closely related to his strength. Chapter 1670. Fiendish Demon Battlefield? Yi Zifeng said softly, I know. Before you came, I already told the sect master about this. At that time, the Purple Flame sect will have a spot for you. However, Xiao Chen thought to himself, this senior brother is really thoughtful. Before I even said anything, he already took care of this matter in advance. However, what is it? However, don't overthink it. With your strength, you are not at the peak of the entire Black Cave Mountain. In the 3 blessed lands, the gap is even greater. You are not on the same level as the top 10 true inheritors. Yi Zifeng's words were already very tactful. If it were someone else, they would have been much more direct. With your strength, don't overthink it. Just go in and play. That was the general gist of it. When Xiao Chen heard that, he was stunned. However, this was the truth. After all, every sect had true inheritors. True inheritors were not like Ling Yu and Feng Yu, who had high talent but mediocre cultivation. Instead, true inheritors were at least major primal core cultivators. In the outside world, any true inheritor could rival a rank 3 sect elder like Elder Tang. The peak true inheritors might not be much weaker than the Iron Hand Yama. There was no helping it. They had high talent, abundant resources, strong bloodlines, and high cultivations. They were at the peak in every aspect. All in all, their combat prowess would naturally be terrifyingly high. If you want to gain something, you need to break through to the primal core realm. However, I don't think you can break through this bottleneck quickly. Personally, I do not recommend forcefully breaking through. There is no need to waste your future for a fiendish demon battlefield. Yi Zifeng's suggestion was very far-sighted. If one forcefully broke through, they would not be able to fully unleash the strong foundation that they laid in the veritable essence stage. Using short-term benefits in exchange for long-term benefits was indeed not very wise. After gaining Yi Zifeng's opinion, Xiao Chen's originally somewhat restless heart about the fiendish demon battlefield slowly calmed down. Compared to his senior brother, Xiao Chen's mentality is still somewhat lacking. Many thanks for senior brother's advice. Otherwise, I really would not know when I would be able to calm down, Xiao Chen said sincerely with a cupped fist salute. Yi Zifeng smiled warmly. How unfortunate. If you were born earlier, Master would definitely like you a lot. When I was your age, I couldn't see through it. There was a hint of guilt in his eyes. When he was young, he seemed to have done something impulsive. Xiao Chen didn't want to ask too much, so he changed the topic. Senior brother, is Master still alive? At the mention of Pan Huang, Yi Zifeng revealed a smile. Master opened his 9 acupoints many years ago, opening 9 divine veins in his body. His physical body is already immortal, reaching an undying body. If there are no accidents, he can live for a very, very long time, so long that he can't live any longer. But with Master's personality, it's hard to say. Xiao Chen had heard from the Jiao snake that Pan Huang naturally liked to take risks and was restless and calm. He liked to go to the most dangerous forbidden areas. The places he went to were definitely forbidden areas that could threaten his life. It was hard to say whether he would be able to survive until now. Yi Zifeng waved his hand, and a string of Buddhist beads and a bottle of medicinal pills floated towards Xiao Chen. "This is," Xiao Chen said, feeling doubtful. Yi Zifeng said softly, "Previously when I stood guard for you, I discovered that you already started to practice the Buddhist sect's profound grade saber technique, the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. You even comprehended the saber's true meaning. With this saber technique, I don't need to give you the secret manual of the saber. When I visited the hidden spirit temple in the past, an esteemed monk who condensed a bodhisattva gave me this Buddhist bead. I believe it will be of some help to you. There is also a bottle of purple cloud pill, a medicinal pill for treating injuries. I refined it in my free time. Although we do not purposely go to the fiendish demon battlefield, we still have to snatch the fortuitous encounters that we should. After all, it is a remnant that a divine vein powerhouse left behind. If not for the fact that senior brother cannot enter, even I would be interested in it, much less those true inheritors." Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. This senior brother of his was really good. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen had heard from Ling Yu that Yi Zifeng rarely gave gifts. However, when he did, it would definitely be an important gift. "Thank you, senior brother." After obtaining the bracelet and the medicinal pill, Xiao Chen left in joy. As Yi Zifeng watched Xiao Chen leave, he muttered, "We both came from the Kunlun realm. Back then, Master might have been like junior brother now. However, he possesses the blue dragon bloodline. Don't make the same mistake I did back then." Yi Zifeng had only entered the Purple Flame sect for a few days, but he had already helped Xiao Chen a lot. First, he resolved the Black Lotus Church's pursuit. Next, he protected Xiao Chen, preventing his bloodline from being exposed. Now, Yi Zifeng gave Xiao Chen a precious bracelet and life-saving medicinal pills. This was completely unlike the senior brother that he had just met. Xiao Chen remembered all these favors in his heart. Xiao Chen returned to Ling Yu's courtyard. The first thing Xiao Chen did was take out the Buddhist beads and study them. The Buddhist beads were polished from the scarlet pearls, one of the 7 treasures of the Buddhist sections. The pearls were red and glossy, and there were a total of 12 of them. Each of them had Buddhist scriptures carved on them. The scarlet pearls were said to be born in the bellies of a rare fish beast that lived in a forbidden sea. That kind of fish beast was naturally intelligent and had lived for many epochs. They were very rare. The people of the Buddhist sects revered them as holy beasts. After they died and were cremated, they would produce pearls similar to the sariras of eminent monks, the scarlet pearls. According to the legends of the Buddhist sects, the ancestor of this fish beast formed a fate with the primitive Buddha before the primitive Buddha became a Buddha. The descendants of these fish beasts were born with a Buddhist nature and could stand shoulder to shoulder with eminent monks. Over the epochs, the number of such fish beasts had dwindled. Hence, every scarlet pearl was a priceless treasure that could be formed into a string of Buddhist beads. Furthermore, they had the support of eminent monks all year round. The value of their existence was immeasurable. Most of the time, these Buddhist beads polished from scarlet pearls were known as sariras. Xiao Chen had spent a lot of effort in the Book of the Epochs before he managed to find this information. After Xiao Chen learned of it, he was startled. Back then, the eminent monk that gave senior brother the Buddhist beads must have held an extremely high position in the hidden spirit temple. For senior brother to give it to Xiao Chen would not be able to repay this favor. It looked like senior brother was really worried about Xiao Chen clashing head-on with those true inheritors. Xiao Chen also did not want Xiao Chen to force a breakthrough in the heat of the moment, wasting the foundation that he laid earlier. Senior brother really put in a lot of thought. Without breaking through, Xiao Chen would have to fight with these true inheritors. The 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique were undoubtedly Xiao Chen's greatest trump cards. Breaking the mundane, resolving the mundane, and entering hell. As long as Xiao Chen refined one move, he would be able to fight with those true inheritors. Learning 2 moves would be sufficient for him to compete with them. Mastering all 3 moves would allow him to suppress them. Understanding his senior brother's intentions, Xiao Chen no longer hesitated. He held the Saraira Buddhist beads in his right hand and closed his eyes to comprehend them. Xiao Chen circulated, breaking the mundane in his body as he gently moved the Buddhist beads with his thumb. Soon, the Buddhist beads gave off a faint light. A gentle Buddhist light radiated from Xiao Chen's palm, covering him in a layer of pure and holy light. Xiao Chen did not know anything about Buddhism. He only managed to comprehend the true meaning of breaking the mundane after seeing what happened to the Iron Hand Yama. By chance, Xiao Chen understood that since the Buddha heart existed, he was Buddha. Whether it was broken or not, it did not matter. Only then did he comprehend the true meaning of the saber. However, Xiao Chen had only just reached the threshold. He had not truly condensed the Buddha heart, so the swastika on his forehead could not appear. Now, with these Buddhist Saraira pearls, he would be like half an esteemed monk when he held them. Although Xiao Chen could not explain the Buddhist principles, he could understand them in his heart. Cultivating the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. Combined with Xiao Chen's high comprehension ability, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Many people could not comprehend the true meaning of Buddhist sect martial techniques because they did not understand the Buddhist Dharma. With these Saraira Buddhist beads, Xiao Chen would be very different. He would be able to sweep away the greatest obstacle to cultivating the Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's various experiences flashed through his mind like a painting. As the painting unfolded in this gentle Buddhist light, it was like he experienced the mundane world all over again. This time, Xiao Chen's comprehension was even deeper than the previous time. The number of scenes that appeared was also several times greater. Countless scenes layered over each other, bringing out the pinnacle of the mundane world's troubles. Birth, old age, sickness and death, resentment and hatred, separation from love, unattainable. However, Xiao Chen's heart was already as clear as a mirror. With the Saraira Buddhist beads in hand, he could see everything clearly. Xiao Chen shouted, and the mundane world turned into flames, burning fiercely in the entire room. Breaking the precepts and achieving peace. Furthermore, using the mundane world as a furnace to temper my Buddha heart. As the fire burned, it looked very scary. Xiao Chen stood in the center of the fire, his eyes closed as he held the Saraira Buddhist beads. A Buddhist light shone on his palm, looking calm. The strand of golden Buddhist light on Xiao Chen's forehead grew increasingly resplendent as if it would come out at any moment. Chapter 1671. The Mundane World as a Furnace, Forging My Buddhist Heart. Amid the flames of the mundane world, Xiao Chen held the Buddhist Saraira pearls, releasing a gentle Buddhist light from his entire body. Xiao Chen used this fierce flame to continuously refine himself, seeking to condense a Buddhist heart. As the mundane world churned, Xiao Chen, who was like an old monk in meditation, appeared unmoving. In reality, he was reincarnated in the mundane world again and again. One moment, he was a merchant. The next moment, he was a commoner. The next moment he was a general. The next moment, he was an elegant noble clan young master. Every incarnation ended in misery, experiencing all sorts of suffering. This cycle continued for a total of 7 days. Then, the resplendent golden light on Xiao Chen's forehead finally turned into a swastika and flew out. As the swastika spun on Xiao Chen's forehead, it gave off an intense and piercing golden Buddhist light. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. As he held the Buddhist Saraira pearls, he looked like a glaring guardian deity. An extremely tyrannical Buddhist might spread out. The flames that the mundane world turned into vanished. Now, only the solemn Buddhist might that belonged to him remained in the entire cultivation room. That Buddhist might was tyrannical and ferocious, containing a murderous aura. It did not tolerate any small tricks or impurities, exuding might without anger. With a thought, Xiao Chen's hand, which was fiddling with the Buddhist Saraira pearls, suddenly stopped. The swastika on his forehead returned. The Buddhist light in the entire cultivation room disappeared in an instant, leaving only silence. Only the lingering gentle Buddhist light on Xiao Chen's body proved that everything that happened earlier was real. Good. I finally condensed this Buddhist heart. Breaking the mundane can be considered to have reached a higher level. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. After 7 days of closed-door cultivation and the support of the Buddhist Sarira pearls, he gained some comprehension of Buddhist principles. In the illusions of the mundane world, Xiao Chen experienced all sorts of life, experiencing all the worries of the world. The short 7 days felt like 70 years. Xiao Chen finally managed to cultivate the Buddhist heart that only esteemed monks of the Buddhist path could. It was just like the skeleton dragon star venerate. When he executed breaking the mundane earlier, he had a swastika on his forehead. However, that was not a true Buddhist heart. It was just a fake Buddhist heart that the skeleton dragon star venerate imitated using his strong soul energy. He did not understand the true meaning of the saber technique or Buddhist principles, so he could not condense a Buddhist heart. He could only use his cultivation to force it. However, Xiao Chen truly had a Buddhist heart. Xiao Chen could already bring out 30% of breaking the mundane's might. Xiao Chen's cultivation was limited, so he could not bring it out. When Xiao Chen reached the Cloud Sea realm, he would naturally be able to unleash the full might of breaking the mundane without any obstruction. This was unlike the skeleton dragon star venerate, who could barely bring out 30% of its might with his Cloud Sea cultivation. As he held the Buddhist prayer beads, he started to think. Right now, he had a total of 4 directions for his cultivation. The sabers. Chen needed to. Saber. Dao. The saber Chen of Saba Chen. The sabers of Sab's technique sabers of Sab's. Was. Demon Chen Tian Chen Xiao Now. Xiao breaking Chen. Chen. Monk. Chen. Dragon heart. Sha. And. Chen. The heaven. Xiao Chen would spend some time comprehending resolving the mundane and entering hell after he broke through to the primal core realm. Next was the army-breaking saber technique. After all, breaking the mundane could only be used as a trump card. It exhausted too much energy and could not be used frequently. As for the army-breaking saber technique, it was a peak martial technique of the Divine Shield Army. After that, Xiao Chen modified it, turning it into a saber technique with great offensive power. Breaking vast armies, breaking mountains and rivers, breaking stars, and breaking the world. These 4 great killing moves were incredibly mighty. If Xiao Chen continued to cultivate them, there would be many more areas for him to explore. They were very suitable for ordinary battles. As for the final flawless saber technique, it was too weak back then in the Kunlun realm. Now, it looked like it was somewhat lacking in might. Xiao Chen could only give up on it for now. In the future, when his saber Dao improved further, he would perfect it. The second direction was movement techniques. Xiao Chen's current movement technique, the new fish dragon art, was something he had modified from watching ferocious beasts. He used their characteristics to change the angle of his body and raise his speed. At that time it looked fine. However, now that he thought about it, it was riddled with flaws. Although Xiao Chen was fast, he could not control it as he pleased. He felt like he lost control. In that kind of movement technique, his martial technique and mental cultivation method could not keep up, causing the power of his attacks to decrease. In the end, Xiao Chen's horizons were too narrow. He had not seen many movement techniques. If he had an opportunity in the fiendish demon battlefield, he would have to find a movement technique to make up for this shortcoming. As for what Xiao Chen needed to do now, he had to make full use of the new fish dragon art's nearly uncontrollable speed. The third direction was the physical body. He already had 4 cauldrons strength now. However, he had yet to obtain a truly powerful physical body cultivation technique in the Great Thousand Realms. In the end, he did not know how to nourish, circulate, and control his energy. He was unable to bring out the true vital qi of his physical body. He estimated that his physical body could withstand 10 cauldron force without any problem. Unfortunately, without a cultivation technique, he could not cultivate so much strength. The last direction was the power of bloodline. This was the strongest but also the most helpless. He could find fortuitous encounters in the fiendish demon battlefield for movement techniques and physical body cultivation techniques. Alternatively, one could spend a large sum of money to obtain it in an auction. However, the cultivation of bloodline power was very difficult to obtain. As for some of the trump cards that Xiao Chen was already familiar with, he did not need to practice them. Dermic World, the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, and the Dragon Blood Soul-Breaking Finger would all grow stronger as his cultivation increased. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen decided to stake it all on this. Before the fiendish demon battlefield opened, he would focus all his energy on practicing his saber techniques. In order to make his strong points stronger, Xiao Chen would spend the remaining time on the army-breaking saber technique. After refining his Buddha nature for 7 days, Xiao Chen vaguely gained new comprehensions for this army-breaking saber technique. He could infuse a trace of the Buddhist might of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's unparalleled ferocity and killing chi into the army-breaking saber technique. It's decided then. I'll familiarize myself with breaking the mundane and continue to strengthen the might of the army-breaking saber technique. Xiao Chen put away the Buddhist Saraira pearls and made up his mind. In the following time, aside from spending 2 hours guiding Ling Yu every day, Xiao Chen followed his plan to practice his saber techniques. Ling Yu's strength improved rapidly. Now, he could spar with Xiao Chen. The two could be considered to have gained something. Xiao Chen used Ling Yu to practice his saber, finding his flaws and improving them. If Ling Yu wanted to defeat Feng Yu, sparring with a bladesman like Xiao Chen was undoubtedly the best choice. In the blink of an eye, more than 1 month passed. Before they knew it, the two had made great improvements. By relying on the life juice source that Xiao Chen gave Ling Yu successfully broke through to late-stage minor primal core realm. More importantly, under the tempering of Xiao Chen's killing chi, Ling Yu's aura underwent a complete transformation. His entire temperament had undergone a complete transformation, and all the edges of his body had become sharper and sharper. The sharpness that Ling Yu unintentionally gave off was pressing and intimidating, giving off a shocking tyranny. As for Xiao Chen, his army-breaking saber technique finally reached great perfection. With the addition of the ferocious Buddhist might to the 4 killing moves, one could no longer see any trace of the Divine Shield Army's Thousand Army Sword technique. It became Xiao Chen's unique army-breaking saber technique. It even vaguely surpassed the Thousand Army Sword technique. As for breaking the mundane, Xiao Chen could control it as he pleased. With a thought, the Buddhist mark on his forehead could appear. Martial uncle, with your current strength, when you use it at full power, you are already no weaker than the true inheritors of our Purple Flame sect. However, your cultivation. Ling Yu, who had seen Xiao Chen's many trump cards and horrifying saber techniques, gave Xiao Chen an extremely high evaluation. Xiao Chen smiled and shook his head. There is no point in saying that. The difference in cultivation is still a difference. We cannot ignore it. Tell me, who are the strongest disciples in the 3 blessed grotto heavens? At the mention of this, Ling Yu felt excited. He nodded and said, the strongest disciple of our Black Cave Mountain is the Divine Firmament sect's Shangguan Lei. He already reached early-stage major primal core realm long ago, and his talent in the Thunder Dao is exceptionally terrifying. Martial uncle, you have to pay attention to him. He is also the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian's disciple and Feng Yu's senior brother. However, he is different from Feng Yu. Aside from the Thunder Dao, his comprehension of the Wind Dao is similarly startling. He is known as the Wind Thunder Berserk Saber. Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood. Just the cultivation of such a person would inspire fear in others. Furthermore, Shangguan Lei cultivated 2 different types of energy at the same time. He could not be underestimated. The strongest disciple of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain is the Confucian Institution's Wang Yueming, a member of the Confucian school. He cultivates righteous qi and follows the Tao of the ancient sages. His sword techniques are grand and majestic, giving off an overwhelming righteous qi. As for the Potala Mountain, they do not pay much attention to the rankings. However, everyone knows that the strongest disciple of the Potala Mountain is the Profound Light Temple's Zhan Yuan. Zhan Yuan's cultivation is very high. I heard that he even cultivated the Iron Dharma body. The strength of his physical body is startling and incredibly strong. Chapter 1672. The Divine Firmament sect's Shangguan Lei, the Confucian Institution's Wang Yueming, and the Profound Light Temple's Zhan Yuan. Xiao Chen silently memorized the names of these 3 people. They were the 3 strongest true inheritors of the Blessed Enclave. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Xiao Chen would not fight them head-on. Xiao. Just then, Xiao Chen and Ling Yu simultaneously felt a powerful aura descend upon this courtyard. Someone is coming. What a familiar aura. It should be one of our sect's heir disciples. Ling Yu said as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat and he nodded thoughtfully. Let's go out and take a look. The 2 of them walked out of the courtyard and saw a purple-robed young man standing under a small tree in front of the door. Judging from his age, he was probably older than Xiao Chen, but not by much. As he stood there was a gentle warmth radiating in all directions. Flowers, trees, insects, birds, and beasts all revealed a lazy look, like a warm ray of sunlight in winter. What a powerful flame domain! He could control it as he pleased. It was just a very small detail, but Xiao Chen felt that this purple-clothed youth was not to be underestimated. It's Hua Yunfeng, our sect's top true inheritor. Ling Yu did not dare to be slow. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. Greetings, Senior Brother Hua. Although he was older than the other party in terms of seniority, he was still young and inexperienced. His strength was also inferior to the other party, so he still had to call him Senior Brother. Hua Yunfeng chuckled and said, Greetings, little martial uncle. Is Senior Brother Hua here to look for martial uncle Xiao Chen? Ling Yu asked based on his intuition. Normally, this Senior Brother Hua was elusive and had never taken the initiative to seek him out. Hua Yunfeng nodded. Then, he glanced at Xiao Chen thoughtfully, revealing a confused expression. Xiao Chen said indifferently, Brother Hua, if you have something to say, just say it. The fiendish demon battlefield is about to open. Normally, the competition between the various sects of our Black Cave Mountain is intense. However, at such a time, the various blessed lands would do their best to organize themselves and advance and retreat together. At the very least, when the people from the blessed enclave meet, they can take care of each other. That will be helpful to everyone. Xiao Chen listened carefully and felt that it made sense. However, what does that have to do with me? Xiao Chen retorted confidently. What did this have to do with him? They, the true inheritors, had formed an alliance. How could they think highly of him? Furthermore, Xiao Chen was not considered a member of the Purple Flame sect. He only relied on his backer to obtain a spot, so he was very free. Hua Yunfeng smiled and said, That's right. What does it have to do with you? I can't figure it out either. But the organizer, Shangguan Lei, called you out by name and told me that I must invite you along. Shangguan Lei. The expressions of Xiao Chen and Ling Yu changed at the same time. Ling Yu whispered to Hua Yunfeng about the greeting of swords' edges. After Hua Yunfeng heard that, he revealed a contemplative expression. Then he said softly, No wonder. In that case, you don't have to go. I'll help you. If this Shangguan Lei wants you to go, nothing good will come out of it. It is better not to go. Xiao Chen thought to himself, Hua Yunfeng is really direct. However, if I reject Shangguan Lei like this, won't that incite even greater jealousy? In the end, Xiao Chen voiced the doubts in his heart for Hua Yunfeng's consideration. Hua Yunfeng analyzed that Shangguan Lei has a very good relationship with Feng Yu. To Feng Yu, Shangguan Lei is both a senior brother and half a master. When Feng Yu was young, Shangguan Lei taught him when he practiced the saber. Now that you embarrassed him so much, Shangguan Lei will definitely remember it. I am also very clear on Shangguan Lei's character. He will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. When he is not angry, it is like a sudden clap of thunder. Right now, he should not be angry. If we don't go, we might really anger him, making things even more troublesome. Xiao Chen said indifferently, Let's go then. Hua Yunfeng revealed a grateful expression. If Xiao Chen really chose not to go, he would be stuck in a difficult position. Make your preparations. We will depart tomorrow and head for the Divine Firmament Sect's thunder-controlling peak. At that time, all the true inheritors of the Black Cave Mountain will be there. No matter what, I will do my best to resolve this conflict. Hua Yunfeng showed some helplessness. Clearly, he felt somewhat depressed that he had to put in so much effort to resolve this matter. Before coming, Hua Yunfeng had not expected something like this to happen between Xiao Chen and Shangguan Lei. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen felt grateful to the other party. At the very least, this Hua Yunfeng was a magnanimous person. He showed everything on his face, not beating around the bush and dealing with things hypocritically. After Hua Yunfeng left, Ling Yu asked in a fluster, somewhat distracted, Martial uncle, what should we do? The strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain wanted to seek trouble for Xiao Chen. Who could feel at ease? More importantly, Xiao Chen was the cause of this trouble. Xiao Chen looked at the sky with a somewhat complicated expression. After a while he said to Ling Yu, go out tonight. Let Martial uncle be alone for a while. Martial uncle, don't take things too hard. Ling Yu said somewhat worriedly. Xiao Chen felt speechless in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, I've experienced several things that were even more difficult and dangerous than this. How can I take things too hard because of this? After Ling Yu left, Xiao Chen sat alone in the courtyard in silence. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring with little yellow feather. Then she looked at Xiao Chen somewhat worriedly. However, she was not too worried. Seeing Ao Jiao appear, Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. After not seeing her for a long time, Ao Jiao now looked increasingly more human. There was practically no trace of her being an item spirit. In reality, Ao Jiao could no longer be considered an item spirit. Her connection to the lunar shadow saber was so weak that it was negligible. Suddenly, Xiao Chen discovered something strange. He smiled in pleasant surprise and said, Ao Jiao, you grew taller. Really? Ao Jiao exclaimed in shock. She had not noticed this before. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Come over and compete with me. A look of embarrassment flashed on Ao Jiao's face as she walked over to Xiao Chen's side. Indeed, she had grown significantly taller. Previously, she had been as tall as Xiao Chen's shoulders. Now, she was as tall as Xiao Chen's chin. Xiao Chen sighed. He felt that time passed really fast. He thought back to when he first met Ao Jiao. Her ferocious appearance was still vivid in his mind. Without her companionship in the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen would have died countless times already. Xiao Chen, what are you thinking about? Ao Jiao asked curiously as she stepped back and looked at Xiao Chen. Ling Yu knew that Xiao Chen was definitely not afraid. The Kunlun realm had faced many big scenes and many difficult situations, but Xiao Chen had never feared them. From that inexperienced youth in Mo City to surpassing Ling Yu, then the Thunder King. Now, he surpassed the Kunlun realm and entered the Great Thousand Realms. Xiao Chen had long since become capable of holding his own. He remained calm in the face of danger and dealt with them calmly. Xiao Chen took out the lunar shadow saber. Without drawing it, he just looked at Ling Yu and said, I'm thinking about how to face tomorrow's situation. Unfortunately, there is too little information. I can't think of anything. It was already too late to search for information about Shangguan Lei. There was no point in thinking too much. So? Ao Jiao asked. So, I'll just stop thinking. Clang! Right after Ling Yu spoke, Xiao Chen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. The streamlined white blade was about half Xiao Chen's height. Not including the hilt, it was already 1 meter long. When the sunlight reflected off it, it gave off a glow like that of autumn water, rippling faintly. Ao Jiao, do you think this saber is sharp enough? Xiao Chen asked softly as he looked at the flickering blade. Ao Jiao did not know what he meant. After thinking for a while, she said, The lunar shadow saber is a peak divine weapon in the Kunlun realm. However, in the Great Thousand Realms, it is only a treasure tool. Even among treasure tools, it is not at the peak. Furthermore, there are even stronger Dao tools above treasure tools. After a pause, Ao Jiao had no choice but to speak the truth. The weapons that the true inheritors of rank 4 sects use are all peak treasure tools. The lunar shadow saber. It is no longer sharp enough. Xiao Chen said sullenly, if a bladesman's saber is not sharp enough, how can he intimidate the weak? There was a faint sorrow on Xiao Chen's face. His white robes were clean, and his tall and straight figure appeared somewhat frail. While Xiao Chen was referring to the lunar shadow saber, he was actually referring to himself. If Xiao Chen were strong and unparalleled, the Divine Firmament sect's Shangguan Lei would not dare to call him out and humiliate him without any fear. After tomorrow's battle, I will seal the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen said softly. Sealing the lunar shadow saber did not mean that he would retire. Instead, he would seal all his past glory and start anew in this Great Thousand Realms. Sealing the saber to show his ambitions. His ambitions were not high, but to continuously surpass himself. Chapter 1673. Sealing the saber? Ao Jiao was startled, feeling somewhat surprised. However, this was within reason. She did not feel too disappointed in her heart. Being able to accompany Xiao Chen to the end of the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm meant that she had completed her mission long ago. After coming to this Great Thousand Realms, there were many things that were unfamiliar to her. She felt somewhat out of place. Actually, the lunar shadow saber was no longer suitable for Xiao Chen. However, because of his feelings and reluctance, Xiao Chen kept using it until now. As an item spirit, Ao Jiao had a master like Sang Mu in her previous life. Now, she had a master like Xiao Chen. To Ao Jiao, this was already the greatest fortune. With such a life, what was there to be dissatisfied with? Xiao Chen closed his eyes and gently tapped the saber with his right hand. The saber trembled, and a buzzing sound came from the air. Ao Jiao paled as she took 2 steps back. In that instant, Xiao Chen had severed the final connection between Ao Jiao and the lunar shadow saber. Master! Feeling a strange pain in her heart, Ao Jiao held her hand over her chest and took a few steps back. Xiao Chen turned around and placed Ao Jiao in his left arm. Then, he stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground. Ao Jiao's body felt somewhat weak. However, her pale face blushed slightly. She smiled and said, "If I don't call you that in the future, I probably won't have the chance to call you master again." Xiao Chen sat down and pulled Ao Jiao into his embrace. He revealed a gentle smile as he looked to the front. "You know that I have never treated you as an item spirit. Along the way, I have experienced many obstacles, many trials and tribulations. If not for your company, how could I have survived until today?" Xiao Chen lowered his right hand, which held the saber, and grabbed Ao Jiao's smooth left hand tightly. Ao Jiao felt a gentle warmth coming from Xiao Chen's palm. She looked at Xiao Chen's face, and coincidentally, Xiao Chen's gaze landed on her at the same time. Their eyes met. There was no need to say many words. As the gentle breeze blew, Xiao Chen's thoughts drifted. He could not help but think of the scene of Ao Jiao hugging him during the recasting of the lunar shadow in Mo City. That day, the spring breeze had stirred the young man's heart, and the seed of ambiguity had already been planted. It was also on that day that Xiao Chen became Lunar Shadow's owner. In front of the Thunder King Sang Mu, he swore that he would not let Ao Jiao shed tears. Fortunately, Xiao Chen remembered that it was to save Ao Jiao. When he was imprisoned and faced the enemy alone, Ao Jiao cried because her heart ached for him. If he could do it all over again, Xiao Chen would still choose to imprison Ao Jiao, putting her in danger. He still remembered the most dangerous 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The heart tribulation was very difficult. Between the real and the fake, he was trapped by a heart demon. Ao Jiao risked her life to save him, enduring the final lightning tribulation alone. He slept alone, wishing that he would never wake up from that dream, never opening his eyes for 10,000 years. The relationship between the two was no longer just that of a master and an item spirit. Ga. Just at this moment, a few strange sounds that spoiled the mood rang out. Little Yellow Feather stood on a tree branch in the courtyard, its back facing the two. It looked up at the sky with an expression that said, "I don't know anything, I can't see anything." Ao Jiao giggled, but she was not willing to get up. "It feels good to be in your embrace. Do you know? I thought a lot earlier. I thought about my previous life and this life. I thought about all the battles I fought for you. If there is a next life, I would really be willing to be the blade in your hand again." However, Xiao Chen did not say anything, not saying anything. If there was a next life, he would definitely change his choice. Ao Jiao spoke softly, and Xiao Chen listened quietly. Most of the time, it was Xiao Chen speaking, and Ao Jiao listening. However, today it was the other way around. This was because Xiao Chen knew that their parting might be coming soon. If Xiao Chen still did not listen, there would be no more chances. Little Yellow Feather's occasional cries accompanied Xiao Chen's, and he just listened quietly. Night fell, and the waning moon hung high in the sky. The bleak and cold moonlight filled the courtyard. However, when the moonlight landed on the two, it did not feel cold at all. Instead, they hugged each other even tighter. At some point in time, Ao Jiao stopped speaking, and Xiao Chen looked over. Under the bleak and cold moonlight, Ao Jiao's exquisite face looked exceptionally gentle. Her red lips were tender, and there was a faint affection in her eyes. Amid the affection, there was also a trace of anticipation. Xiao Chen lowered his head and paused for a moment. Then, he no longer hesitated and kissed those tender red lips. At this moment, an ambiguous flame ignited with this kiss. Little Yellow Feather, who was on a tree branch, turned around and entered deep thought. Then it flapped its wings ferociously. A flame surged out, and as the wind blew, It burned the two's clothes clean. Under Little Yellow Feather's deliberate control, the flame did not harm the two at all. However, this only made the ambiguous flame even more intense. Little Yellow Feather nodded in satisfaction. Then, it flapped its wings and soared into the air, not lingering any longer. After a while, the courtyard was filled with the alluring scenery of spring. The two vented the suppressed feelings in their hearts. Early the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone down, Xiao Chen opened his eyes with some difficulty. Ao Jiao, who was beside him, was no longer there. When he looked around, the entire courtyard was empty. There was only a sharp blade flickering with a cold light stuck in the ground. Xiao Chen put on his clothes and slowly walked over. Then, he pulled the saber out of the ground. As he looked at the autumn water-like luster on the saber's edge, he remained silent for a long time. Martial uncle, why is there another woman in your courtyard? Furthermore, there is a strange yellow-feathered bird with a bad temper. At some point, Ling Yu had walked in, asking with a confused expression. Disappointment appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he asked softly, "What happened after that?" "Master told me to send them off. When they left the heavenly shaking mountain, that girl told me to pass on a message to Martial Uncle." "What message?" "She told Martial Uncle not to worry about her. She would help Little Yellow Feather search for its race and unlock some of its final memories. Also, as expected, with Little Yellow Feather taking care of her, Xiao Chen did not worry about Ao Jiao's future." He continued, "What else?" "She said that if Martial Uncle finds another saber, don't forget your original intention and change its name to Moon Seeking." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. His expression turned somewhat stiff and unsightly. "Don't forget your original intention. Moon Seeking. Which moon?" Ao Jiao knew, and so did Xiao Chen. "Where is she now? How long has she been gone?" After a while, the calm on Xiao Chen's face vanished as he asked impatiently. "She has been gone for a long time already. Almost 4 hours. She entered the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation long ago, but I do not know where she went." For a moment, Xiao Chen felt disappointed and frustrated, not saying anything for a long time. "Martial Uncle, are you all right?" Ling Yu asked somewhat worriedly. Later, Martial Uncle still had to go to the Divine Firmament Sect's thunder-controlling peak. He did not know how that Shangguan Lei would make things difficult for Martial Uncle. Given Martial Uncle's current state, the situation was not good. Xiao Chen forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. I just need some peace and quiet." Ling Yu left helplessly. Before he left, he shook his head slightly, wondering what Martial Uncle experienced last night. At the stone table, Xiao Chen took out a cup of wine and started drinking alone in silence. After this battle, the lunar shadow saber would be sealed, along with the glory of the past. However, many memories would remain in Xiao Chen's heart, something that he would never forget. "Here's a toast to you." Xiao Chen took out the wine and raised his cup to the lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground. The saber trembled as though replying to Xiao Chen, "I'll offer you a toast as well." One man and one saber started drinking. The man was drunk, and so was the saber. In the courtyard, the lunar shadow saber buzzed as it moved in the air, dancing in the air. Scenes of the past appeared in the surroundings. Those were scenes of the past, Xiao Chen dancing with the saber. From the Sky Dome realm to the Kunlun realm, and finally to the battle with Chu Chaoyun. When the scenes ended, Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and stood up. Then, he stretched out his hand and grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly. The saber was like an arm, connected by blood and mind. Looking at the limpid saber, Xiao Chen smiled in satisfaction. Then, he sheathed the saber and walked out of the courtyard. Hua Yunfeng had been waiting for a long time with the 6 true inheritors of the Purple Flame sect. "I've kept everyone waiting," Xiao Chen said with a cupped fist salute. Hua Yunfeng and the other true inheritors knew that Shangguan Lei would make things difficult for Xiao Chen soon. They felt some sympathy for Xiao Chen's misfortune and did not feel upset about waiting. High in the starry heavens, Ao Jiao sat on Little Yellow Feather as they flew to the great realm where the Golden Crow race was. The bliss from last night still lingered on her pretty face. Sealing the saber to show her determination was Xiao Chen's new life. How could it not be Ao Jiao's new life as well? Chapter 1674. Hua Yunfeng looked at Xiao Chen and said sullenly, "Don't overthink. I will do my best to help you deal with it as long as it is within my ability." Xiao Chen nodded and said nothing. There were many fortuitous encounters in the fiendish demon battlefield, competing with the other two blessed lands. Hua Yunfeng had to work together with Shangguan Lei. At the very least, he could not create an opponent like Shangguan Lei for himself, lest it lead to unnecessary conflicts. Of course, Shangguan Lei did not dare to be too presumptuous. He also needed Hua Yunfeng's help to deal with the other two blessed grotto heavens. Between the two, there was only a relationship of using each other. After this point, they would definitely return to their original state. If not for the fact that the fiendish demon battlefield was about to open, no matter what, Hua Yunfeng would have helped Xiao Chen endure it. No matter what, at the very least, Xiao Chen represented the Purple Flame sect. Unfortunately, it just so happened that Xiao Chen could not fall out with Shangguan Lei. From Xiao Chen's point of view, he had no choice but to go. Otherwise, if the other party targeted them in the fiendish demon battlefield, it would be even more problematic. It would be better to deal with it in advance. Unless Xiao Chen was willing to give up on this fortuitous encounter in the fiendish demon battlefield, he would not be able to do so. However, he really couldn't give up. If Xiao Chen could not even clear this stage, he would go to Ancestor Dragon City in the future. So what if they faced those geniuses and outstanding talents who were even stronger than Shangguan Lei? They might as well not go. Xiao Chen didn't think too much about it. He just took it as stepping into the boundless world. Hua Yunfeng raised his head to the sky and roared. After a while, a large eagle flew over from a distant mountain peak. The wingspan was at least 100 zhang. 5 or 6 people standing on it was nothing at all. The eagle brought everyone to Black Cave Mountain's Divine Firmament sect's thunder-controlling peak. The two sects were not far from each other, and the eagle was extremely fast. It didn't take long before they saw a mountain shrouded in thunderclouds. Purple lightning struck down continuously, illuminating the surroundings. Before Xiao Chen even got close, he could already feel the dense lightning-attributed spiritual energy. He had to admit that this mountain peak of the Divine Firmament sect was truly blessed by the heavens. If a lightning-attributed cultivator cultivated in this peak, he would definitely improve at a godly speed, far surpassing others. It was somewhat similar to the Thunder Emperor Valley in the Sky Dome realm when Xiao Chen was in the Sky Dome realm. However, the layout was different. Suddenly, the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness leaped about, as if half of it wanted to escape. Xiao Chen quickly suppressed it. If the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning accidentally jumped out, he would be the first to bear the brunt of it and be blasted into meat paste. Even now, Xiao Chen's divine lightning, I could only use the power of the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning a little. As they got closer and closer, the lightning falling from the sky became clearer and clearer. The bolts of lightning were like terrifying ancient dragons that flickered in the sky, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, causing everyone to feel a wave of fear. Lightning had always been the most overbearing manifestation of the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Ordinary people would feel fearful of it. This was especially true for evil demons, Een spirits, and other such existences. It was a devastating blow. Thunder-controlling peak. I wonder what the story behind this name is. I heard that the lightning on this thunder-controlling peak was left behind by a sovereign personage many years ago after he failed his tribulation. After the Divine Firmament sect occupied this peak, there were people who extracted this tribulation lightning for their own use. Hence, the name Thunder-controlling peak. A senior brother at the side explained to Xiao Chen when he saw that this was his first time here. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. No wonder the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness stirred, eager to give it a try. It turned out to be a bolt of tribulation lightning. However, Xiao Chen had experienced many lightning tribulations, and the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning did not show any signs of abnormality. It looked like the lightning tribulation of this sovereign personage was indeed extraordinary. Could it be that there is no end to it? Xiao Chen asked casually. Logically speaking, if one continuously extracted it for a long time, it would run out sooner or later. The Divine Firmament sect was a sect where everyone, from the sect master to the outer sect disciples, cultivated the Thunder Tao. At the very least, not for now. The core source of the lightning did not decrease by much. Furthermore, the Divine Firmament sect laid a lightning guiding formation, replenishing the lightning-attributed energy for a long time. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This Divine Firmament sect is really ambitious. The lightning guiding formation drains an astronomical amount of resources. They are trying to become a rank 5 sect. This is a fact that everyone knows. Unfortunately, my Purple Flame sect is unable to obtain such a good peak. If we can obtain a Purple Flame Divine peak, everyone can cultivate our sect's Purple Flame art. We might even be able to catch up to the Divine Firmament sect. Xiao Chen did not say anything. It looked like the Divine Firmament sect was indeed strong. Even the Purple Flame sect's true inheritors acknowledged their inferiority. After about 7 minutes and a round of inspection, Hua Yunfeng's group finally arrived at the summit of Thunder Controlling Peak. The summit was flattened and turned into a huge platform. A purple plaza was in the center. There were many stone pillars erected in the plaza, and at the top of each stone pillar, there were thunder flames burning, illuminating the entire plaza with brilliant lights. The special aura formed by the thunder flames formed a lightning dome flickering with electricity in the sky above the plaza. It looked like a cage descending, looking very strange. The location of this gathering was this Thunder Flame Plaza. After the group arrived, they discovered that the true inheritors of the other sects of the Black Cave Mountain had already arrived. The Divine Firmament sect's true inheritors sat in the middle of the tall platform. The other sects took their assigned seats. Xiao Chen casually looked around. None of the true inheritors here were below the major primal core realm. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. Those who could become true inheritors of this blessed land would definitely have high cultivations. Among this group of true inheritors, Xiao Chen stood out. Many people looked at him with doubtful expressions. They found it strange that the Purple Flame sect brought a half-step primal core disciple. What is this? Don't they know that this is a gathering of true inheritors to discuss the alliance? How can they let someone with such low cultivation enter? This is too ridiculous. However, the Purple Flame sect was a rank 4 sect, after all. Everyone was very clear on Hua Yunfeng's strength. Hua Yunfeng was an expert second only to Shangguan Lei. Even in the 3 blessed lands, he could rank within the top 10. Although everyone felt doubtful, no one dared to voice it. Brother Hua, I have been waiting for you for a long time. A purple-clad man with a squarish face and sharp eyes from the Divine Firmament sect's side stood up and spoke to Hua Yunfeng. If Xiao Chen guessed right, this person was Shangguan Lei. I came late. Brother Shangguan, please forgive me. It's fine. I understand. Some honored guests definitely have to put on airs. Shangguan Lei smiled faintly and stepped forward. Let me introduce everyone. This is young Master Xiao Chen. He is Senior Yi Zifeng's junior brother. It was really difficult for him to come this time. The crowd immediately set the place abuzz with some disbelief. Such a young man with such low cultivation was actually Yi Zifeng's junior brother. Who was Yi Zifeng? He was one of the 10 great bladesmen of the Grave Sea. He had already reached peak star venerate many years ago. More importantly, Yi Zifeng was Pan Huang's disciple. This was something that the entire Grave Sea knew. Hua Yunfeng showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Lei announced Xiao Chen's identity the moment he arrived. Clearly, Shangguan Lei had an ulterior motive, harboring malicious intent. Senior Yi Zifeng is a senior that I respect a lot. He is also the opponent that my master respects the most. However, how did he produce a junior brother like you? You ignored the rules and attacked my junior brother, nearly causing him to fall into a demonic heart. Indeed, Shangguan Lei's face sank, and he changed the topic, shouting directly. Shangguan Lei's shout contained the rage of thunder and the power of the world, causing 100 bolts of lightning in the sky above Thunder Controlling Peak to descend at the same time. Whoosh! With Shangguan Lei's furious shout, the light of the entire platform instantly turned gloomy. Even the 100 bolts of lightning could not illuminate the platform. Everyone's heart sank. Everyone felt a strange pressure. Only now did they understand why Shangguan Lei had sent Xiao Chen here. As everyone looked at Xiao Chen, they could not help showing a sympathetic gaze. This Shangguan Lei was famous for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. Anyone who offended him would not have a good ending. Shangguan Lei's furious shout made the 5 Purple Flame sect true inheritors feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, Xiao Chen did not react at all. His expression remained the same, not changing at all. Before Hua Yunfeng could say anything, Xiao Chen stepped forward and looked at the other party. Shangguan Lei, Wind Thunder Berserk Saber Shangguan Lei. Let me ask you too. How did the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian produce a disciple like you? shameless, arrogant, and conceited. Shangguanlei's shout also contained the thunder Dao. Right after he spoke, he drove 100 bolts of lightning in the sky. However, these 100 bolts of lightning were even more berserk and resplendent than the one Shangguanlei drove. Under Shangguanlei's deliberate control, the dim light in the Thunder Flame Plaza suddenly brightened up, restoring its original brightness to its original state. Chapter 1675. One in the open and the other in the dark represented a secret competition between two great Thunder Dao geniuses. No one expected that an outsider like Xiao Chen could actually attract 100 lightning bolts to light up the plaza in this Thunder Flame Plaza. This was tantamount to declaring war on Shangguanlei. Everyone felt a terrifying aura spreading in the plaza. Oh no! Shangguanlei is angry. This white-clad person is really bold. To think that he dares to clash with Shangguanlei in the Thunder Flame Plaza. Everyone was shocked. Originally, they thought that Xiao Chen would not be able to resist Shangguanlei's strong aura. Who knew, not only did Xiao Chen withstand it, but he even pushed back this pressure. This resulted in a situation where both sides competed against each other. Shangguanlei revealed a cold smile as he unleashed an indistinct killing qi. In an instant, everyone felt a chill spreading through their bodies. Hua Yunfeng thought to himself, "Oh no." Just as he was about to make a move to stop this, he discovered that it was already too late. The opposing Xiao Chen and Shangguanlei suddenly unleashed their thunder domains. Rumble! Resplendent electric light immediately burst out of the two. Countless electric lights flickered on their bodies, crackling endlessly. A formless electric field spread out in all directions from the ground. Retreat! Hua Yunfeng's group, who was behind Xiao Chen, quickly retreated. At this moment, they could no longer interfere. Once they did, they would suffer the attacks of the two's thunder domains. The consequences would be dire. Even Hua Yunfeng would not have a good time. Of course he would not take this risk. Hua Yunfeng was a very realistic person. As long as it was within his capabilities, he would have no problem taking care of Xiao Chen. However, it was not worth it for Hua Yunfeng to take the risk when it was beyond his capabilities. At the very least, in Hua Yunfeng's opinion, Xiao Chen was not worth his full help. The true inheritors of the various sects all stood up at this moment with grave expressions, clearly shocked. However, Shangguanlei himself was even more shocked. To think that a half-step primal core brat could clash with him in the Thunder Dao and not be defeated. Interesting. Let's see how long you can hold on for. Shangguanlei roared ferociously as he endured Xiao Chen's thunder domain. Then, he took a step forward and threw a palm strike. He did not add much of his cultivation to this palm strike, only the power of lightning to deal with Xiao Chen. He did not believe that his thunder Dao could not suppress the other party. Boom! The supreme tribulation lightning in the sky sent down 1,000 lightning bolts at the same time as Shangguanlei's palm strike. With a thought from Shangguanlei, thousands of lightning bolts gathered and turned into a lightning ferocious beast that bared its fangs and claws, covering half the sky. The might of this palm strike caused the world to change color, and the wind to blow and clouds to surge, bringing with it an enormous pressure. Just by using his Thunder Dao cultivation, the strength that Shangguanlei displayed was already so terrifying. Everyone felt a deep fear in their hearts. He was truly worthy of being the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain. With such strength, no one present could compete with him. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness flared up, raring to go. This made Xiao Chen feel like he could no longer suppress it. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen did his best to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning, drawing out the power of the lightning tribulation that he could fully control. Whoosh! Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and did his best to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning, drawing out the power of the lightning tribulation that he could fully control. Whoosh! Xiao Chen also threw a palm strike. 1,000 lightning bolts descended from the sky as well, looking very intimidating. The lightning bolts gathered and turned into a ferocious flood dragon. It did not fear the lightning ferocious beast that Shangguanlei gathered. The lightning flood dragon and the lightning ferocious beast each covered one side of the sky, plunging the entire plaza into a storm of lightning. Bang! The two palms clashed, and the two formally clashed. A resplendent and dazzling white light burst out from the two palms, piercing the eyes. The berserk lightning-attributed energy kicked up a strong wind. Strands of uncontrollable lightning-attributed energy wreaked havoc in the plaza. Bang! 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 Aside from the ancient stone pillars that had existed for an unknown period of time, everything else in the Thunderflame Plaza shattered and blasted into nothing. Without exception, the true inheritors of the various sects immediately brought out their veritable essence energy shields to protect themselves as though they were facing a great enemy. When the electric light slowly vanished, two figures stood in the boundless dust cloud. Everyone was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen did not move back at all, but Shangguan Lei did. That's impossible. In the clash of the Thunder Dao, in Thunder Controlling Peak's home ground, Xiao Chen actually knocked back Shangguan Lei in that earlier palm strike. Shangguan Lei's expression turned sullen. Although his strong cultivation prevented him from getting injured, he simply could not accept that his Thunder Dao cultivation was weaker than Xiao Chen's. However, he simply could not accept that his Thunder Dao cultivation was actually weaker than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen paled, and blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Although he had defeated the other party, he had not expected this. Xiao Chen did not have it easy. Shangguan Lei's Thunder Dao was exceptionally tyrannical and ferocious. If not for Xiao Chen having a good foundation and a physique comparable to that of a major primal core venerate, that earlier palm strike would have taken away half his life. Cultivation. It was still cultivation that was lacking. If Xiao Chen's cultivation were equal to the other party's, the other party would not have just taken a step back. Xiao Chen would have been instantly sent flying. Shangguan Lei, what are you trying to do? If you want to find an opponent, just look for me. Why the need to bully a half-step primal core venerate? Just at this moment, Hua Yunfeng's cold voice rang out. Hua Yunfeng could no longer stand by and watch. Based on Shangguan Lei's expression, it seemed like he really wanted to make a move. That was Hua Yunfeng's bottom line. He absolutely could not just watch as the other party made a move. Hua Yunfeng was very clear on how strong Shangguan Lei was. Earlier, the other party only brought out his Thunder Dao cultivation, his late-stage major primal core realm cultivation, and his terrifying saber technique. If Xiao Chen used his full power, given his current cultivation, he would not be a match for Shangguan Lei. Shangguan Lei smiled coldly. Humph. Don't worry. Shangguan Lei, will not go to the extent of making things difficult for a half-step primal core cultivator. However, there are some things that need to be resolved today. He is in the wrong for interfering with my junior brother's duel with someone else. If I, Shangguan Lei, do not seek justice for my junior brother, will everyone be able to bully the disciples of my Thunder Saber Xiang Tian's line in the future? The true inheritors of the various sects discussed in whispers. Given this, Shangguan Lei did indeed make sense. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to rebut. He was not a 3-year-old child. The truth of the world was always in the hands of the strong. If Xiao Chen were strong enough, then the truth would be another matter altogether. Hua Yunfeng entered deep thought. What do you want? Just say it. Good, I've been waiting for you to say that. Let this brat fight my junior brother fair and square. As long as he agrees, I will not use this matter to make things difficult for him. I will also not make a move on him in the fiendish demon battlefield. The moment Shangguan Lei said that, Hua Yunfeng and Xiao Chen revealed doubtful expressions. Could it be that this Shangguan Lei did not know that Xiao Chen forced back Feng Yu with one saber strike? Whoever loses will have to give up and enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Shangguan Lei showed a sullen expression as he added another condition, the stakes. Xiao Chen, don't tell me that you do not even dare to accept this bet. That would make me look down on you. Shangguan Lei revealed a smile on his face, not afraid that Xiao Chen would not accept it. Everyone exclaimed. This bet seemed somewhat big. The fiendish demon battlefield opened once every 20 years. Just a small gain could change a person's life. If Xiao Chen could not enter, then the loss would be too great. These people had gathered here to discuss the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen said calmly, if you insist on doing this, there is nothing I cannot accept. At most, I will just defeat him again. Are you sure that you can defeat me? Whoosh! Just at this moment, a figure soared through the air. The little thunder saber Feng Yu suddenly appeared and landed on top of a stone pillar. Bathed in the light of the thunder flame, Feng Yu showed a stern expression. His entire being gave off an unfathomable aura. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The other party had already broken through to peak minor primal core realm. However, it would be difficult for him to defeat Xiao Chen with just this. Hua Yunfeng's expression changed slightly. Then, his gaze fell on the saber in Feng Yu's hand. There is something wrong with that saber. Xiao Chen, use my saber then. A purple flame sect true inheritor took out his saber, wanting to hand it to Xiao Chen. This true inheritor's saber was a superior grade treasure tool forged from divine materials. It was incredibly sharp and could provide the user with many other wondrous uses. Thank you. Xiao Chen rejected the other party's help. Then, he leaped into the air and landed on a stone pillar, facing the little thunder saber Feng Yu. How could he borrow someone else's saber for his final battle? Chapter 1676. There were a total of 108 ancient stone pillars in the Thunder Flame Plaza. An everlasting thunder flame burned at the top of each stone pillar. The stone pillars were both decorations and part of the lightning guiding formation. Xiao Chen and the little thunder saber Feng Yu each stood on a stone pillar. Both of them were excellent cultivators of the lightning Tao. Not only did the thunder flame not injure the two, but it even benefited them. Normally they could just sit on it and cultivate. As the little thunder saber Feng Yu looked at the nearby Xiao Chen, his heart raced slightly. His senior brother had deep intentions in arranging this duel for him. Feng Yu had to pick himself up from where he fell. Only by defeating Xiao Chen could he truly get rid of the mental barrier in his heart. For the sake of this duel, his senior brother, Shangguan Lei, had put in a lot of effort. Not only had he sought medicinal pills from his master to raise his cultivation to peak minor primal core realm, but he had also fought with Xiao Chen with the lightning Tao. Before the duel, he had even fought with Xiao Chen with the lightning Tao, exhausting and injuring Xiao Chen. Most importantly, the saber in his hand. I have to win. I have no way out of this duel. When Feng Yu thought about the consequences of losing, his gaze slowly calmed down. In contrast, Xiao Chen appeared calm. However, the thunder flame around him flickered, making his expression look somewhat unsettled. Shangguan Lei showed a sullen gaze, having high hopes for his junior brother. Xiao Chen stood casually on the stone pillar, in no rush to come out. He did not feel any psychological burden in the first place. Furthermore, he happened to be slightly injured and could not exhaust the lightning-attributed energy. On the other hand, Feng Yu kept observing Xiao Chen's openings. At the same time he raised his aura. As his aura rose, the thunder flame under Feng Yu's feet burned even more fiercely. After 15 minutes, it turned into a 30-meter-long, blazing thunder flame. A strong fighting spirit spread in Feng Yu's heart, and the ground trembled slightly. Everyone could feel his desire for victory and his determination to win. One was a peak minor primal core realm, and the other was a half-step primal core realm. Originally, the victor should have been obvious. However, due to the clash of the lightning Tao between Xiao Chen and Shangguan Lei, everyone sensed Xiao Chen's strength and knew that he could not be underestimated. On the contrary, this made it hard for others to judge who would win and who would lose. A person who could surpass Shangguan Lei in the Thunder Tao definitely could not be underestimated. I won't wait any longer. From the beginning to the end, he could not detect any flaws in Xiao Chen's aura. He felt that the other party was like a pool of stagnant water, unchanging even after 1,000 years. Feng Yu lost his patience and leaped out of the raging lightning fire. In the eyes of the many true inheritors, that lightning-fast figure was like a bolt of lightning. They could not see Feng Yu's figure. Hua! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Feng Yu drew his saber. The might of the great path of thunder swept out from his body, shocking the surroundings. Everyone was shocked, and quite a few people revealed stunned expressions. This was actually a Tao tool. No, it was a fake Tao soldier, not a real Tao soldier. What was a Tao weapon? It was naturally a weapon that contained the great Tao. At the very least, it contained a complete great Tao. It could allow the owner of a Tao tool to grasp great Tao energy in advance. If it contained the Thunder Tao, then the person wielding the saber would be able to bring out the complete great Tao energy of the Thunder Tao and control the Tao might. To forge a Tao tool, aside from requiring extremely harsh materials, it also required a person who had attained the Tao to nurture and protect it. This would take a long time. If one slacked off, all their previous efforts would go to waste. The saber in Feng Yu's hand was not a true Tao tool. The Tao in it was incomplete. The true inheritors present were all outstanding talents of their sections. They could tell with one glance. Even so, this saber had been nurtured for at least 100 years. Although the Thunder Tao contained in it was incomplete, It was compatible with the cultivation technique that Feng Yu cultivated. Furthermore, given Feng Yu's cultivation, he might not be able to grasp a true Dao tool. Such a fake Dao tool could be perfectly grasped. Controlling it would be easy, making it easier for him to bring out his full potential. Xiao Chen is going to lose. The moment this saber appeared, many people immediately came to this conclusion. They shook their heads slightly, finding it unfortunate. Even Xiao Chen revealed a surprised expression when he saw a Dao tool for the first time. Unexpectedly, a Dao tool was so miraculous. When Feng Yu saw the surprised expression on Xiao Chen's face, he revealed a sinister smile. Using the speed of his charge, he exuded a vast aura. Feng Yu swung his saber at Xiao Chen's head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the saber light landed, the strong saber technique caused cracks to appear in the stone pillar under Xiao Chen's feet. Several rocks fell off. This saber technique was as heavy as a mountain. Not only did the stone pillar under Xiao Chen find it unbearable, but it also compressed the air, making breathing difficult. Xiao Chen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber and did not hesitate to swing it. This saber strike arrived first despite being launched later. The saber flickered with an autumn water-like luster. Although the light was not bright, it was still very dazzling and eye-catching. For the sake of blocking Feng Yu's saber strike, Xiao Chen did not dare to underestimate it, using his full power. The Taiji diagram formed by Yin essence energy, Yang essence energy, and veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's dantian spun slowly. Shadows flashed in the surroundings, forming an even larger Taiji diagram. Dang! The two sabers clashed, producing a startling clang that shook everyone's eardrums. It was even louder and crisper than thunder. Feng Yu took a step back. He felt his palm go numb, and his internal organs trembled. His qi and blood surged, and he nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen was not in a good state, either. After all, the other party's cultivation was high. Furthermore, Xiao Chen controlled the Thunder Dao's Dao might. Without using his Saber Dao's Great Dao energy, Xiao Chen had to use his full power to block this saber strike. Kasie! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber broke in half. That earlier strike already surpassed the limits of what it could endure. Xiao Chen immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion paled slightly. When the sword is broken, the man is king. When the saber is broken, the man is king. Swordsmen and bladesmen were independent from cultivators and had their own titles. This was because they had a far greater affection for their weapons than other cultivators. Although the description of a broken sword and a broken saber 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 were exaggerated, they were not far off. With their minds connected, it was hard to avoid severe injuries. Seeing this scene, the Purple Flame Sect's Hua Yunfeng's group immediately paled, and they quickly stood up. However, just as they stood up, a strong wind containing tyrannical killing qi surged over. Shangguan Lei smiled coldly as he looked at them without saying a word. His threat went without saying. Ha 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 ha. Before my Dao tool, a medial grade treasure tool is indeed worthless. Indeed, you cannot withstand a single blow. Xiao Chen, it looks like you are destined to die today. Feng Yu, who originally thought that Xiao Chen would be tricky to deal with, laughed loudly. Heaven is helping me. As he spoke, he charged forward again with a monstrous aura. He simply did not give Xiao Chen any chance to catch his breath. All he wanted was to take advantage of Xiao Chen's weakness to take his life. Buzz! Suddenly, the half-broken lunar shadow saber buzzed endlessly. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The great Dao might that Xiao Chen had been suppressing for a long time burst out in an instant. The Dao disc behind him quickly condensed into a point and extended 3 meters. Xiao Chen's great Dao might was unleashed to its peak in an instant. The complete Dao might smashed apart the Thunder Dao might that Feng Yu forcibly put up in an instant. His overwhelming aura vanished. The half-broken lunar shadow saber chopped down with the Saber Dao's great Dao might. A huge force surged over, and Feng Yu's pseudo-Dao tool flew out of his hand. Whoosh! At some point in time, Xiao Chen's left hand grasped the remaining half of the saber. Blood gathered at the tip of the saber as he ferociously thrust it forward. Nearly the instant Feng Yu's pseudo-Dao tool left his hand, Xiao Chen stabbed it into his chest. Then, he used the momentum to hack it down with a palm strike. Holding the half-broken saber in his hand, Xiao Chen leaped into the air. When he landed, he stomped on Feng Yu's chest. By feigning weakness, Xiao Chen made the other party lower his guard before ending the battle with a lightning-quick strike. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen ended the battle, which should have been a fierce battle, with one move. It was so fast that before many people could react, Xiao Chen had already stepped on Feng Yu, preventing him from getting up. Seeing Feng Yu's unresigned gaze, Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I said you don't understand, so you don't understand. How can you change your saber at the last moment before a great battle? So what if I give you a Dao tool? You will not be able to hold it, either. Xiao Chen, you are seeking death." Shangguan Lei roared, enraged. Wind and lightning appeared, surging with thunder and boundless hurricanes as they charged over. "Shut up!" Xiao Chen raged in his heart. He quickly turned his head back and could not be bothered to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness. Then, a loud sound rang out. That horrifying tribulation lightning in the sky sent down a thick bolt of lightning, striking Xiao Chen. The 108 ancient stone pillars in the Thunder Flame Plaza collapsed. The entire thunder-controlling peak turned chaotic. Electric light flashed everywhere, startling the countless major characters of the Divine Firmament sect. The core of the tribulation lightning that the thunder-controlling peak relied on to survive actually started leaking out uncontrollably. Within the thick pillar of tribulation lightning, Xiao Chen's expression turned exceptionally terrifying. At this moment, Shangguan Lei's strong aura appeared extremely laughable before him. Xiao Chen was like a river before the sea, scaring Shangguan Lei into stopping in his tracks. 6 purple petals spun quickly in Xiao Chen's right eye, locking onto Shangguan Lei. This caused the other party to tremble and feel a pressure of death enveloping him. Right now, the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning was no longer under his control. Even Xiao Chen feared the consequences of executing the divine lightning eye. Furthermore, this Shangguan Lei did not dare to take even half a step forward. "Shangguan Lei, I am not here today because I did something wrong to apologize to you. Furthermore, it is not because I, Xiao Chen, am afraid of you. I only want to tell you one thing. Don't treat me, Xiao Chen, as a pushover that you can squash at will. If you anger me, I will kill both of you." Chapter 1677. Xiao Chen stomped on Feng Yu's chest and shocked Shangguan Lei with his lightning-like aura. Then, the tribulation lightning enveloped Xiao Chen. No one dared to doubt Xiao Chen's words. Right now, Xiao Chen was like a thunder god, inspiring fear in all the true inheritors present. No one knew what was going on with the terrifying lightning-attributed energy in Xiao Chen's body. To think that it actually triggered the lightning core of the Divine Firmament sect's sovereign tribulation lightning. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao Chen felt the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning slowly absorbing it. More accurately, it should be devouring, slowly swallowing up the tribulation lightning. Furthermore, this was not an ordinary tribulation lightning but a lightning core, the core source of the tribulation lightning. Under the stimulation of this lightning core, the bottleneck of Xiao Chen's cultivation loosened somewhat. Xiao Chen's body did not explode and die as he expected. Although this was a good thing, he could sense many of the Divine Firmament sect's major characters flying towards thunder-controlling peak. Xiao Chen did not dare to go overboard. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to leave. Xiao Chen used his greatest willpower to suppress the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning once more. Aside from fearing the Divine Firmament sect's star venerates, Xiao Chen also feared that his physical body might not be able to endure absorbing too much tribulation lightning. After a while, the pillar of electric light encasing Xiao Chen vanished. Then, Xiao Chen kicked Feng Yu, who was on the ground, and took the other half of the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning. After a while, the pillar of lightning enveloping Xiao Chen disappeared. Xiao Chen kicked Feng Yu, who was on the ground, and took the opportunity to pick up the other half of the saber. Feng Yu was severely injured, but his foundations were not damaged. He would recover after some time. Shangguan Lei stepped forward and quickly caught Feng Yu. Then, he checked on Feng Yu's injuries. But after this battle, it would be hard to get rid of the shadow in Feng Yu's heart. His future might be ruined. Feng Yu was defeated by a broken saber. Furthermore, he held a false Dao tool. No one would be able to accept such a result. As Shangguan Lei looked at Xiao Chen, rage burned in his eyes, nearly spewing out. However, he did not dare to act rashly. Earlier, Xiao Chen already revealed his strength. At the very least, Shangguan Lei could not clash head-on with him in this thunder-controlling peak. Most importantly, Xiao Chen's last words caused his heart to palpitate. Xiao Chen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. The reason why Xiao Chen dared to come to the thunder-controlling peak was not because he wanted to apologize or resign himself to humiliation. Xiao Chen wanted Shangguan Lei to understand that he could not rely on his higher cultivation to do whatever he wanted. He wanted to point out and humiliate Xiao Chen by name. Impossible. Xiao Chen exuded a spirit that said he would rather die in glory than live in disgrace, and it caused the hearts of every true disciple present to tremble. If anyone wanted to hit on him, they would have to think twice. I was too heavy-handed and offended you. Shangguan Lei, remember your promise. Farewell. Since he had achieved his goal, there was no need for Xiao Chen to stay any longer, nor was he willing to stay any longer. He turned around and flew back. Looking at Xiao Chen's departing figure, every single one of the true disciples felt a wave of disbelief, and they did not dare to imagine it. Just a half-step primal core cultivator trampled on the little thunder saber and clashed with Shangguan Lei, and he could still leave safely. After this battle, Xiao Chen's name would definitely shake the 3 blessed lands, attracting the attention of the true inheritors of the various sections. Furthermore, Shangguan Lei's WeChat would definitely suffer a huge blow, no longer as famous as before. Hua Yunfeng smiled faintly. Now, he discovered that he was completely wrong. This Xiao Chen did not need his protection at all. Xiao Chen did not come here to resolve the conflict between him and Shangguan Lei. This was because Hua Yunfeng knew that there was no way to resolve this. Shangguan Lei was a vengeful person, proud and arrogant, not letting Hua Yunfeng see his strength. When Shangguan Lei looked at you, he would always look down on you, treating you like a soft persimmon that he could squash at will. Xiao Chen only wanted to prove one thing by coming here. Do not provoke him. If you provoked him, you would not have a good time, either. No one would care about the pleas of the weak. Only the rage of an expert could deter others, instilling fear in the other party, preventing them from acting rashly. This was the truth of the world. It had never changed. Not long after Xiao Chen left Thunder Controlling Peak, he discovered that he could not move. Several invisible wills of soul directly locked down the entire space. Xiao Chen froze in the air, unable to advance or retreat. In front of him, there were several old men with blurry figures in midair, looking at him coldly. How bold of you! You nearly destroyed the foundation of my divine firmament sect, yet you want to leave just like that? Speak. Who sent you? What method did you use to destroy the lightning core of the King Tribulation Lightning? Cold, ferocious roars entered Xiao Chen's soul. His mind buzzed in extreme discomfort. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. To think that this group of cloud-sea old fogies actually attacked him. Just as Xiao Chen was at a loss, a thunderous voice rang out in the sky. Let him leave. Since when did my divine firmament sect fall to such a level? The moment this voice rang out, the several old men blocking Xiao Chen showed somewhat unsightly expressions. But Martial Uncle Xiang, he destroyed the lightning guiding formation and absorbed a lot of tribulation lightning cores. Humph, are you trying to embarrass Yi Zifeng? That person coldly snorted, and the few old men immediately felt waves of fear. Their scalps went numb, and they didn't dare to say another word. Xiao Chen immediately felt relaxed. After some analysis, he realized that the person who spoke was the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian. This Thunder Saber Xiang Tian truly lived up to being one of the Grave Sea's 10 Great Blades men, equal to senior brother. Just this boldness alone was much greater than that of these star venerates. As his body moved freely, Xiao Chen didn't say anything and directly left this place of trouble. When he saw the peak of the Purple Flame sect, he completely relaxed. Fortunately, he did not absorb too much of that lightning core. Otherwise, the Thunderblade Xiang Tian might not have shown himself. Landing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Chen reported his identity. After a quick check, he was let through. The red-clad administrator whom Xiao Chen had met when he first arrived personally came out to welcome him. Haha, Brother Xiao. No. Martial Grand Uncle. We meet again. Administrator, he appeared exceptionally warm. After the matter, Yi Zifeng had indeed given him and that white-bearded old man a big gift. Even the sect master personally instructed him to take good care of this junior brother of Yi Zifeng. Martial Grand Uncle, did you fight? Administrator, he asked casually when he saw Xiao Chen go out. Xiao Chen did not hide it. I went to the Divine Firmament Sect's thunder-controlling peak. The red-clad administrator revealed a doubtful expression. Thunder-controlling peak? I heard that Shangguanlei is gathering the true inheritors of the various sects today to discuss the alliance in the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I am one of the people invited. The red-clad administrator recalled the recent news of Xiao Chen defeating the little thunder saber. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen's travel-weary appearance. He thought that Xiao Chen would not have a good ending if he went to Thunder-Controlling Peak and faced Shangguanlei, so he immediately dropped this topic. Xiao Chen was rather relaxed and did not mind. The battle of the lunar shadow sealing the saber was over. Xiao Chen had tossed aside all the burdens of the past and set out on a lighter journey. The most important thing was that although the earlier battle only lasted 2 moves, it was delightful, achieving his goal. Oh right. Administrator do you know where most of the inner sect disciples cultivate? I do. I'll bring Marshal Grand Uncle there. There's no need to be so polite. I'll go over myself. As the opening of the fiendish demon battlefield approached, Xiao Chen recalled that he still had an agreement with a certain girl. He was going to bring her to the fiendish demon battlefield and work together. Halfway there, Xiao Chen happened to see a group of inner sect disciples walking over. When he looked up, he happened to see Yang Qing among them. Xiao Chen immediately felt that this was a coincidence. Just as he was about to look for the other party, he ran into them. When Yang Qing saw Xiao Chen, she showed a stunned expression. She greeted Zhou Wei and Zhou Wei's senior brothers and sisters before quickly walking over. I thought that you were no longer in the Purple Flame sect. During this period, I asked around among the outer sect and inner sect disciples, but there was no sign of you. Where did you go? When Yang Qing saw Xiao Chen, she found this strange. Then she rejoiced. Me? I have a senior brother here. During this period, I've been staying with him, Xiao Chen said directly, not hiding anything. Yang Qing asked doubtfully. Senior brother? What senior brother has such a high status that he can directly take in an outsider? Oh, I understand. Yang Qing's voice stopped. She thought that Xiao Chen might not have passed the test and was forced to stay in the sect to do odd jobs. She had heard that true inheritors in the sect could take in servants. Those servants' treatment was no worse than that of outer sect disciples. Finding this strange, Xiao Chen asked, I haven't said anything yet. What do you understand? Yang Qing feared hurting Xiao Chen's sore spot. She smiled and said, It's fine. I understand. I'm already in the top 10 of the inner sect and obtained the right to enter the fiendish demon battlefield. Will your senior brother bring you there? Xiao Chen shook his head and said, My senior brother will not go, but he managed to obtain a spot for me. Upon hearing that, Yang Qing was even more certain of her guess. For him to be able to obtain a spot for Xiao Chen, he had to be a true inheritor. It looks like you are doing well. In that case, I can rest assured. The agreement of alliance still stands. When you go to the fiendish demon battlefield, senior sister, junior brother, and I will take care of you. Yang Qing saw that Xiao Chen was still a half-step primal core cultivator, and that she had improved rapidly in the sect in the past 2 months. Yang Qing felt that her strength already surpassed Xiao Chen's. However, she still remembered the agreement and had no intention of giving up on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen laughed hoarsely. In that case, many thanks for your care. You can go first. I think your companions are getting impatient waiting. All right. See you in the fiendish demon battlefield. Chapter 1678. 3 days later, the matter of Xiao Chen defeating the little thunder saber at Thunder Controlling Peak and calmly leaving in front of Shangguanlei spread throughout the 3 blessed lands. The various sects in the blessed lands all knew of this white-robed bladesman who dared to tyrannically trample on the little thunder saber before Shangguanlei, not giving him any face at all. What was even more terrifying was that Shangguanlei actually let Xiao Chen leave, not daring to make a move despite his anger. Who was Shangguanlei? He was the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain, a late-stage major primal core cultivator just 1 step shy of breaking through to peak major primal core. Even an ordinary star venerate might not succeed in killing Shangguanlei. Shangguanlei was tyrannical and arrogant, seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. However, he was such a ruthless person who had been famous in the Grave Sea for a long time. Shangguanlei watched as Xiao Chen left, not daring to say anything at all. This was simply inconceivable. This piqued everyone's curiosity about this white-robed bladesman's identity. Back at the Purple Flame sect, Xiao Chen did not know that he had already caused a huge commotion in the Three Blessed Lands. Xiao Chen was currently making one final push to enter the fiendish demon battlefield, continuing his preparations. Back then, after Xiao Chen said his goodbyes to Yongqing and the others, he formally sealed the lunar shadow saber away. From then on, he would no longer care about any of his past glory. He would only bury his pride deep in his heart. The tribulation lightning he absorbed at Thunder Controlling Peak not only loosened his bottleneck but also raised his Thunder Dao cultivation by another level, reaching the peak of the Thunder Domain. The next step was to break through and grasp the Thunder Dao. More importantly, Xiao Chen's Divine Lightning Eye was about to break through the third layer and reach the fourth layer. This was an unexpected joyous matter. The cultivation of the Divine Lightning Eye was abnormally slow. With every increase in layer, its might would undergo a tremendous change. This was especially so after the third layer. The third layer of the Divine Lightning Eye could only overlap 6 bolts of Tribulation Lightning. However, the fourth layer could overlap 10 bolts of Tribulation Lightning. Its might would undergo a tremendous change. For the past 3 days, Xiao Chen had been anxiously trying to make a breakthrough. If he succeeded, he would have a chance to enter the fiendish demon battlefield and show off his abilities. He would no longer fear a head-on clash with the top 10 true inheritors of the Three Blessed Lands. Meanwhile, in the heaven-shaking mountains blessed land, a door plate with the words, Confucian Institution, flickered above the clouds of the 2 main peaks. It was faintly discernible, like a courtyard in a fairyland. The memorial tablets of many Confucian predecessors and sages stood in the Confucian Institution's imperial ancestral temple. A portrait of the martial epic's Confucian sage hung on the wall. Yue Ming, in this fiendish demon battlefield, if you want to obtain the fortuitous encounter left behind by that divine vein expert, you should go to the fiendish demon battlefield. Your chances should be very high. However, if you fight Shangguan Lei head-on, your chances of victory are still only 50%. As for that profound light temple's Zhan Yuan, I have to admit that this little monk is the strongest of the 3 of you. In the study of the imperial ancestral temple, an ethereal voice that contained a righteous aura came from outside. A young man dressed like a Confucian scholar was in the study. He exuded a righteous aura and wore a carefree scarf on his head. His temperament was free and easy, giving off an ethereal feeling. He was holding a book and calmly reading it. When he heard the words outside the room, he slowly put the book down. This person was the strongest true inheritor of the heavenly shaking mountain, Wang Yueming. The righteous aura on Wang Yueming's face turned into a proud sharpness that spread out. Mister, although that Shangguan Lei is the strongest true inheritor of the Black Cave Mountain, it is undeniable that he is bold but not astute, arrogant and conceited. However, I am more concerned about the Purple Flame sect's Hua Yunfeng. This person is the one who truly hides his strength. There is also our Heavenly Shaking Mountains Cloud Mountain Academies by Yu. Her righteous aura is no weaker than mine. However, the hardest to shake would still be that group of people from the Potala Mountain. The Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques are a greater deterrent to fiendish demons than the supreme techniques of my Confucian sect. Haha. You are rather open-minded. Recently, a newcomer appeared in the Purple Flame sect. He defeated the Little Thunder Saber in one move and even left calmly before Shangguan Lei. You have to pay more attention to him. Wang Yueming entered deep thought. There are really a lot of newcomers recently. Not long ago, I heard that there was a disciple with the Yen cohort in the Potala Mountains Profound Light Temple. In a debate about Buddhist principles, he defeated a senior monk with the Xian cohort. Although these people are not strong enough, they might still be variables. You have to be careful. As Wang Yueming spoke, the old man outside silently walked in. Whoosh! The old man stretched out his hand, and a folding fan silently landed in Wang Yueming's hand. This is... Wang Yueming was startled. The instant the folding fan entered his hand, he found it incredibly heavy. With one look, he could tell that the ribs of the fan were not ordinary wood. It even contained a profound aura. However, it was not a Dao tool or a Dao tool. Wang Yueming gently opened the folding fan and saw 2 simple lines of a poem written on it. A loyal heart for all eternity, bright like the sun and moon. A body of righteousness writes the spring and autumn. Master used 20 years to write these words. With this aid, you will definitely be able to gain something in the fiendish demon battlefield. Wang Yueming's expression turned grave. He immediately knew how precious this folding fan was. His teacher had spent 20 years on it. Every word contained his teacher's spirit, chi, and spirit, containing the purest righteous aura of the Confucian sect. Divine Firmament Sect, Thunder-Controlling Peak. Above the Thunder Flame Plaza, Shangguanlei looked at the majestic figure in front with his back facing him, not daring to raise his head. Everyone says that the disciples of my line are bold but not astute, arrogant and conceited. No matter how strong they are just boorish men. However, they do not understand that if one cultivates the Thunder Tao like others, considering everything carefully and acting cautiously, how can one comprehend the true meaning of thunder? The Thunder Tao should be arrogant and proud in the first place. Only then can one bring out the tyrannical true meaning of thunder to its fullest. 3 days ago, the lightning guiding formation was broken, and the Tribulation Lightning's lightning core was destroyed. Someone left a heart demon in your junior brother. I do not blame you, Shangguanlei. I only blame you for not having the courage to charge up at the very end. The Thunder Saber Xiang Tian enunciated every word. Every word struck Shangguanlei's heart and soul, making him feel exceptionally unbearable. Master, Shangguanlei knows his mistake. Where is the mistake? Afraid of death. Shangguanlei lowered his head and whispered, feeling somewhat sullen. At that moment, when Shangguanlei faced Xiao Chen's questioning and the power of the lightning tribulation, he had indeed felt death approaching. If Shangguanlei forced himself to attack, it would definitely end in mutual destruction. He could not accept that. In that case you can die now. Bang! The Thunder Saber Xiang Tian turned around and struck Shangguanlei with a palm strike without any warning, sending him flying and landing in a sorry state. This startled Shangguanlei. He felt a horrifying and terrifying lightning restriction planted in his body. When other people's disciples go to the fiendish demon battlefield, their master will give them all sorts of tools. I will only give you one restriction. The moment you enter the fiendish demon battlefield, it will activate. If you cannot break through to peak major primal core realm in half a month, you will explode and die. Every night, before your cultivation improves, you will suffer from the torture of lightning. Xiang Tian continued, if you are not willing, I can remove the restriction now. Shangguanlei did not hesitate to fall to one knee. This disciple understands master's intentions. I will definitely not let you down. The Thunder Saber Xiang Tian nodded slightly. Before you go and check on your junior brother. It is just a heart demon. If he can walk out of it, his accomplishments will be even greater. He possesses the bloodline of the great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races, and is innately compatible with the Thunder Tao. It would be a pity to cripple him. Yes. The opening of the fiendish demon battlefield approached. The top 10 true inheritors of the 3 blessed lands all received instructions from their masters. However, Xiang Tian was the only one who directly gave his disciple a life-ending restriction. Time flew. The opening of the fiendish demon battlefield drew closer. Xiao Chen finally broke through to the 4th layer of the divine lightning eye. With a thought, 4 purple petals spun rapidly in his right eye. I did it. Joy appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He felt even more confident about his trip to the fiendish demon battlefield. He also vaguely anticipated it. Once the fiendish demon battlefield opened, the inner sect elites, core disciples, and true inheritors of the 100 peak rank 3 sects of the 3 blessed lands and several rank 4 sects would all pour in. In the blessed lands, any 3rd grade sect's inner sect disciple could stand on their own and be comparable to the elders of other sects when they traveled outside. However, the fiendish demon battlefield would welcome hundreds of elites to kill and obtain fortuitous encounters. The intensity of the competition made one's blood surge just thinking about it. Who in the martial Tao did not desire to stand out among the elite outstanding talents, obtain fortuitous encounters, and rise up? Chapter 1679. There were only 2 days left before the fiendish demon battlefield opened. Xiao Chen asked Lingyu about the situation in the fiendish demon battlefield. The two of them had their own expectations for the fiendish demon battlefield. Since his martial uncle asked, Lingyu naturally told him everything he knew. Martial uncle, I have never been to the fiendish demon battlefield, either. However, some of the senior and junior brothers in the sect who have been there left detailed information. First of all, this fiendish demon battlefield is an independent world, boundless. Even now, the fiendish demon battlefield has not been completely explored. Based on what we know, there are a few places with the greatest attraction. The first is the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion. The 10,000 Weapon Pavilion contains all the weapons that the Divine Vein Powerhouse collected. There are profound weapons, treasure weapons, Tao tools, and even eternal divine weapons. The Divine Vein Powerhouse has lived for who knows how long. Even now, he has collected many weapons. The weapons that he collected, be they profound weapons or treasure weapons, are all peak quality. As for Tao tools, even the most inferior ones are Tao tools. In the outside world, Tao tools are priceless, supreme treasures. Xiao Chen understood now. A Tao tool contained a complete Tao. It would take 100 years or even several hundred years to nurture one. The value of any Tao tool was inestimable. Even rank 4 sects did not have many Tao tools. Being able to obtain a Tao tool in the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion was indeed a great fortuitous encounter. It would be of great help to raising one's strength. However, in the past 1,000 years, only 2 Tao tools have been circulated. It is simply too difficult to obtain a Tao tool. The restrictions left by the Divine Vein Powerhouse are always like this. The higher the value, the more horrifying the restrictions. Ling Yu paused for a moment before continuing. Next is the 10,000 Flower Garden. There are all sorts of herbs and immortal flowers in there. Spirit plants that are thousands of years old or even tens of thousands of years old can be seen everywhere. There is also the 10,000 Book Pavilion, which contains all sorts of cultivation techniques and martial techniques that the Divine Vein Powerhouse collected in his lifetime, including the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian sections. These 3 great lands of fortuitous encounters have always been the favorite places of true inheritors. The competition there is the greatest, and the fortuitous encounters there are also the greatest. Aside from that, there are also many places of fortuitous encounters, such as the Buddha Seeking Platform, Tao Comprehension Mountain, Black Flame Mountain, Frost Lake. The treasures hidden in those places are all different. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This fiendish demon battlefield was much larger than he imagined. Indeed, this was an independent world. The means of that Divine Vein Powerhouse were truly incredible. Right, there are still some forbidden areas that Martial Uncle should pay attention to. The forbidden area was not to be barged in. 9 out of 10 people who went in never returned. How about this? I'll help Martial Uncle get a jade slip. I'm afraid I'll forget some important information just by relying on my memory. To be cautious, Ling Yu felt that it would be better to thicken his skin and ask for a jade slip for his martial uncle to look at. He had always been an impatient person. Once he made up his mind, he hurriedly left. This stunned Xiao Chen somewhat. Just as he wanted to ask what was going on with the fiendish demons in the fiendish demon battlefield, he disappeared. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the fiendish demon battlefield that the 3 blessed lands had anticipated for 20 years finally opened again. Boom! The region of sea where the 3 blessed heavenly lands intersected gave off a world-shaking, boundless might. No matter which sect was in the depths of the blessed lands, they all saw an island rising from the sea and hovering in the sky. The island itself was shrouded in pitch-black fog. However, the multicolored light above the island was very colorful. Spiritual energy spread out, forming a strong contrast. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, countless figures soared into the sky and rapidly flew toward the island. All of them had extremely excited expressions on their faces. There were 30-odd people from the Purple Flame sect qualified to enter the fiendish demon battlefield. There were 5 true inheritors, 20 core disciples, and the top 10 elites of the inner sect. The fiendish demon battlefield was extremely dangerous. Although there were many fortuitous encounters, those who were not strong enough would just be sending themselves to death if they went. There was a total of 33 sects in the entire Black Cave Mountain. That was about 600 or 700 people. With the 3 blessed lands added together, there were about 2,000 disciples participating in the fiendish demon battlefield. Xiao Chen's group had gathered at the summit long ago. With Hua Yunfeng in the lead, they flew to that island together. The island in the sky looked very close. However, when they set off, they discovered that it was actually quite a distance away. After leaving the Black Cave Mountain, the group continued flying for 1 hour before arriving near the island. Fortunately, these were all sect elites. Under the influence of the Starry Sea's gravity, flying for 1 to 4 hours was nothing. Xiao Chen casually sized up the place and happened to notice Yang Qing. She found it strange that he was in the middle of a group of core disciples. Xiao Chen gave her a friendly smile as a greeting. Then, He shifted his gaze to the black foggy island. The entrance to the fiendish demon battlefield was there. Although it looked like an island on the outside, it was astonishingly large. The island hidden in the fog was somewhat illusory at first, giving off the illusion that it was a mirage. However, the dense black fog slowly thinned, and some scenes on the island started to appear. The most eye-catching thing was naturally the entrance to the fiendish demon battlefield, the ancient and mysterious gate. It was unknown what the gate was made of. It was covered in rust and appeared very ancient. A statue of a great desolate Aeon holy beast stood on each side. Although it was a statue, it gave off a very lively feeling, appearing very realistic. It gave off a dignified aura. Everyone waited patiently. Once the time was up, that mysterious gate would open automatically. "Why are those monks not here yet?" Lingyu muttered in a soft voice. Only the sects of the Black Cave Mountain and the Heavenly Shaking Mountain had arrived, each in a different location. Xiao Chen also felt curious. He wanted to see how strong and dressed the orthodox Buddhist sects of the Great Thousand Realms looked like. "They are here," Lingyu said softly as he looked into the distance. He saw a group of bald monks in the distance, wearing Buddhist monk robes. Under the lead of a monk with bronze-colored skin, a square face, and a serious expression, they were rapidly approaching the island. These monks stood on golden lotus platforms, flying in the air with exceptional ease. Now, all the elites and outstanding talents of the three blessed lands had gathered together. "That monk is the Profound Light Temple's Zhan Yuan. I heard that he is the strongest true inheritor of the three blessed lands. He is even stronger than Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming. That is what the rumors say. However, no one has seen them truly fight before." Lingyu, who was beside Xiao Chen, whispered, "He cultivates the Diamond Prajna Sutra and already condensed an Arhat Dharma body many years ago. His Diamond Prajna palm is extremely tyrannical." Xiao Chen secretly paid attention but could not make out much. That Zhan Yuan did not smile, and his expression was stern. Zhan Yuan did not leak any of his aura, looking like an ordinary novice monk with nothing special about him. However, Shangguan Lei and Wang Yueming cast their gazes on this Zhan Yuan monk at nearly the same time. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Wang Yueming, the strongest true inheritor of the Heavenly Shaking Mountain. As he held a folding fan in his hand, he exuded a graceful air, appearing scholarly and otherworldly. "This fan seems to be extraordinary." Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he muttered to himself. As they were about to enter the fiendish demon battlefield, Xiao Chen carefully observed the true inheritors of the various sections. If there was anything he needed to pay attention to, he would secretly memorize the appearance. "Who is that person?" Suddenly, Xiao Chen discovered a white-clad monk not far away from that Zhan Yuan monk. This monk had delicate features and held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand, giving off a gentle and casual feeling. The two looked at each other. That person smiled faintly at Xiao Chen, confusing him. "Do I know him?" Doubts filled Xiao Chen's heart. There did not seem to be such a person in his memories. He had never interacted with monks before. "Strange," Xiao Chen muttered to himself. However, he kept an eye out for this person. At the same time, Lingyu introduced the strong true inheritors of the various sects to Xiao Chen, focusing on the top 10 of the three blessed heavenly lands. Kasie. The ancient and mysterious gates on the island automatically opened. An ancient and desolate aura came from within, accompanied by terrifying roars. The fiendish demon battlefield officially opened. Chapter 1680. Xiao Chen came to this conclusion because a male Purple Flame sect disciple was currently trying to persuade Yang Qing to join his team. "Who are you?" The destination was the same. This was really a coincidence. This would save them a lot of trouble. There were all sorts of complicated environments. Of course, most of the places were ancient and desolate. However, that was true. Yang Qing stood up and walked over to Xiao Chen's side, explaining softly. Xiao Chen showed shock on his face. The other party's way of thinking was rather unique. However, it was rather compatible with Xiao Chen. If not for the fact that he had agreed to the other party before entering the sect, it would not be wrong. It would be true that fiendish demons could be seen everywhere. "Never mind, I'll put these minor details aside for now." Xiao Chen asked, "Do you intend to move with just the two of us?" Bang! The two palms clashed. Senior brother Wu paled and took 3 steps back. Someone behind him caught him. The moment Xiao Chen stepped through the door, He immediately felt a vast, mighty force everywhere. The space here was clearly of a higher level than that of a blessed land. Suddenly, a strange thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. I couldn't tell that you're quite popular. The danger was clear. After the other party was far away, Xiao Chen smiled and said, Your charm is really great. If I were not capable, I might have fallen earlier. These were the 3 most popular places. The temptation was the greatest, and the competition was the most intense. Yang Qing felt that she had good judgment. Xiao Chen also believed that she would not be wrong in recognizing people. You as well. Now Xiao Chen verified his guess. This Yang Qing hid a lot of her strength. After giving instructions, Hua Yunfeng led the true inheritors away, leaping up and disappearing from where they were. The fiendish demon battlefield was fraught with danger. Immediately, Lingyu fell heavily to the ground, his bones nearly shattering. He lay on the ground in agony, moaning in pain. Martial uncle, given our physiques, there is no need to waste time here. Lingyu possessed a great desolate Ian bloodline in the first place. Furthermore, he had refined the golden life juice source. His physique was no weaker than a true inheritor's. You are going to the Buddha-seeking platform as well? Yang Qing asked curiously when she saw the expression on Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, preparing to knock Xiao Chen unconscious. After entering the fiendish demon battlefield, there were no rules. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I'm afraid I can't travel with you. I have to go to the Buddha-seeking platform. The inner sect disciple who was addressed as Senior Brother Wu turned to look at Xiao Chen and asked in confusion. A place that contained fortuitous encounters, treasures, and inheritances would definitely be accompanied by many dangers. Indeed. With one more person taking care of this fiendish demon battlefield, it will definitely be safer. Xiao Chen sweated in his heart. The other party really thought too much. If Xiao Chen wanted to obtain a Dao tool, he would have to clash with the peak true inheritors. Now was not the time. Go. Half-step primal core? So that was how it was. No matter who you found to open the back door, just stay here properly. You have no right to speak in the fiendish demon battlefield. Lingyu smiled and said, I haven't thought about it yet. However, it will definitely be the 10,000 flower garden, the 10,000 book pavilion, or the 10,000 weapon pavilion. I'm waiting for martial uncle to decide. Yang Qing was not surprised at the strength Xiao Chen displayed. She smiled and said, I just knew that my judgment would not be wrong. You probably evolved by becoming a true inheritor's servant and just endured it for a while. As for Xiao Chen, that went without saying. Naturally, Xiao Chen's first choice for practicing the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique was the Buddhist holy land of the fiendish demon battlefield, the Buddha-seeking platform, to improve his saber technique further. Furthermore, he had the support of the Buddhist Saraira pearls. Compared to ordinary people, his chances of finding fortuitous encounters in the Buddha-seeking platform were much greater. Hua Yunfeng gathered all the Purple Flame sect disciples and looked at them expressionlessly. Yang Qing smiled and rejected, Thank you, Senior Brother Wu, for your kind intentions. Lingyu showed an expression of pity. In that case, I'll leave with the other junior brothers. Martial uncle, take care. Their physiques were much stronger than those of the core disciples and inner sect elites. After sensing for a while, they could barely adapt to the environment here. There was no need to waste time meditating. Xiao Chen stood up and acted as if nothing had happened. Then, he went to where the Purple Flame sect's inner sect disciples gathered. The 20-odd inner sect disciples had formed groups, and only one group had not left yet. Xiao Chen nodded and waved the Buddhist Saraira pearls on his wrist. I have a fate with Buddha. Although many years had passed since the Buddha-seeking platform, some Buddhist might still lingered on it. As Xiao Chen looked at Yang Qing, who could keep up with him, he entered deep thought. The first time he saw her, he felt that she was extraordinary. Xiao Chen said with a smile as he walked over. Whoosh! Senior Brother Wu, whose arm was already completely numb, felt a chill when he saw the smile on Xiao Chen's face. Then, he quickly led the other inner sect disciples far away. However, this was no wonder. Xiao Chen's confrontation with Shangguan Lei and the news of his fight with the little Thundersaber only spread among the true inheritors and a small portion of the core disciples. Only the true inheritors and a small portion of the core disciples knew about it. The inner disciples still did not know their names. Yang Qing did not know much, so it was hard to avoid making a mistake. Yang Qing nodded. What's wrong? Are you afraid? The human heart is hard to fathom. Even in the same sect, having too many people will only result in delays and all sorts of trouble. With these lessons, the latecomers all sat down on the ground and adapted to the might and pressure of this place first. However, Xiao Chen did not move at all. His expression did not change. He smiled faintly and said, "On account that we are from the same sect, I'll overlook this palm strike of yours for now." Quickly scram. Ling Yu was raring to go at the side, clearly excited. His strength had improved greatly, and he had high hopes for the fiendish demon battlefield. "Martial uncle, let's go as well." The ancient and mysterious doors opened, and the disciples of the various sects immediately rushed to the island. "Junior sister Yang Qing, come with us then." In this fiendish demon battlefield, Xiao Chen would definitely choose to travel alone. Senior brother Wu revealed an expression of understanding. He thought that Xiao Chen was a relative of an inner sect elder, and that Yang Qing had taken a liking to him because of this relationship. To think that Xiao Chen had hidden so much of his strength. "Where are you going?" Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Chen and Yang Qing traveled side by side. As they rose and landed, they moved quickly, moving at a high speed. After bidding each other farewell, Xiao Chen sent off the other party with his eyes. At this moment, many disciples could no longer hold themselves back. They forcefully endured the might and pressure and left the safe zone, preparing to adapt to the environment as they traveled. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fiendish demons filled the place. Every time the fiendish demon battlefield ended, less than half of the disciples returned alive. After arriving at this fiendish demon battlefield, junior brothers will have to search for fortuitous encounters. I will only say one thing. The Purple Flame sect does not like killing its own sect members. If we are discovered, I will personally make a move. He is my companion. Before we entered the main sect, we agreed to work together to roam the fiendish demon battlefield. Let's go then. The ferocious beasts and fiendish demons in that place would more or less be a deterrent. Rest well for now. We will make further plans after we adapt to the environment here. Xiao Chen hid his strength from her, and she hid her strength from him as well. Could she be thinking the same thing as him? However, to Xiao Chen's surprise, Yang Qing did not team up with anyone else. Xiao Chen nodded, and the two followed the crowd and passed through that mysterious door. I'm not afraid. Don't worry. Where are you going? I do not need too many good companions. One is enough. Two is already heaven's blessing. If they went to the 10,000 weapon pavilion, all Ling Yu needed was a good treasure weapon. How could Xiao Chen care about a good treasure weapon? Yang Qing nodded and said, let's go to the Buddha-seeking platform first. We definitely cannot go to the 10,000 weapon pavilion now. There are people everywhere. Even if we obtain fortuitous encounters, it will not be easy to get away. On the other hand, this kind of place that people tend to overlook is safe enough. Even if they had a bad start, they could still put it this way. However, there was a large portion of people who remained calm. Although the fortuitous encounters in this fiendish demon battlefield were great, they were not in a rush. The fiendish demon battlefield sounded like a boundless, desolate battlefield with fiendish demons everywhere. In reality, the depths of the battlefield was a small world. Several cries of pain rang out. It turned out that many sect disciples soared into the air after entering. In the end, they were caught off guard. Unexpectedly, the pressure of the world here was so great. Most importantly, Xiao Chen's goal was different from Ling Yu's. Chapter 1681. After leaving the safe zone enveloped by the mysterious gate, the entire environment immediately changed. A dense ancient aura surged over, desolate and ancient. There was also a weak but omnipresent fiendish qi. That fiendish qi looked ordinary. However, if one breathed it in for a long time, it would make one irritable, bloodthirsty, and murderous. Xiao Chen did not know where that divine vein powerhouse found such a place and made it his resting place. Everyone could find information about the fiendish demon battlefield. As for how much they knew, it would depend on their position in the sect. The jade strip that Ling Yu obtained would definitely be more detailed than what Yang Qing could find. For example, Yang Qing only knew the rough location of this Buddha-seeking platform. However, Xiao Chen knew the specifics. Xiao Chen took out the jade strip and sent his spiritual sense into it. A blurry three-dimensional map appeared in his vision. Then, He continuously compared the three-dimensional map and finally matched the fiendish demon battlefield with the real world. Xiao Chen muttered the words, "Buddha-seeking platform," in his heart. A flickering red dot immediately appeared in the distance on the three-dimensional map, looking incredibly clear. This was a special map that the Purple Flame Sect's senior brothers had drawn over a long period of time and integrated into the Jade Strip. Only rank 4 sects could make such a Jade Strip, and only core disciples could obtain it. Of course, the map was not omnipotent. Most of the places were covered in black fog, places that had not been explored before. "Come with me." After confirming the direction, Xiao Chen led Yongqing forward at full speed. Along the way, the two occasionally ran into elite disciples of the other holy lands. After exchanging cautious glances, they carefully left. There were no rules in the fiendish demon battlefield. One had to be wary of fiendish demons, but so did the disciples of the other sections. Bang! Suddenly, the sounds of intense fighting came from a small hill not far in front. Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and immediately saw clearly. It turned out that a few disciples had discovered a stalk of strange grass that could raise one's physique. Elite disciples of the various sects continuously joined in to fight the ferocious beasts guarding the natural treasures. Xiao Chen casually glanced at it before ignoring it. He had the life juice source and did not care about this strange grass. As for Yongqing, she only glanced at it indifferently before ignoring it. They continued on their way. The two purposely increased their speed. However, everyone was restricted in this fiendish demon battlefield, unable to move at full speed. Half a day later, a towering skyscraper surrounded by countless Dao wheels appeared in the duo's sight. Myriad Weapon Pavilion. Yongqing exclaimed softly, and a hint of passion flashed in her eyes. No one would not be tempted when they saw the countless beautiful Dao wheels. By grasping a Dao tool, one would be able to sense the existence of the Dao in advance. It also had boundless benefits to one's comprehension of the Dao. Owning a Dao weapon was the dream of every disciple. Most importantly, a Dao tool that could catch the eye of a divine vein powerhouse would definitely be of superior grade or peak grade. Perhaps a Dao tool might grasp 2 or even 3 Daos, mutually nourishing each other. Rumor had it that 800 years ago, a disciple of the Divine Firmament Gate obtained a Dao tool that contained 2 Daos. To this day, they were treated as treasures, placed in the Divine Firmament Sect's Divine Weapon Pavilion and not easily shown to others. As for that disciple who obtained a Dao tool, he advanced to the Cloud Sea realm at a young age, possessing great fortuitous encounters. Over the past 10,000 years, there were many similar legends left behind, attracting the people who came later to the 10,000 Weapon Pavilion. Right now, at least 100 people had already passed by the two, rushing to the Myriad Weapon Pavilion. "Let's go," Xiao Chen urged indifferently. Confused, Yongqing asked, "You don't have the desire to go to the Myriad Weapon Pavilion?" "Naturally I do. However, not now. Once I go, I have to take out a Dao tool." Xiao Chen's tone was relaxed as if he was speaking the truth. Yongqing smiled and said, "Take out a Dao tool? That's too difficult. Not to mention the competition among many peak true inheritors. Even without competition, subduing a Dao tool would not be easy under the suppression of the Myriad Weapon Pavilion's Dao might." Xiao Chen smiled and did not argue. 4 hours later, a mountain range appeared before the two. According to the map in the Jade Strip, the Buddha-seeking platform was at the summit. This was the only place in the fiendish demon battlefield that had anything to do with Buddhism. The Buddha-seeking platform produced all sorts of wondrous items with a connection to Buddhism. For example, the famous 5 trees and 6 flowers of Buddhism could be found here. Those were wondrous flowers and fruits that were hard to find in the outside world. They were incredibly precious. Be it monks who cultivated Buddhism or those who cultivated the martial Tao, they would receive great benefits after consuming them. However, it was not easy to go up. The flowers and trees in the mountain were boundlessly messy. Dangerous, ferocious beasts hid everywhere. The way to the summit was on the mountain path. Without any other choice, the two could only follow the mountain path to the summit. Several people walked on the mountain path. They all opened their eyes wide as they carefully looked into the depths of the forest. Xiao Chen had the heavenly eye. With a sweep of his gaze, he could easily see every blade of grass and tree in the depths of the forest. Suddenly, the Buddhist Sarira beads on Xiao Chen's wrist gave off a faint heat. Xiao Chen understood. This was the Buddhist Saraira beads forming a strange connection with some kind of wondrous Buddhist flowers and plants. Their Buddhist natures were connected, so there was a connection between them. Wait for me for a while. After saying that, Xiao Chen followed his senses and entered the forest. The connection intensified, and the Buddhist Saraira beads gave off a weak Buddhist light. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on a white flower. 5 petals spread out gracefully. There were large patches of pale yellow on the petals. The alternating yellow and white gave off an exceptionally refreshing fragrance. White jasmine flower, one of the 6 flowers of the Buddhist sect's 5 trees and 6 flowers. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. This flower grew on trees and could be consumed orally. Of course, it could be used to brew tea or refine medicinal pills to bring out its effects to the fullest. The white jasmine flower tasted elegant and refreshing. After consuming it, it could directly increase one's cultivation. 1 petal was equivalent to 10 years of cultivation. Of course, the effects would decrease as time passed. However, even if it could not increase one's cultivation in the end, it could stabilize one's cultivation and condense veritable essence energy. To cultivators, this was simply wondrous. To Buddhist sect people, it was even more useful. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, but it could also allow one to understand Buddhist principles, increase one's affinity with Buddhism, and strengthen one's wisdom. Any one of the 5 trees and 6 flowers was innately connected to Buddhism and could strengthen one's wisdom. Xiao Chen leaped up gently and stretched out his hand to pluck this white jasmine flower. However, he sensed that something was wrong. Xiao Chen casually looked around and saw many pairs of scarlet eyes staring at him from the darkness in the depths of the forest. Dodge! After plucking the flower petal, Xiao Chen immediately flashed, fleeing into the forest. Chi! Chi! Sharp cries came from the forest. 4 or 5 small, scarlet macaques bared their teeth as they gave chase. The macaques were astonishingly fast in the forest. Furthermore, they were more accustomed to the environment of the fiendish demon battlefield. Their speed was even faster than Xiao Chen's. Fearing that he would startle some other ferocious beasts, Xiao Chen did not make a move. He executed the new fish dragon art, and a layer of purple flames covered his entire body. Xiao Chen moved like a phantom, knocking down many trees as he charged out of the forest and appeared on a small mountain path. The bloodthirsty macaques that had been chasing him immediately stopped their pursuit. They stood on a tree branch and roared at him endlessly. Xiao Chen had long discovered that this mountain path contained remnant Buddhist might. It was much safer than the forest. In the past, there were believers who bowed with every 3 steps and knelt with every 9, sincerely worshipping Buddha. Indeed, when Xiao Chen arrived on the path, those bloodthirsty macaques immediately stopped chasing. One bloodthirsty macaque was as strong as a late-stage minor primal core cultivator. If Xiao Chen got surrounded in the forest, he would be in some trouble. White jasmine flower. Seeing Xiao Chen appear, the fragrant white jasmine flower in his hand, which was filled with a Buddhist nature, immediately attracted the attention of many people on the mountain path. Damn! What a fellow! He actually managed to escape the bloodthirsty macaques without getting injured at all. He is really lucky. He just arrived, and he already found a white jasmine flower. When they noticed that Xiao Chen was unharmed, many of the people with ulterior motives immediately withdrew their thoughts. It was definitely not as simple as luck for Xiao Chen to emerge unscathed from the forest. Of course, the most important thing was that Xiao Chen wasted this treasure, munching on 3 petals of the white jasmine flower. It tastes pretty good. You should try it as well. Before the envious gazes of the crowd, Xiao Chen gave the remaining 2 petals to the somewhat stunned Yang Qing. Yang Qing ate it just like that. Although the Buddhist sect's 5 trees and 6 flowers could be consumed directly, this was a wondrous herb. Who would be so ungrateful as to consume it directly? Furthermore, it was so careless. Chapter 1682. Unlike those cultivators who risked their lives in the dense forest and searched everywhere, Xiao Chen only needed to rely on his senses to easily find his target. Fortunately, the strange smell would disappear with a gust of wind. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Compared to the other nervous expressions, it formed a sharp contrast. Only true experts could reap some benefits. Actually, this principle applied everywhere in the fiendish demon battlefield. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. After saying that, he shoved it into Yang Qing's mouth. All right. I'll go and meet him. I can't just watch as he destroys our opportunity. Right at this time, a miserable cry attracted Xiao Chen and Yang Qing's attention. Suddenly, something strange happened. A heaven-shaking roar came from the depths of the forest. Countless trees were uprooted. A grade 3 monastery's monk suggested. Xiao Chen continued walking forward. Soon, he felt the Buddhist prayer beads on his wrist heat up. He revealed a smile and quickly entered the dense forest. Buddhist cultivators were not all kind-hearted people. For many people, Buddhist cultivators and martial cultivators were only a method to become stronger. The white jasmine flower truly had boundless wondrous uses. The profound light temple was different. The largest temple of the Potala mountain did not fear the purple flame sect at all. I can cultivate Buddhist cultivation techniques and martial techniques to become stronger, but I don't have to abide by the precepts and respect the precepts. Xiao Chen smiled. Take it. This is just the beginning. Senior brother Yen Feng, you are a disciple of the profound light temple. You are no weaker than the purple flame sect. That kid's main strengths are his body movement technique and his strong body. Senior brother Zhen Ding cultivates the greater teleportation body technique and the Vajra indestructible body, which completely restrains him. If he went to the 10,000 flowers garden, the 10,000 weapon pavilion, or the 10,000 book pavilion, he would not be able to do so. This MT-seeking mountain has always been our exclusive property. It's him again. Where did he come from? Seeing that Xiao Chen's harvest was increasing, their dissatisfaction intensified. As they looked at Xiao Chen and Yang Qing's backs, rage flashed in their eyes. What made Xiao Chen even more happy was that his Buddha heart was also strengthened further. The Buddha light between his eyebrows was hidden and not emitted. If not for his long hair fluttering in the wind, one might even mistake him for a monk from a temple. The loss outweighed the gain. For the sake of a white jasmine flower, the strongest of the three, senior brother Ma, ended up half dead, losing the chance to continue obtaining fortuitous encounters. Puchi! Whoosh! Xiao Chen was deep in thought. The environment of the jungle was complicated. It was too risky to search inside. After a while, Xiao Chen walked out again with a jasmine flower. After swallowing all 3 jasmine flower petals, the Taiji Yin Yang True Essence diagram in Xiao Chen's Dantian expanded by 20%. It's a major primal core realm ferocious beast, a black iron demonic ape. Just like that, he walked along the main path towards the Buddha-seeking platform at the peak of the mountain. His harvest alone was more than enough to surpass everyone combined. 5 bald monks were gathered together. Then, he snatched the white jasmine flower from the unconscious man's hand and stomped him to death. Once he succeeded in breaking through, he would be able to make up for it both internally and externally, and his strength would definitely increase by another level. A giant black ape that was 30 meters tall appeared with a roar. However, Xiao Chen did not care. He casually swallowed 3 flower petals and left the remaining 2 for Yang Qing. However, it was not easy to obtain it safely. With a moment of carelessness, he was bitten by the bloodthirsty macaque. His blood immediately flowed out of his body at an alarming rate. Even major primal core venerates could only try their luck outside and see if they could discover the strange plants in the forest on the main road. The eyes of the yellow-faced monk called Yen Feng flashed as he made up his mind. The effect of increasing his cultivation base was not very good. Xiao Chen felt that his cultivation base had only increased by about 20%. Apart from that, Xiao Chen also discovered another effect. After consuming the jasmine flower, his Buddha heart became even stronger. But to Xiao Chen, this place was too interesting. His Saraira Buddhist beads were like a cheat. There were the 5 trees and 6 flowers of the Buddhist sects in the depths of the forest. There were many natural spirit herbs, and the jasmine flower was just one of them. Quick! Quick! Go and save senior brother Ma. These 2 were late-stage minor primal core cultivators. Facing this black iron demonic ape was somewhat taxing. They executed their martial techniques at the same time and quickly struck the black iron demonic ape. This was far weaker than the legendary 10 years of cultivation increase. This had a lot to do with Xiao Chen reaching a bottleneck in his cultivation. In senior brother Ma's hand, there was only a single jasmine flower. The 2 people who came to his rescue had dim expressions on their faces. The life juice source cleansed Xiao Chen's physical body and strengthened his physique. The jasmine flower strengthened his cultivation and cleansed his veritable essence energy. The 2 complemented each other, one internal and one external, greatly benefiting Xiao Chen. Aside from those who cultivated beneficence, monks who focused on cultivating grand aspirations and incense had very few restrictions in the first place. Firstly, it was a waste. Secondly, it could not be digested quickly. Where did this evil Buddhist monk come from? Xiao Chen showed an angry expression. This was forcing him into a dead end. This strange flower melted the moment it entered his mouth, continuously cleansing his veritable essence energy. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the other monks all nodded in agreement. Yang essence energy and the principles of yin and yang slowly circulated in his body, giving off a faint glow. His entire body was filled with energy. In the dense forest, a young man about 500 meters from the main road was captured by 50 bloodthirsty rhesus monkeys, entering a bitter battle. Yang Qing put away the jasmine flower. However, she did not dare to eat it like Xiao Chen. Jasmine flower. However, there were still several bloodthirsty rhesus monkeys behind. Finally, the remaining two fled to the main road and watched as the black iron demonic ape went far away. Aside from the jasmine flower, Xiao Chen harvested all sorts of strange Buddhist flowers and herbs. This was a rewarding journey. Of course, Xiao Chen still focused on the jasmine flower. Xiao Chen was different. He possessed a great desolate Eon bloodline, and his physique had reached the level of a great primal core venerate. Following that, the two seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll through the mountain road. However, every once in a while, Xiao Chen would obtain a strange flower or herb, feeling relaxed and satisfied. Buddhist sect cultivation focused on merit, aspirations, and incense offerings. Actually, this was easy to understand. If monks were monks, they would truly be a group of ascetic monks who did not eat the food of the mortal world. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, there was no way for them to survive. His companions guarding the main road immediately charged in to save him. The two moved very quickly. However, by the time they arrived, senior brother Ma had already fainted. His face was pale, and teeth wounds covered his entire body. When Yang Qing saw Xiao Chen's changes, she muttered in her heart, not understanding what was going on. Ah! Roar! As a result, Xiao Chen's body started to emit a strange and unpleasant smell. These were all impurities that flowed out of his veritable essence energy. As Xiao Chen consumed more jasmine flowers, he felt the effects of his veritable essence energy becoming increasingly obvious. As his veritable essence energy was continuously cleansed, it became increasingly clear and crystalline. The impurities were slowly removed. More importantly, his injuries were not something that could be easily healed. What a fellow! A half-step primal core veritable personage actually monopolized 80% of the strange flowers and herbs in this Buddha-seeking mountain. Be careful! Just as Xiao Chen obtained another white jasmine flower and prepared to leave the forest, a strong Buddhist might suddenly appeared on the main road. This Buddhist might merged with the strong wind, containing the rage of a guardian deity, wanting to force him back. No matter where one went, a rank 4 sect would have a strong deterrent effect. If the Buddha-seeking mountain came to settle the score, the monastery they were in would not be able to endure the pressure. Xiao Chen could only say that he had chosen the right place to go to the Buddha-seeking platform. Xiao Chen had only entered the fiendish demon battlefield for slightly more than a day. His current harvest could be said to be one of the best. The black iron demonic ape's scarlet eyes shone with a spiritual light. Its two palms smashed over like two mountains, sending the two flying. Xiao Chen easily obtained another white jasmine flower. This made the eyes of the other sect disciples searching hard on the main road green with envy. Being able to obtain this white jasmine flower before breaking through to the primal core realm was like heaven helping them. However, the effects of condensing veritable essence energy were very obvious. That Taiji veritable essence energy diagram became more tangible. Clearly, no ordinary person would be able to reap benefits from the forest. Yang Qing shook her head and said, I did not do much for this white jasmine flower. I don't want it. Xiao Chen had already traversed 2/3 of the mountain road. His harvest was bountiful. This trip was not in vain. However, the black iron demonic ape skin was as tough as steel. The two's attacks could not break through its defense at all. Chapter 1683. Where did this evil monk of the Buddhist sect come from? To think that he was so sinister, sneak attacking Xiao Chen at his most crucial moment. Xiao Chen did not think too much. He faced the other party's Buddhist might and gathered 4 cauldron force before throwing a punch. With a deafening bang, the two fists collided, creating a boundless shockwave that rolled out in all directions. Xiao Chen clearly saw that monk's face. His complexion was yellowish, and his skin was bronze. With one look, it was clear that this monk cultivated the Buddhist Vajra Dharma, giving him an incredibly strong physical body. Indeed, as expected, you are not an ordinary half-step primal core cultivator. The strength of your physical body is really startling. Yan Feng smiled coldly and shouted, "However now, scram back." Yan Feng shouted, and the energy in his fist light increased significantly. Surging vital qi surged out, pressing over like it could topple mountains and flip seas. "You are seeking death." Enraged, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. Then, he merged his veritable essence energy and vital qi and pushed hard. Amid a loud rumble, Xiao Chen pushed Yan Feng back like he was a mountain. After pushing Yan Feng away, the bloodthirsty macaques behind him charged over at this moment. Left without a choice, Xiao Chen could only expose his strength. He used his body as a saber and released the great Tao's might. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen threw 6 punches, his fist lights like sabers. The wind howled, looking like resplendent saber lights blossoming in the depths of the forest. After 6 punches, Xiao Chen knocked back the bloodthirsty macaques. However, such an intense battle attracted the attention of the many ferocious beasts in the depths of the forest. Roar! Roar! Terrifying roars came from the depths of the forest. Xiao Chen sensed several major primal core ferocious beasts rushing over. He did not dare to linger. With a few flashes, he arrived on the mountain path protected by the Buddhist might. On the other side, Yang Qing was surrounded by a group of bald monks. They did not use any killing moves on her, just holding her back, not letting her come over to support Xiao Chen. On the path, Yan Feng looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had just landed a heavy punch on him, but his body seemed fine. However, his body seemed to be completely fine. He was completely unharmed, and his expression was cold. Benefactor, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. You have to leave him a way out. If you monopolize all the resources of this Buddha-seeking mountain, what will happen to us, the people who entered the fiendish demon battlefield, who worked so hard to enter? Hearing the other party's reasoning, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "According to you, what should I do?" When Yan Feng saw that Xiao Chen seemed to have the intention to negotiate, his expression turned much warmer as he said, "Give us some of the white jasmine flowers and other rare Buddhist herbs you obtained. Let's work together on the Buddha-seeking platform. With the help of us Buddhists, we can give you more opportunities on the Buddha-seeking platform." You should also know that compared to the fortuitous encounters on the Buddha-seeking platform, the flowers and plants in this dense forest are completely not worth mentioning. Xiao Chen did know that there was an ancient temple in the Buddha-seeking platform that was completely preserved. There were many Buddhist weapons, Buddhist treasures, and even perfectly refined Buddhist pills. In the depths of the monastery, there was a kind of wisdom tea. After drinking it, it could condense a cultivator's soul force. It could increase a major primal core cultivator's chances of breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. In the past, there was a legend that a Black Cave Mountain disciple obtained the wisdom tea and broke through to the Cloud Sea realm in less than 10 years. However, the Buddha-seeking platform was now occupied by a group of fiendish demons. Fiendish demons were not like ferocious beasts. They were life forms that existed before the martial epoch was formed. They were born after the destruction of the immortal epoch. After the heavenly court collapsed, the immortal qi went out of control, and all sorts of objects manifested themselves. For example, stones, trees, flowers, and even ordinary livestock. There were all sorts of strange things here. After they manifested themselves, they turned into monsters. They were neither human nor ghost, neither immortal nor demon. They were known as fiendish demons. However, after the destruction of the immortal epoch, the immortal qi of the heavenly court became impure. Hence, most of the fiendish demons had violent tempers and were bloodthirsty. Before the birth of the martial epoch, fiendish demons had wreaked havoc in the world. Fiendish demons slaughtered the various races. This lasted until the sage ancestors of the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian sects appeared and fought with the fiendish demons. Only then did they gain the upper hand, killing the other party and ushering in the martial epoch. In this age, one could no longer run into fiendish demons in the ordinary world. Even if one ran into them in this special place, the bloodlines of the fiendish demons would be diluted, no longer having the might of their ancestors. However, ferocious beasts could not compare to them. Be it in intelligence or strength, ferocious beasts could not compare to fiendish demons. If Xiao Chen wanted to enter and obtain fortuitous encounters, he would be of great help. With the help of the Buddhist sects, it was indeed a great help. The Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques and martial techniques were very effective against fiendish demons. However, based on Yan Feng's expression, it seemed like Xiao Chen had something to ask of him, wanting to hand over the white jasmine flower and the other Buddhist sect herbs. Was that possible? Xiao Chen said coldly, "You are overthinking. If you are willing to work together, I can share some of the benefits from the Buddha-seeking platform with you. However, you can stop dreaming if you want the natural treasures that I obtained along the way." Yan Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. I will soon show you who is the one living in a dream." Whoosh! Yan Feng's figure turned around, and a Buddhist light flowed. Then, he suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. His skin gave off a metallic glow. This was the Profound Light Temple's indestructible iron body, a cultivation technique for the physical body. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He gently stomped on the ground, and a boundless killing chi surged out together with his aura like a tsunami. Under the suppression of such a strong aura, Yan Feng's speed immediately slowed. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he attacked at lightning speed. A melodious saber hum resounded in the surroundings. Dang! 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 Xiao Chen sent out 3 hand saber strikes at the same spot, giving off metallic clangs. Yan Feng grunted as he got knocked back 100 meters. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. The Profound Light Temple's true inheritors are fighting with the Purple Flame Sect's people. It's him, that white-clad person. He gained a lot on this Buddha-seeking mountain. He is very strong. I just guessed that someone would be jealous. Indeed, the Profound Light Temple's people could not resist making a move. Furthermore, it is an early-stage major primal core true inheritor. This is going to be a good show. Xiao Chen was a celebrity in Empty Ask Mountain. His every move would attract a lot of attention. Previously, every time he came out of the forest, he would always have a harvest, and it had already caused a commotion. However, due to the Purple Flame Sect's reputation and Xiao Chen's strength, they did not have the courage to do so. Now that they saw Xiao Chen fighting with the Profound Light Temple true inheritor, they were not surprised. This Buddha-seeking mountain had always been the exclusive property of that group of monks. I wonder who will win. What else is there to say? It must be that bald monk. After all, he is a true inheritor of the Profound Light Temple. For him to have such a high cultivation base, he must have cultivated his way up. You should know that it is the hardest for a Buddhist to improve their cultivation base. Right. This white-clad bladesman is merely a half-step primal core cultivator. Although his physical body is astonishingly strong and his movement technique is terrifying, he is not a primal core cultivator. However, this Profound Light Temple monk not only has a higher cultivation, but his physical body and movement technique are also no weaker than the white-robed bladesman's. It's hard to say. The white-robed bladesman has not drawn his saber yet. Indeed, only now did the crowd notice Xiao Chen, who was fighting an intense battle with Yan Feng. Even now, Xiao Chen still had not drawn his saber. No one could think of a reason. Why? After Yan Feng was knocked back by Xiao Chen again, he patted his clothes and smiled. Interesting. However, I have already cultivated my indestructible iron body to the 5th layer. With your cultivation you can forget about injuring me. As long as I land one punch, you will be finished. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The other party's physical body combined with the indestructible iron body was indeed difficult to deal with. Indeed, none of the true inheritors of a rank 4 sect were easy to deal with. If Xiao Chen's cultivation was higher, he would not have to put in so much effort. However, it would only take a little more effort. The other party was not Shangguan Lei, so he would not find it difficult to deal with. Right after Yan Feng spoke, Xiao Chen shot over. He stretched out his hand, and 7 beams of light shot out from his clothes. These were the 7 deadly sins that he had not used for a long time. The 7 sabers each gave off a different state. Under Xiao Chen's control, they merged into one. Then, he stretched out his hand and grasped them tightly. Dao Might appeared. With the saber in hand, Xiao Chen's aura suddenly changed, becoming boundlessly tyrannical, swallowing mountains and rivers. The Great Tao might immediately put Yan Feng in an extremely difficult position. What saber is this? Yan Feng was somewhat startled. When he saw Xiao Chen's aura change, it felt like he was holding a Tao tool. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. First there was a saber god. Then there is a divine saber. The saber is not important. What is important is the person holding the saber. Don't think that I can't do anything to your body of metal. Chapter 1684. With the saber in hand, Xiao Chen's attacks immediately turned sharp. Holding up his saber, Xiao Chen did not dodge. He directly chopped at the opening at the left rib of the profound light temple's Yan Feng. There was nothing special about this move. It was just fast, so fast that everyone seemed to see a modeled afterimage. It was as fast as lightning. First came the electric light. Then came the thunder. This reminded everyone of what Xiao Chen said earlier. First came the saber god. Then came the divine saber. The important thing was not the divine saber but the person who grasped the saber. Xiao Chen compared himself to the saber god. Originally, everyone looked down on him. Now, they no longer dared to underestimate him. It was just an ordinary move, but it was an eye-opener for everyone, causing them to cry out in surprise. Facing Xiao Chen's careless saber strike, Yan Feng hesitated. He had purposely revealed the opening. Yan Feng had many openings. However, he did not care about them earlier. The indestructible iron body made Yan Feng's physical body incredibly strong, suppressing Xiao Chen's physical body. Yan Feng did not feel any pressure when clashing head-on with Xiao Chen's fistlight and palm saber. As Yan Feng said, he could not injure him at all. However, Yan Feng no longer felt confident when facing this saber strike. Open! Yan Feng shouted. Suddenly, a scripture shining with resplendent golden light flowed on the surface of his skin. His Buddhist might increased greatly, and his indestructible iron body improved further. It was like he truly had the golden Arhat protecting his body. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. Everything was within his expectations. Suddenly, he raised his saber and chopped down at the speed of lightning. Then, he suddenly stopped. The saber move changed, like a sudden turn of a mountain peak. However, it flowed smoothly, looking wondrous. As Yan Feng raised his saber, it turned into an unending chain of huge waves. The saber light spread out, looking like the huge waves of a long river, one wave after another. By perfectly merging the ferocious mysteries and the chain of attacks, the might of this saber strike appeared boundlessly tyrannical. Even an outsider bladesman could tell that this was extraordinary, indescribably wondrous. Good. Many people cheered in unison. There was practically no one here who could send out such a saber strike. Yan Feng's face immediately sank. He, who was immersed in Xiao Chen's saber technique, felt it even more deeply. All of a sudden, it was as if the wasteland had been struck by lightning. Suddenly, it was as if they were in the middle of the ocean, facing the monstrous waves that were thousands of miles long. He was like a lonely boat in the night, looking around without anyone to rely on. Retreat! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Yan Feng decisively chose to retreat. He also could not let Xiao Chen's saber strike his weak point. The consequences would be hard to predict. He only took one step back, and in that one step, he formed a seal with both hands. Between his fingers, a sacred flower bloomed, and 7-colored light filled the air, bringing with it a gentle Buddhist light. As long as the angle deviated, it would not be able to dodge Xiao Chen's saber strike. As long as Yan Feng did not strike at his weak point, he was confident that he could block Xiao Chen's attack and instantly counterattack. Change! Xiao Chen laughed loudly, and his saber technique changed again. He materialized the boundless surging wave to its limits. Then he pulled it back, not even a splash of water spilling out. This was another perfect move. The spectators even forgot to praise him. It was indescribably wondrous. Breaking 1,000 armies. Suddenly, a heavy crashing sound rang out in the air. The crashing sound made everyone's heart beat faster, wanting to leap out of their chests. Yan Feng felt like he was in a bloody battlefield amid thousands of soldiers as Xiao Chen swung his saber. He wanted to use this saber strike to chop apart thousands of soldiers and sweep away the boundless dust. Breaking the stars. Then, when the saber light was about to chop down, Xiao Chen gently pulled back the saber tip. The aura of breaking 1,000 armies was completely absorbed into the saber tip. Starlight filled the sky, and the saber tip became boundlessly resplendent. It gave off a light even more dazzling than the stars, flickering among the stars in the universe. It seemed like this move of the saber could sweep away the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around and destroy the stars in the universe. This startled Yan Feng. Suddenly, he could not keep up with Xiao Chen's change in moves. In other words, Xiao Chen used his startling talent in the saber Dao to forcefully take the lead by one move. Breaking the world. Breaking 1,000 armies. Breaking the stars. Breaking the world. After stacking 2 moves, Xiao Chen changed his move to breaking the world and chopped down while Yan Feng's expression changed to one of shock. When the saber descended, it was like a lone knight galloping alone, carrying a momentum that could sweep through the world. Xiao Chen pointed at Yan Feng's initial opening. "I admit defeat." While he was surprised and bewildered, Yan Feng suddenly gave up resisting and shouted loudly. "Bas!" The saber that swept through the world suddenly stopped when it was about 2 centimeters away from Yan Feng's opening. The saber trembled continuously, buzzing endlessly. The saber intent that Xiao Chen emitted spread out in the surroundings. Yan Feng's heart pounded heavily. He wanted to say something. Pa! Xiao Chen raised his saber horizontally and slapped Yan Feng's face, sending him flying. After he landed on the ground, he bounced off into the distance. On the mountain path of Mount Inquiring, countless people were watching this scene in the open and in the dark. Who could have imagined that a profound light temple true inheritor would end up in such a state when facing Xiao Chen? Everyone could see the situation of the match very clearly. When Yan Feng admitted defeat, anyone with a discerning eye could see the reason behind it. Only by admitting defeat could Yan Feng survive. After Xiao Chen attacked with his saber, his inconspicuous flaw became a fatal flaw after Xiao Chen changed his moves continuously. This was a fatal opening that Xiao Chen had forcefully created with his exquisite saber techniques. If Xiao Chen struck Yan Feng, he would definitely be crippled. Although everyone could tell that Yan Feng had left behind so many openings because of his carelessness, it was not easy to tell. However, everyone knew that even if he hadn't been careless, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated by Xiao Chen. There was no other reason other than the fact that the saber art was simply unbelievable and superb. Damn, he can't be that person, right? It's that mysterious expert that spread through the various sects, the top core disciple of the Black Cave Mountain's Divine Firmament sect. I heard that this bladesman defeated him in one move right in front of Shangguan Lei. That is really possible. He happens to be from the Purple Flame sect, and his saber techniques happen to be startling. Furthermore, we are not familiar with him. There are too many coincidences. This is the truth. Immediately, startled cries rang out. The person who dared to anger Shangguan Lei into trembling but did not dare to make a move was the idol of many people. Who would have thought that they would meet here? It's you. As Yan Feng lay on the ground, he revealed an expression of relief when he heard everyone's discussion. Yan Feng had heard of the Black Cave Mountain's mysterious bladesman as well. However, he had not taken it seriously. Yan Feng was very clear on what kind of person Shangguan Lei was. He did not believe that a nameless nobody would force Shangguan Lei into not daring to make a move. There had to be more to the story. However, after exchanging moves with Xiao Chen, Yan Feng started to believe it. The white-robed bladesman before him might not be without trump cards that even Shangguan Lei feared. I am not being merciful with this saber strike. The venerable Xian Bei once saved my life, so I will not kill someone from the profound light temple. However, if you keep mocking me, don't blame me for being merciless. Xiao Chen snorted coldly as he looked at Yan Feng, not saying anything more. He had always been decisive when it came to killing. This Yan Feng had already crossed his bottom line. If it were someone else, even if that person begged for mercy, Xiao Chen would still chop down his saber. However, since the other party was from the profound light temple and chose to admit defeat, Xiao Chen could spare his life. However, there was only one chance. If there was a second time, Xiao Chen would not be polite. After a while, Yang Qing looked at Xiao Chen with a strange expression. No matter what, she could not have imagined it. Xiao Chen would be the person who charged into the Divine Firmament sect and was viewed as a legend by the many inner sect disciples of the Purple Flame sect. Yang Qing's first impression was that she had always thought that Xiao Chen had become the servant of a true inheritor. Furthermore, because she was too familiar with Xiao Chen, she had never thought that Xiao Chen was the mysterious bladesman who fought with Shangguan Lei. Yang Qing looked at Xiao Chen and said seriously, Young Master Xiao, you really hid yourself deeply. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. I have never hidden anything from you. I already said from the start that I came to find my senior brother. It is just that you did not believe me. However, my senior brother is indeed Senior Yi Zifeng. He is fully capable of obtaining a spot for me. Right after Yang Qing spoke, Xiao Chen paused for a moment before continuing. You, on the other hand, have been hiding very deeply. Even now, I cannot see through you. Yang Qing appeared slightly startled, somewhat surprised. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Back on the ship, I already paid attention to you. At that time, I thought that I already saw through you. Only now do I realize that I cannot see through you completely. Never before. However, what does that matter? I only need to remember that you once shielded me without any hesitation. That is enough. Chapter 1685. When Xiao Chen came out, he would definitely have a stock of the Buddhist sect's strange plant. Xiao Chen suspected that he had run into a mutated black iron demonic ape. I can't care anymore. If it is not mature, so be it. It is better than someone else taking it away. The white-clad monk was none other than the Black Lotus Church's holy son, Ming Xian. Right now, he had another identity. Yan Shi, a newly advanced disciple of the Profound Light Temple. He was like a pool of lightning, shocking the various ferocious beasts in the forest. Peak Major Primal Core. Young Master Xiao, how did you escape unharmed? People like Shangguan Lei, Zhan Yuan, and Wang Yueming definitely would not come. They would definitely go to a land of greater fortuitous encounters. After a loud sound, frost covered that black iron demonic ape's entire body. Yang Qing's peak palm strike knocked it back into the forest. The two smiled at each other and continued heading for the summit. Yan Feng's strength could not be considered at the peak among the true inheritors of the three blessed lands, but there was no need to underestimate him. Even if he could not rank in the top 10, he could still make it into the top 30. This seemingly simple action actually exhausted a lot of mental and physical strength. Fortunately, he did not disappear completely. I can still sense his general direction. After Xiao Chen and Yang Qing went far away, the group of monks from the Patala Mountain gathered together again. With one final leap, a faint purple flame covered Xiao Chen's entire body as he dodged that black iron demonic ape strike. Then, he landed firmly and heaved a sigh of relief. Based on this trend, it really might be possible. Even senior brother Yen was defeated by him. Who else could stop him? When Xiao Chen looked over, he saw a black wall appear. When he looked up, he discovered that it was a 30-meter-tall black iron demonic ape. Right after the figure vanished, this black iron demonic ape smashed the tree that Xiao Chen had just stood on into powder with one palm strike. Bang! When Xiao Chen turned his head back, he saw a horrifying scene. The black iron demonic ape had actually followed him silently, right above him. Young Master Xiao, are you all right? Yang Qing's complexion paled somewhat, and her voice sounded somewhat weak. Clearly, the rebound from her earlier palm strike made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Just as Xiao Chen was about to make his move, a few voices suddenly rang out in unison. Waves of righteous qi spread out in all directions and soared into the sky. Xiao Chen, who was fully focused on fleeing, felt a little tired after a short while. Damn it! How did this black iron demonic ape manage to hide its aura so well with such agility? The black lotus mark on Xiao Chen's body was now immeasurably weak because he had taken the snow lotus. Strange, the black lotus mark left by Master has become so weak. However, this Yan Feng seemed to have forgotten Xiao Chen's final warning. If there was a next time, he would not be lenient. There's no rush. My senior brother Zhen Xian will come later. We already made an agreement. At that time, my senior brother will definitely be able to take down this white-robed bladesman. This was something that could only be done after one's control over one's strength had reached the pinnacle. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He knew that he had guessed correctly. This was a mutated black iron demonic ape. The black iron demonic ape was crystalline and flawless. The holy son Ming Xian, who originally thought that after entering the fiendish demon battlefield, he could easily find Xiao Chen by sensing the black lotus mark. The holy son Ming Xian entered a berserk state, and the ice on his body fell off. Unyielding might. To the people of the Buddhist sect, no one could endure Xiao Chen monopolizing so many strange flowers and herbs. How terrifying! Young Master Xiao, be careful. Every time Xiao Chen dodged, he would be in danger. This mutated black iron demonic ape was ridiculously strong. Even if there were no other reasons, Xiao Chen would not be willing to fight with such a ferocious beast. It would not end well. He just knew that this earth and fire golden lotus would not be that easy to obtain. Xiao Chen took out a brocade box and carefully moved his body. Just as he put away the earth and fire golden lotus, he sensed a dangerous aura. The most important thing was that it was extremely rare. It could not grow on a large scale like the white jasmine flower. The earth and fire golden lotus had very high environmental requirements. It could only grow in special places. It's fine. I trust you. Whoosh. However, the expression of Yang Qing, who was at the side, changed drastically. Her fine black hair suddenly turned white, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. White snow drifted in the air. However, it did not seem like it had truly matured yet. Xiao Chen did not dare to face it head-on in the depths of this forest. Who knew what other monstrous ferocious beasts would come? Xiao Chen nodded. That was truly dangerous earlier. That black iron demonic ape's movement technique was simply too agile. As it leaped, it did not make a sound. This was simply incredible. The mountain path was an absolutely safe zone. Along the way, no ferocious beasts dared to come here. Inside Buddha-seeking mountain, the black lotus mark was weak, appearing and disappearing at times. This made it very difficult for Xiao Chen to determine Xiao Chen's position. Fortunately, the mountain path was already not far away. Xiao Chen's strength was definitely not just at the early stage major primal core realm. It might even be at the peak major primal core realm. Earth and Fire Golden Lotus. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of joy. The Earth and Fire Golden Lotus was one of the 6 flowers of the 5 trees and 6 flowers, 1 grade higher than the white jasmine flower. When cultivating in the Buddhist sect, one's Buddha heart was extremely important. It was helpful in comprehending the various ancient Buddhist scriptures and strengthening one's wisdom. Many Buddhist sect martial techniques even had a direct requirement on one's Buddha heart. If one's Buddha heart was not strong, the might of the Buddhist sect martial techniques would be weakened. Relying on the new fish dragon art movement technique, Xiao Chen dashed wildly, dodging the various attacks of this black iron demonic ape. On the mountain path, Xiao Chen and Yang Qing continued walking leisurely. Occasionally, the Buddhist Saraira beads would sense something, and Xiao Chen would enter the forest. The strange flowers and herbs of this Buddha-seeking mountain all had the effect of strengthening one's Buddha heart. When they reached a certain level, they would undergo a qualitative change. Yan Feng sincerely felt that he was inferior to Xiao Chen. However, it was impossible for him to give up on the strange flowers and herbs of this Buddha-seeking mountain, especially the white jasmine flower, one of the 5 trees and 6 flowers. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and leaped up, vanishing from a tree branch. The golden lotus petals had not even opened yet. It was like a shy girl covering her face with her hands. At some point in time, it had silently landed in front of Yan Feng. This mutated black iron demonic ape actually ignored the taboo and crossed the mountain path. For Xiao Chen to defeat Yan Feng, it was sufficient for him to dominate this Buddha-seeking mountain. After all, he was a true peak true inheritor. He would go to the 10,000 flower garden, the 10,000 weapon pavilion, and the 10,000 book pavilion. Suddenly, the black iron demonic ape's aura soared, instantly reaching a horrifying level. This startled Xiao Chen and Yang Qing at the same time. Just as Xiao Chen was about to say something, an intense roar suddenly rang out. The 30-meter-long demonic ape in the forest stood up again. At this moment, on a slope some distance away from the Buddha-seeking mountain, a white-clad monk frowned heavily, revealing a confused expression. "Senior brother Yan, what should we do? Are we just going to watch him collect all the strange flowers and herbs of this Buddha-seeking mountain?" This time, Yang Qing was truly shocked. As she looked at Xiao Chen's sincere gaze, she remained silent for a while before saying, "Thank you. However, there is definitely no conflict of interest between us. After I obtain something from the back mountain of the Buddha-seeking platform, I will leave." Xiao Chen's face sank, and his body shifted back a few steps. Then, he soared into the air and landed on a tree branch. Bang! This time, the Buddhist Saraira pearls sensed something again. Xiao Chen followed the feeling and discovered a golden lotus flower that looked like it was burning with flames. The holy Sun Ming Xian looked in the direction of the Buddha-seeking mountain, and a light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, his figure vanished. Every time Xiao Chen leaped up, he had to make precise calculations and use his full power before he could dodge that black iron demonic ape's attack. It was soundless and didn't make any sound. Yang Qing's palm strike in the air looked like a beam of flowing light amid the snowflakes filling the air. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the snowflakes in the air released motes of light.